We ready? All right, good morning. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today, Tuesday, February 27th, for the 2024 Commission meeting. It's always a privilege to have so many people join us, especially members of the public and residents and business owners. I ask you to please take into consideration that we have time for public comment. You can get involved via Zoom also. It's a feature that we have. We look forward to, even if you cannot attend the public meeting, like today's commission meeting, we ask you to please engage. Your comments, your insight, your guidance, even your complaints are welcome. We're here. So we'd like to start today's meeting with our invocation. And to start us off this morning is Father Andrew Tomonto from St. Teresa Catholic Church. Father, good morning as always. Thank you for being here and always, and like I mentioned to you before, thank you for always praying on behalf of the city and being a strong figurehead here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, you have revealed your glory to all nations. God of power and might, wisdom and justice, through you authority is rightly administered. Laws are enacted and judgment is decreed. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct the deliberations of this city commission and shine forth in all the proceedings and laws framed for our rule and government. We pray for our mayor, for our commissioners, for all of our city officials, for our law enforcement officers who are entrusted to guard our political welfare. May they be enabled by your powerful protection to discharge their duties with honesty and ability. We likewise commend to your unbounded mercy all of the citizens of Coral Gables, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your holy law. May we be preserved in union and that peace which the world cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, may we be admitted to those which are eternal. We pray to you, who are Lord and God, forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Father. Please send our best wishes to your congregation. It's always a privilege to have you. We look forward to having you come back to the commission. Thank you so much. Moving on in regards to the Pledge of Allegiance, Commissioner Castro, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Moving on to presentations and protocol documents, item A1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We are here to present an award that Keep Coral Gables Beautiful received from the Florida Recycling Partnership Foundation. We received the 2023 Innovation Impact Award for our reverse vending machine program, rewards incentive program that was housed at the War Memorial Youth Center, which ran for 1 year from November 2022 to November 2023. This was the recycling machine that collected containers of plastic bottles and cans for proper recycling. Matt will let us know what our final numbers were for that program.
Good morning, everyone. So yeah, we were really excited because we were able to recycle over 18,000 containers at the War Memorial Youth Center. Thank you to Community Recreation. We always come to them with a bunch of ideas, and they're always receptive to them, and having it at the War Memorial Youth Center where we get a lot of foot traffic there. We were also excited that, a lot of the kids that were at the youth center got very excited. We heard that there was no plastic bottles or aluminum cans in any of the recycling containers throughout the youth center, because they would all go find them and then put them in the machine. So and then the beauty of this story is the company that we partnered with were former students. We obviously housed it at the War Memorial Youth Center, and the businesses that we partnered with to provide the incentives were local Coral Gables businesses. So it was all local impact that we were having. And we have a lot of exciting things coming forward through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful and other innovative programs. So thank you all for your support, and we really do appreciate it. And I wanted to recognize our team here, Diego and Nicole, who also helped out with the program. And again, thank you all for your support and helping us with this programming.
We want to thank the 6 businesses that partnered with us throughout the program, providing rewards for those top 10 recyclers every contest cycle, because it really engaged people to want to go and collect at home as many cans and bottles, and then take it over to the machine. So, yeah.
Solange, as always, and the entire team, thank you so much for your hard work in regards to this. When is our next downtown cleanup effort?
April 1st.
April 1st. So I've become accustomed to sponsoring that event in one form or another, financially, personally. I asked my colleagues on the commission to engage. It's a great opportunity to not only attend the event and clean up our downtown, but also to send a strong message that we as the commission, we do our part in regards to motivating people. Sometimes it takes a financial reward, but it's very interesting to see how many people come out, especially young kids, and how much garbage is picked up and how much better our downtown looks after these downtown cleanups. But I want to commend you for coming up with the idea. That's amazing. I think we had how many people at the last one? It was probably record breaking.
The last one was around 45,
Yeah.
48, around 48 participants. It was our second largest event.
Yeah. So congratulations, well deserved. You guys do a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to also commend you, Mayor. I got to say, the area around the youth center now would look cleaner. Because when you incentivize something and make it a game or have some sort of fun associated, whether it be, clutch burgers afterwards or, any other type of prize or incentive, it really gets people out there. So thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Want to take a quick picture?
Yeah.
Before we take the item A2, I just wanted to give some time for some guests to arrive. I want to recognize Mayor Slesnik. The mayor has been a long-standing participant, a person who has been engaged through leadership, through philanthropy, and we've recognized him through and through of his involvement with the community. But today we recognize his family and their friends, because we're recognizing the mayor's mother. The mayor, and like I mentioned to you a few moments ago, the mayor's had a tough 2 years, but he's done it with a level of grace and dignity that is to be commended, which has always been the way you conducted yourself. So I wanted to ask you to come up here, and before I read the resolution, or maybe I should read the resolution first into the record. I wanted to have you speak a little bit about your beautiful mother and her engagement here in the city, and any of your friends that maybe want to come up and speak also. Resolution of condolence. Whereas longevity of life is a blessing for an individual and the community which benefits from the knowledge, creativity, and experience this individual brings to us all. Whereas the City of Coral Gables recognizes with respect and admiration the contribution by senior citizens in our community. And whereas Anne Slezak Lydell was born on September 2nd, 1922, and has resided in the City Beautiful for 50 years. And whereas after moving to the City of Coral Gables, Anne became a very active member of the community at large, serving as president of the Women's Golf Association, member of the Country Club of Coral Gables, member of the Women's Board, member of the Ravlin Barton Cancer Association at the University of Miami, loyal parishioner at St. Philip's Episcopal Church, and along with Kay Farringer, founded the Granada and Biltmore women's golf groups. And whereas, along with her beloved son, Don Slezak Sr., Anne made memorable trips over the years on behalf of the city to get to know our sister cities in Quito, Ecuador, and Cartagena, Colombia. And whereas Anne is the proud mother of former City Mayor Don Slezak Sr. and mother-in-law to former City Commissioner Jeanette Slezak, as well as mother to daughter Luann Riskyar, along with her two wonderful children. Anne is also grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, and whereas the United States has the greatest number of centurions in the world, and on September 2nd, 2022, Anne Slezak Lydell was honored for 100 years on this planet. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to her bereaved family on this occasion of their great loss. Mayor, please join us.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so very much for taking a few minutes today to recognize my mother's passing and to commemorate that. This is my sister, Luann. Come on up. This is my sister, Luann, who's down here from North Florida, helping with the process that we go through of addressing the house possessions and other things that need to be done. In fact, we'll be burying my mom tomorrow morning up at Vista Memorial Gardens next to my dad. And down the road, we'll have a memorial service at St. Philip's. But I just wanted to, and I'm not going to take much of your time, and I know that there is much business to be done today, but I did want to say on behalf of the family, and we really appreciate you all thinking about her, recognizing her. She was quite a citizen. I was thinking today that after spending 10 years in the dais, that not once did my mother ever lean on me, talk to me about what I should be doing, what I should be thinking, what I should do as the mayor. The only time she really ever involved herself in that was when we had to close the country club and take it from the members of the club because of their arrears and back payments. And my mother didn't speak to me for 6 months. But other than that, she stayed out of politics. She had been a member there for 50 years. And I think I said this in Howard Cohen's particularly nice article he wrote about my mother, that, whatever I am, and nobody needs to make judgment about that, but whatever I am was due to my parents, a very traditional family that raised Luann and I in a way that we appreciated family, home, friends, church, God, school, and the United States, and eventually our city. And she was the reason for that. And as I watched her decline these last 4 years, I knew it was time for her to go to God. She was ready, willing, and able to do that, and she left very peacefully. But I just wanted to say thanks to the few people that could come out today at the last minute, because they represent some of her interest. We have Marlon Ebert and Brenda Moe from the cinema. My mom was one of the founding contributors to the cinema, as she was for the museum. And of course, I saw Chip Withers earlier. He's not here right now, but active with the museum. And we have also, there he is in the back.
He's
next to
shifted
George.
Sides on you.
George Kokoris and Chip, of course, two of the mainstays of the early museum days. And my mother was one of those contributors because of respect for people like that. She loved the Merrick House, and Gay Bondurant is here, who works with you on the Merrick House. And she appreciated that. One of the reasons is because she was a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution, and they met there all the time. So it was a very special place to her. And one of her adopted daughters-in-law, Jeanette's partner, Ginger Jokum, is also here. So we have, anyways, I just want you to know that my mom loved the city like the rest of the family, but she instilled that in us, and she loved the commission, what it does for the city, what it does for its citizens, and we thank you. Say anything?
And thank you for all of you that honoring my mom.
Listen, it's a true blessing, and it comes easy for this commission and for the city. What the Schlesings have done, and I've mentioned it before, especially when we honored and we continue to honor Jeanette.
Well, thank
The
you.
people that love the Schlesing family, and your reputation precedes itself, and you have a legacy that will be felt for generations to come. And it continues. It continues with your son and his wife, who are very engaged in the city. And this all harkens back, and this commission as a whole has mentioned it before. We always give tribute to our grandparents. I've mentioned it before. I know my colleagues in the commission have. It always goes back. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry about that. But it's honoring her today comes easy for this commission because it always goes back to the grandparents. It always goes back to the great-grandparents who worked so hard to push people like Don, who served this great country, who became an attorney, who became mayor. That's her legacy. That's her legacy. And to me, it's a beautiful, beautiful one. You can see, look at the incredible ladies who are here before us, very active in this community, engaged. They're at the forefront. I can go down the list of the women who are here today on her behalf, because she touched many, many people in this community. And when I tell you that, I tell you because I think about my grandparents who lived 2 blocks away. You know, and I know that my colleagues feel the same way, because they think about, if it wasn't for them, you know what? We wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would add one thing, just because I think it's instructive for the people, that her story was a true American story, as was reported, but many people didn't read that. But I mean, she grew up in absolute poverty in a place that is still there, but it's a crossroads. It's Leadahachie, Alabama. It's a crossroads. And she was absolutely poverty-stricken in the Great Depression, a single mom, 2 brothers and her. And she ended up living in Coral Gables, Florida, on Giralda. And I mean, from that to that, and it's an amazing story. So thank you all.
It truly
Thank
is.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While I'm here, if I could beg your attention for one more minute, this is about your Charter Review Committee, which you have kindly asked me to serve on, and I know Tom Wells was here. There he is. He's on the committee too. I was talking to Commissioner Menendez one night, and he said that I had brought a little bit of new light to his thinking about what we're doing. As city attorney will tell you, we've been pretty delayed in getting started on your behalf because of cancellations of meetings. And at least at one time, if not 2, I was told that we were canceling because all the commissioners couldn't be there. And what I wanted to do was assure you that you have entrusted us with this mission. You are always welcome. First, you're citizens of Coral Gables, so you're welcome. Secondly, you are our leadership in our government, and so you're welcome for that reason too. But understand that when we hold these meetings, there will be a record for you, and we will be putting into a synopsis form the recommendations. So if you can come, great, but if you can't come, please don't worry. You will have the full impact of whatever's said at that meeting given to you in records and in our synopsis of those. That's all I wanted to say, was just please do not worry if you can't. Those meetings were not designed to have the whole commission mandatorily there. Okay?
Mayor, if I may, and as the chair of that board, and as my appointment to that board, we have full faith and confidence in the entire board to achieve the task at hand. And we want to I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Tom, who's here, and to everyone. Thank you for serving. I know that everybody's extremely busy, and you give up of your time. You have a full legal practice ongoing, so does Mr. Wells.
I just know how much you all have to do, and I didn't want you to think it was compelling that you be there. If you're there, great, but if you're not, here you are all day today. You'll be here many more times, and so that's all I wanted to say.
Will you honor us with a photo?
Yes,
Please.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Come on. Chip, George.
Mr. Manager, if you would be so kind, with the support of the commission, I'd like to publish that photo in our next weekly newsletter, just to make sure we obviously acknowledge and provide the necessary respects. And once we have more information from Mayor Slezak in regards to the to the burial and to any services that may be provided, please provide it to the entire commission. Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Clerk, to item A2.
Morning, Mayor, members of the commission.
Chief, how are you, sir?
Good. I believe the gaggle is coming in now.
We have a lively bunch out there. it
Yes,
seems.
we do.
Is it all for you guys?
Not for me. I mean, they work for me, but they're not for me.
The stage is yours. No firefighters today.
No, it's all us.
All you guys today.
I'm letting the rest of the crew come in. I'd like to bring Sergeant Bo Williams up to the podium. Commissioners, on December 11th, 2023, at approximately 10:18 in the morning, our units were dispatched to a burglary in progress in the area of Galliano Street and Minorca Avenue. Again, Sergeant Bo Williams, who actually is a supervisor on the shift, on our day shift, responded, and about 10, 15 minutes into it, observed a subject that was attempting to hide in the intersection of Galliano Street and Zamora. Approximately 33 seconds later, and I don't know how we timed that, but Sergeant Williams also observed that he saw other subject fleeing on foot and gave foot pursuit of that, and also was able to radio to other detectives and officers in the area. Officer Tanis was also responding to assist in the perimeter that, while running and setting up a perimeter, which is not easy to do, Sergeant Williams did. The three individuals were taken into custody just prior to using our city trolley to exit the area. The juveniles were then detained and subsequently arrested. After a brief search in the area where the subject was last seen, Lieutenant Lance and the K-9 unit actually searched the area, and the individual was found hiding in one of the electrical closets in the area of where the perimeter was set up. And because of Sergeant Bo Williams' quick response and decisive action, while on the scene resulted in the arrest of a vehicle burglar and three other subjects, he was nominated for and was awarded the Officer of the Month Award for December 2023.
Sir, the floor is yours. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Lago. Thank you, Commissioners, for having me here today. Thank you, Chief Hudak, and thank you, Lieutenant Carrasco and Lieutenant Lance for nominating me for this. But once again, like many officers have said before me, that it's always a team effort, and I couldn't have been able to apprehend this subject without them. On this day, how we, like the Chief said, it was a burglary in progress where some subjects were trying to steal some vehicles. A description was given of a subject wearing a green jersey, and so I was able to observe this subject, and when I tried to detain him, he took off running from me. And it's been several years since somebody's actually tried to run from me. Usually they cooperate, they sit down, but this kid was young, he was fast, and he was faster than me because now I'm in my mid to late 30s. And so it's been a while, probably since I was in the city of Miami. I started my career in the city of Miami. My first 5 years were there, and then 12 years here in the Gables. So I would have to admit, he was faster than me. But one thing that you learn, and I can admit that today.
Were you hoping he got on the trolley so you can get on the trolley?
At least he can take a break, but not only was he faster, he was more athletic. So once he jumped over 2 fences, I got on the radio, and thankfully I had my partners around me and the younger officers who were there and were ready to set up a perimeter. And that just goes to show that not only the officers but the detectives as well to do a follow-up investigation. They actually got a confession not only out of the subject that ran for me, but the other subjects that were apprehended by the motors unit. So they were able to get confessions from all 4 subjects, and the case was closed. But like I said, it wasn't just me. And it wasn't just me. But what you learn in the academy is that you cannot run the officer, but you cannot run the radio. And behind that radio is backup, and I'm proud to wear this Coral Gables patch to know that they're backing me up. And thank you once again. And I have Elijah, any words? No, you want to say anything?
Sergeant Williams, congratulations. Obviously, I mean, you're an amazing officer, and we hear it a lot from the residents. That you're committed to the city. It's amazing. You have a great demeanor about you, which brings a lot of peace and calm to people. So I just want to congratulate you. Every time that I turn a corner or I'm involved in something that has to do with police, and you're the front and center, along with all the individuals who are here. But people speak very highly of you. And we're very proud to have you here in the city. But your family is amazing, by the way. We're celebrating you today, but we need to celebrate you. You have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful family, and I want to bring them front and center because this is again a representation of who the department is, who our employees are. You have an incredible wife who I know that every single day when you're out there working, she's nervous. She's nervous, and you have 4 beautiful, beautiful children. But we just want to say thank you for your commitment to law enforcement and to making sure that this community is safe. And you put this community before you put your own family, and that has to be commended over and over again. So I just want to say thank you to your beautiful wife and family. Thank you so much.
Picture?
Take a picture. Come on.
Thank you, sir.
I wish my girls were
Around 10 a.m.
Get next to your dad. Get next to your dad. This is. This is amazing. A little closer. Come on. Let's take one with the chief and obviously the whole family.
The camera does.
Okay, here we go. That's it. 1, 2. Waiting. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
He is. You know how to work with things. Yes.
Chief, moving on to item A3.
Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to bring Sergeant Riza Martis to the podium, please. It is with my great pleasure that I introduce to you once again a two-time winner of our Officer of the Year Award for 2023. Sergeant Martis is no stranger to this podium, both as a detective, as an officer, and as an Officer of the Year. Just a moment of privilege. I will tell you that, we have talked in this dais many, many times about looking for the right people to patrol our streets and to do our investigations. And if I had a few people to pick, one of the poster children that I would take, because she's much younger than I am, is Sergeant Martis, because not only has she been exemplary as an officer, as a detective, but just as a recently newly promoted sergeant, has taken what she's learned and imparted it on our newest members within the department as a supervisor. Takes it upon herself to kind of mentor at a young age and continues to show what it means to be part of the Coral Gables police family. And for that, I'm entirely indebted to you for this. So thank you, Riza, for what you do every night. Detective Martis at the time was working and really kind of worked with the federal, state, local groups and was able to identify, but also pick out and break up what we call an organized crime spree with the South American theft group. She worked day and night with many different agencies, including the Burglary Apprehension Unit, our Property Crimes Unit, the Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, and task force members, and was able to arrest the ringleader of this international theft group, and which had subsequent charges from HSI, the FBI. Her tenacity has been shown throughout the years, how her compassion goes above and beyond for her victims. It is important to note that she still is actively pursuing members of this group to this day. She still gives information and forwards it on, so she still has a lot of detective in her, which I think we always do. She continues to work with her colleagues in other areas to help thwart the crime in the middle of the night, which is really kind of remarkable. She also, if you remember back in 2021, which she was awarded for already, was able to identify the first little set of hate crimes that have proliferated our city at the time against the Jewish community. Again, in 2023, she was able to observe a male that matched the description of an offender walking away in the 1200 block of Douglas Road and maintained a visual on it until the individuals were actually be able to surround it and detained. It's because of her ever-present supervision, her commitment not only to the Coral Gables police family, but also as her husband, who's also a member of our department. So, do we bring the kids?
Not this time.
Not this time? Okay, well, I don't know if you can compare. Williams there's more of them. They're I don't think any of us can keep up with Bo Williams and his family. But what it brings to amplify what a police officer of the year is. And I am honored and extremely proud to present to you our Officer of the Year for 2023, Riza Martis.
Thank you, everybody. I actually came prepared this time. Thank you, Chief, for your kind words. Thank you to senior staff that's here today. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you to my two nominators this year. They're also here. If I call your name, please stand. Lieutenant Guasto and Sergeant Baina. And the award selection committee for selecting me a second time for this prestigious award, the Officer of the Year. I want to thank a very special thank you to my unit, Property Crimes Unit, Sergeant Baina, Detectives Flores, Taha, Gonzalez, Diaz, and Maizo. Some of them are here today, as well as our crime analyst, Julian Pozo. Especially during the summer, I sustained an injury. I had surgery, and I could not walk for 2 months. They really took in the cases that would have been assigned to me while our unit was already running short. I also appreciate the support by our CID supervisors, Lieutenant Lemon at the time, Lieutenant Carbonell, and now Interim Chief Pedroso. Homeland Security investigations for this investigation that lasted approximately 9 months. He's not here today, but Special Agent Eric Moreno and the El Dorado Task Force members. Broward Sheriff's Office BAT team, the burglary apprehension team. Without them, surveillance and intelligence into so many subjects could not be possible. Diplomatic Security Services Special Agent Tony Bogdan, whose assistance in obtaining information on this ringleader and the acquaintances and associates of this group from Colombia, Mexico, and other countries. He's here with us today. And he assisted after the local state arrest to put together an indictment package for federal charges on this individual. So thank you, Tony. FBI Special Agent Rob Gixey, he's not here today. FBI TFO Detective Tommy Weber. Customs and Border Protection Officer Erickson Santiago, he assisted in identifying approximately 30 individuals linked to this group. And we would look into one subject and 3 more names would pop up. So we started with about 4, and it ended up being around 30 individuals. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Officer Danny Rendueles, who assisted with immigration holds and detainers to successfully deport 6 offenders back to Colombia and 1 to Chile on an unrelated Rolex theft case from Jace Jewelers. Sometimes we don't get the outcome we want, we don't get the arrest, but we at least get the deportation and we get these individuals out of the country. Assistant State Attorney Joro Foreman, he's here today, and Assistant State Attorney Aroca, they signed off on so many warrants throughout these investigations, approximately 15 cases, each requiring a minimum of 2 to 3 warrants. So thank you. The victims of these cases that put their trust in me and have cooperated throughout the investigation, I have one of the victims here today, Ms. Viana. I would also like to thank a role model and friend, she's not here today, Sergeant Christensen. I worked with her in CID and currently working with her on the midnight shift after promoting. She's kept me grounded on the midnight shift. It's someone I could speak freely with, and definitely big shoes to fill in, right, Lieutenant Guasto? As I take on her responsibilities as the Crisis Negotiations Sergeant. Lieutenant Guasto, thank you for your nomination in November for the arrest made on the midnight shift, and to all the patrol officers, especially the Alpha shift, which is the graveyard shift, the midnight shift. Those are rough hours to work, especially if you have kids, family, and these officers come to work and work with me. Finally, to myself and my family, I really don't give up. I don't take no for an answer. You could ask my husband, who's here. I'm very goal-oriented, especially with cases. And my husband, John, and my children, they're not here today. One wanted to come, one didn't, so I couldn't, bring only one. But these investigations do take time away from family, holidays, weekends, and John has been very understanding of that in the last 3 years as a detective, and in the last 10 here with Coral Gables. So I appreciate you all. I thank you all for coming, and I'm always going to give it my 100% to all of you. So thank you.
Sergeant, congratulations. We're blessed to have you on our side.
Thank you.
Mayor, if you-
The immense
done, I
pride that you take in your job is, again, evidently clear by the way you conduct yourself. So we're blessed to have you showing the next future police officers that, joining Coral Gables is an honor, and that the way you conduct yourself is just amazing. And I see it in the way that you prepared yourself. The fact that you've been nominated so many times, that you have all your peers here, and they look at you as a person who they'll go into any foxhole with. They'll jump over any fence, like Bo was mentioned. They'll call any backup on a phone, and that they're not worried, because at the end of the day, you're on the other side. So before we hear from my colleagues, because I know that everybody would like to probably say something, if I may be so forward, I'd like to ask your husband to come up and speak, because at least, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because when you were speaking, he was looking at you in a way that I thought it was very beautiful, and it was very touching in the sense that he looked at you with such a sense of pride. That is something that, again, that he may not want to say it, but he really looks up to you. So come on. Take the moment. You're gonna thank. Listen, you're gonna thank me later, officer.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm all ears.
Here we go.
Oh, we're very proud of her. Our kids are very proud of her. And we have a good working relationship where, she picks up the slack and where I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. You completely caught me off guard.
It's okay.
I and the children are very proud of her, and she does a great job.
That's perfectly said. That's it. It's a beautiful thing. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I'm going to add to your comments that, without the teamwork at home, we can't shine in our own job. And I did that to my husband for decades as I took cases out of the district and so forth. So the support that you offer each other is critical, and we appreciate what you do together. So I'm going to add to your comments just a little bit because of the background and experience I've had both in criminal and civil litigation. I understand what HSI is. I know what it is to be, to have an agent in charge that's great, can make or break a case. Okay. I also understand that once you have someone deported, it's not like, oh, well, we didn't get a chance to put a scar on them. You've also scarred them with, if they come back in this country, they're going to be serving not just, whatever crimes they do, they're going to have an additional charge for illegal reentry, an additional federal sentence. So whatever state law violation they do, that's going to be federalized at that point, and they're going to have a much more difficult time doing anything. They'll serve time here, and then they'll get to go back home to wherever they were. So thank you for what you did. Without your leadership, this wouldn't happen. The same thing for the officer. Without your leadership, this team can't work its best. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Just a couple words. I think the chief said it during the swearing in of our three new officers last week. The importance family has in the life of a police officer. And I've always seen what a great mother you are as well. And I wanted to congratulate you for that as well, because the shift that you work is not easy, as you said. And a lot of people out there don't understand, we're protected 24 hours a day because of people like you who are dedicated at whatever time to keeping us safe. So thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, everybody that I invited,
Everybody.
please come up.
Absolutely.
We can go outside.
Plenty of room.
We're not done. Come back. Come on up here. Hold on, wait, we got it.
Yo quiero así algo.
Pero ahora
Septiembre 9. La señora puede estar septiembre 9.
Eso no funciona. Lo que no dura soy yo.
Before we move on to public comment, because there is no approval of minutes, I've asked the Chief Hudak to give an update in regards to our officer that was in the hospital. I've gotten several phone calls, and I've had my colleagues in the commission have also emails requesting an update on how the officer's doing from residents.
I'm happy to announce or to report that he is doing very well. He's at home resting. He had one surgery for some constructive work on his face. He continues to see Baskin-Palmer, some double vision from a CTE type of injury, if you will. Again, I think this is why we train for these things. The escort that was being done that day was something that we do as part of our agreement with the University of Miami Athletics. So ourselves, FHP, but we use it really as a training situation because when our motorcycles, officers don't get enough training, and this is part of it. So he was, again, his abilities to swerve when the individual kind of turned probably saved a lot more of a devastating injury. Again, I can't say enough for our fire rescue people. They did not take a chance. We flew him out to Jackson from the youth center. I met with him the next day. He had surgery following that and then was released. He is, from what I understand, resting comfortably. I talk to him like every 2 days. But again, it's the reason why we train, but it's also the difficult part of the job on a motorcycle. There's a couple of things I've never done. I didn't have a canine, and I was never on a motorcycle. David is doing well, and he has everything that I've expressed to him from your all concern that day. And our HR director and I have been in contact on a regular basis about anything else that's needed. So physically, he's got a little bit of a road to recovery, but we are very, very happy to announce that he is recovering well.
Thank you, Chief. Just so my colleagues in the commission are aware, I went to visit the officer at Jackson. He was in good spirits, a little groggy prior to the surgery. He was having the surgery 2 hours before I visited him. I got to meet his wife and his mother, and I relayed on behalf of the commission and the city that obviously we support him 110%, that we're looking forward to his speedy recovery, and that we'll provide any assistance necessary to ensure that he is 100%. And I said it on behalf of the commission that there will be brighter days ahead for him. Mm-hmm. He's got obviously he was heading into a surgery at that moment, and that we'll see him on the other side, and we look forward to him returning back to the city of Coral Gables because he does a great job.
He does. Listen, the motorcycle guys, I mean, this is why we train like that in the SWAT team, because, we have to do these escorts on a regular basis, whether it be a special event type thing, and this is the easiest way that we can get as much training as we can other than their training days. There's a benefit between us and the university to get out our Just Say No to Drugs or our DUI campaigns that you see at certain sporting events. The athletic department has put that forward. So some of those secure escorts, if you will, back and forth to the airport, because once they've been screened, we have to make sure that we don't lose contact right onto the airport. So it's an ongoing operation that's been in place for years. But that training part of it is exactly why we do it. So, and I will make sure I express to his wife and family as well everyone's sincere thoughts from here.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, there is no approval of minutes. There's no past minutes to approve. We move on to public comment.
Mr. Mayor, first speaker today is Richard Lara.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Vice Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, City Attorney, as well as City Clerk and the residents of Coral Gables. My name is Richard Lara, and I reside at 1001 Coral Way. If I may be permitted a few minutes to provide a brief background. My family moved to Coral Gables in 1983. My parents, Alberto and Sonia, fled Cuba in 1961 as exiles escaping a totalitarian regime and came to this country seeking freedom with little more than the shirts on their backs, like so many of our citizens here in the City Beautiful. My father worked 2 jobs as a maintenance man for the apartment building that we called home on Valencia Avenue, where I shared a bedroom with my brother throughout my teens. My father knew that his sacrifices for his family were worth it by making Coral Gables our home. As a proud Coral Gables High School graduate and a former Silver Knight, I went on to earn my BA at the University of Michigan, and I earned my law degree at Boston College Law School. I've been happily married to Bertha for 26 years, and we are proud parents of 3 daughters, Gabrielle, Victoria, and Alexandra. We are all so very proud to call Coral Gables our home. I've dedicated over 30 years to the practice of law, owning my law firm for 14 years before becoming Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Spanish Broadcasting System. I've served with honor on the Judicial Nominating Commission for the 3rd District Court of Appeal, served as chair of the Florida Bar Grievance Committee, proudly serve on the board of directors for Easter Seals South Florida, and currently serve on the Anti-Crime Committee for Coral Gables, have been appointed by Commissioner Menendez. As a seasoned problem solver, I've always counseled individuals and businesses with respect, civility, and professionalism throughout my career. These are the very principles that sadly are sorely missing at this commission. Over the past 2 years, I've witnessed the steep decline of due process, transparency, and professionalism at our commission. By way of example, the sitting commissioners voting for themselves a 101% compensation increase without public input or consent is unprecedented and reflects the lack of integrity in our current governance. Also, the cruel and arrogant manner employed by these commissioners in firing the city manager at the last commission meeting without regard for the overwhelming public opinion or due process, or a basis in fact or law, is but another example of the chaos running rampant in this commission. Coral Gables commissioners were the gold standard, the shining example for all other neighboring communities of how to best govern effectively with dignity, integrity, and professionalism. But not anymore. We simply cannot permit this. Actions have consequences, and here the stakes have never been higher. Enough is enough. I would have never imagined standing here before this commission under these circumstances, which for me are nothing more than a call to action. And I've been overwhelmed and humbled by the growing encouragement I receive from so many of my fellow citizens who approach me to act now for Coral Gables. As a concerned citizen, fueled by civic duty and an enduring love of our city, I've decided to run for Commissioner of Coral Gables Group 3, specifically challenging Mr. Menendez. Today, we enthusiastically begin the race to restore order, civility, professionalism, and integrity back to this commission. I am excited and eager to help restore these values as a commissioner and put a laser focus on the growing need for improving the quality of life for our citizens, including a much-needed taxpayer relief by lowering the millage rate while ensuring that we always maintain fully resourced and staffed police and fighting forces to ensure a safe environment for our families and for our businesses, as well as the preservation and expansion of our green spaces and the walkability of our great and unique city. I promise to be the true representative of all the citizens of Coral Gables. We must never forget, it's all about the citizens and bettering their lives in the city, for us all to prosper and enjoy all the beauty and wonderment that the city has to offer. I am supremely confident that the best days for the City Beautiful lie ahead when we all work together. I look forward to you all joining me on the campaign trail to usher in a positive change in Coral Gables. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Clerk, and the Acting City Manager, and citizens for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Ms. Cruz.
Maria Cruz, I don't know if I have to give address because I've seen people that do not give addresses here, but I will. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, where I've been since 1976. And I do have a family, and my kids grew up there, and I believe I've been involved, but I'm not announcing that I'm running for anything. I didn't think that was the appropriate place to do it. Many times I have been asked why employees come to me and why they call me, why they drop off stuff in front of my door, why I get so many anonymous messages. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you that the reason why employees do that is because they do not trust their supervisors, their directors, the people that should come to their rescue, including HR. I can tell you, it was funny when somebody told me that there was a director recently who would go walk around the department and say, I wonder who's going to get fired today, because that was a permanent threat. Okay, so our employees come to me because they're afraid of getting fired. Simple as that. But let me tell you, much to some people's chagrin, I guess, I've had time to think about how our city has gotten where it is. And I know that people claim that we never had scandals before. This is something new. We have scandals. Let me tell you, we've had scandals in this city many times. I was trying to remember how many, but I also know how many times things have gone wrong and they've been covered up. And this is what has made me come forth many times to say how bad it is when somebody like me that could be home enjoying soap operas and game shows has to come here to talk about what has gotten us here. Let me start by giving you 4 examples, so bear with me. Employee who deposited checks made out to the city into her own account, bank account. Guess what? The superiors knew, but the elected officials didn't. I was the one that exposed that. And then she was prosecuted. I never knew whether she paid back what she was supposed to pay back, because we don't talk about those things. You know, Coral Gables, we don't talk about those ugly things. Finance department knew. They knew because once I opened the door, they knew about it. Well, then we have an employee recently who wanted to get another job in another municipality and was offered a letter, but it was less than what he wanted. So he fixed the letter, brought it here, and was going to get a raise because he had a better offer. When I opened the door, he was fired. Okay, but we would have gone along with it. Nobody was checking. As a matter of fact, I was told that they had checked with the other city, which was not true because I checked. Okay, then that takes us to the cash trays that were found recently. Cash trays. The city hasn't been accepting cash for some time, but yet there were cash trays found. I believe one of them still had money. But you know what? It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal because it was little money. You know, when I grew up, 5 pennies was a lot of money. It doesn't make any difference how much. How come the people that issued the trays did not know they were not back? How come the trays were not picked up? How come the trays were not returned? You know, we don't worry about little things. Okay? And then, if you remember, not long ago, I spoke about the unsupervised expenditure of money for frills, things that we do not need, in the Development Services Department. Guess what? I spoke here January 23rd. January 24th, we spent $166.89 on paper hot cups. On January 26th, we bought Cappuccino Kit again for $285. February 4th, we bought K-Cups for $64.98 for the Dark Magic, I don't know what that means, and $69.80 for the original K-Cups. Why am I saying this? Because you know what? You can bring the horse to water, but you cannot make him drink it. Hello? If it's still happening, obviously the message has not gotten. So I came up with a solution. You know, I never come that I don't have a solution. A few meetings ago, I saw one business that was here to get permission to open a ventanita nearby. So I said to myself, the coffee machine is being leased by us, the taxpayers. We pay for it. The supplies for the machine is being paid by us, the taxpayers. So we, the taxpayers, own the building. So could one of us come here? I'll be willing to get a permit. So one of the windows facing Biltmore Way on the 427 building could become our ventanita. And the residents could come and get their free coffee, free tea, because, you know, it has tea, coffee, cappuccino, you name it, anything you want, and it's free. So can we do that for our residents? If you want me to, if you give me the go-ahead, I'll apply for the permit. I just looked. There's a nice window that we could open, and that way it will not be going to 60 employees. Okay, so guys, seriously, something has to happen. And you know what? The people that are involved with this, they know who they are. And the supervisors know who they are. And we feel very sorry because they've been signaled out. You know what? Enough is enough. And then my last comment is, I have a name for the ventanita already. It's not going to be Maria's. It's going to be Surami's. Thank you.
Tom Wells.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. I request the commission avoid approving a severance pay as part of the compensation package for the city manager. This is a $105,000 problem. Per resolution 2018-258, Mr. Glacier was promoted from assistant city manager to city manager with the following compensation package: $235,000 in 2018 tied to an annual CPI increase. It's over $294,000 in 2024. Additional retirement contribution, 25% of his current base salary. That's over $73,500 currently. A monthly car allowance, health insurance for himself and his family, and in addition, 20 weeks of severance compensation if he's terminated for any reason other than misconduct per section 443-036. That's over $105,000. Mr. Glaze is over 60 when promoted to city manager. He only gets a severance if he's terminated by the city commission. That is why he would never resign. Sections 8 and 11 of the city charter provide the city manager serves at the will or pleasure of the commission. This severance imposes unnecessary costs on future commissions exercising rights per the city charter. It could be argued the city does not owe Mr. Glaze severance because of potential acts of misconduct, so I'm going to disagree with one of the prior speakers. These are the acts of misconduct. Violating City Code Sections 2-77 and 2-81 as to the rules of decorum and debate by making subjective opinions not related to the motion being considered. Violating City Charter Section 15.5 requiring the city manager to keep the commission fully advised as to the condition of the city. At 6:17 of this January 23rd meeting, he said the city had lost $240,000 on this particular lease referring to Fritz and Franz, causing one commissioner, to falsely state there was a $240,000 back due rent, violating Citizens Bill of Rights A2, stating that the city employee that no city employee shall knowingly provide false information or knowingly omit significant facts when giving requested information to members of the public. The city manager's page currently on the city's website for Fritz and Franz states the tenant is required to replace equipment at end of life per the current lease. That provision doesn't exist per the current lease. That's false. Refusal to follow the direction of the commission at the March 8, 2022 meeting to reopen Burger Bob's. Mayor Lagos stated that it will reopen on December 22nd, on December 2022. Burger Bob's still not open after 2 years. Mr. Glacy's severance windfall was approved by only one current commissioner. I am hopeful this mistake will not be repeated. In addition, on later today, you're going to talk about replacing in the search committee for the city manager. It should be done by an independent committee, not by the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
Yes, I would like to pull item D4, please.
Anything else?
I would like to pull item D2.
Okay. May I please have a motion on the amended consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to item D2.
I just wanted, I've had questions from residents about this issue, and I know staff gave me an explanation as to why we're at this point, so I wanted to see if you could just let residents know how we got to this point and what we're doing to try to address it.
Sure, Commissioner. So the unit that is located, one of the two units located in the public safety building has a failure of a component, which is called an adaptive frequency drive. We're still on the process of fact-finding with what really happened and working with our legal, with our attorney. But the fact is that we have to go ahead and fix the unit because it's causing problems on chilling the building. So the reason why it's here is that because it passes the threshold and we had to get approval from the commission to go ahead and fix it while we do fact-finding and issues with the city attorney.
So basically, we're trying to trying to get the warranty to cover the expenses, but we have to pay the expenses up front, basically.
We are looking at the installation and some of the facts involved in that, yes, whether the unit is part of a major component, et cetera. So we have, again, the city attorney and outside counsel involved in that.
Okay, thank you.
That was my understanding of it, too. We don't allow the building condition to deteriorate, so we will fix it first and continue, doing the necessary steps to get reimbursed from, Train or whomever had the faulty component in there. Okay?
With that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Before we move it, Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor? Will you, when the building was turned over, there should have been a warranty package that was submitted by the contractor to the client. It usually provides a 1-year warranty from the contractor to the client, and then the subcontractors provide warranties underneath the contractor. And then what they also do is they provide, obviously, for larger pieces of equipment like HVAC, plumbing, electrical, switchgear, they provide the actual warranty items with the manuals. Can you do me a favor? Can you pull the warranty manual that was provided in the closeout documents for the public safety building and go to the tab that shows the subcontractor that was given the contract to do this work and see if we have the warranty item necessary? I'm pretty sure we do in regards to this specific piece of machinery, and then dig in to see if there's a 5 or a 10-year warranty for parts and labor, and then move on back from there. And then when we call Train, we can actually tell them, listen, this piece is covered under the 5 or 10-year warranty based on the letter that was provided.
So looking at the
facts on this issue, and the original installation is something that we're looking into it, and we're referring to as one of the components of the system. But there are other actions that took place during the process of repairing the equipment in different occasions when a component is removed. And once you alter the original composition of it, then there's some issues there that,
I would like to see the warranty package.
Sure.
For this division and for this component, for this item. And then I get a better understanding is when there's been maintenance provided, there should be a maintenance log.
Right.
And whatever was done on this machine will be detailed in that maintenance log.
Right.
And then we can move on and just cross-reference to see exactly if the warranty has been voided in one form or another. It's the same thing that happens in a roof. If you have a new roof and you penetrate that roof, you void the warranty. So I want to see if kind of see if I can help out in any way and understand, because this is a pretty significant cost.
Right.
We talked about this in our meeting.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. We will provide a briefing to each commissioner on the latest that we have.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item D4, I pulled this item because this is part of my 4 initiatives that we passed here a few years ago, where we provide $25,000 to consulates in the city of Coral Gables. And it's something that I wanted to highlight because, again, it draws a lot of people here to our downtown, and it's just like Dia de los Muertos from Mexico. And it's a beautiful event that really highlights the Colombian culture, and it's an opportunity for us to continue to bring people to our downtown, which benefits the businesses. I will ask my colleagues in the commission to please speak with Belkis and speak with our staff to see how we can continue to add onto those 2 remaining slots. We had talked about potentially there's 2 other consulates, multiple different consulates that are interested in having, finishing off the 4 events that we're supposed to have every year. We've grown it slowly, but in this 3rd year, I'd like to see if we can add a 3rd event, and then maybe in its 4th year, add potentially a 4th event. Dia de los Muertos has grown into something where thousands of people go to it. It also coincides with the great Halloween event that Belkis and her team did this year, along with Parks and everybody, all hands on deck. But I think that we could potentially add another consulate in the city of Coral Gables to take advantage of this money that was placed there in the budget to continue just to invite people to the city of Coral Gables. So just putting it out there and asking my colleagues to work with Belkis to see if we can find another consulate. I have 2 that I'm already working on that are interested, but maybe we can convince one of the over 20 consulates here in the city that are interested. And that doesn't take much convincing because we're providing some good seed money to cover for expenses like police, infrastructure, permits, and a few other things.
Very, very interesting, and I think this also can be, showcased as part of our cultural arts strategic plan going forward.
Perfect.
So if no one else has any additional matters, I just move it.
You got a second?
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Before we move on to F4, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be here at 10:30, and we'll move on to the 10:15 time certain. Thank you. Move on to item F4, time certain for 10:15.
This is an item that I asked to be called to better inform the residents, and there's a very short presentation that's been put together by our city manager, and we're blessed to have Dennis Ollie here today. So I'm going to ask for the city manager to do his very short presentation to show what our PFOA mitigation program is, and then I'll have Mr. Ollie follow up with the benefits of what it does for our environment here, and in particular butterflies. And I do have a couple pictures in the front here. These are extremely rare Miami blue butterflies. We're trying to restore habitat in various areas by putting in the host plant for these butterflies. And in Camp Mahachi, we put in 150 host plants there and hope to bring these butterflies back. But there's a lot of peacocks down there. So without anything more said, because I know we have people waiting here on other items, City Manager, can you proceed?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, we have a technical problem with the PowerPoint.
While you have a technical problem, Miami blue butterfly only exists in one island in the Keys. It is one hurricane away from becoming totally extinct, and this is the only place it survives. It would be a shame that we bring up larvae and have them on these plants, and they get consumed by 40-pound birds that don't belong in South Florida, just because we have an overpopulation and no natural predator to them. So mockingbirds and cardinals do not consume as much as a peacock can. So, are we ready?
Yeah, almost ready.
We're getting the PowerPoint.
So if I may begin, we'll do this. So the county passed an ordinance regarding the PFOS mitigation and allowed the cities to modify the ordinance. And as such, the city of Coral Gables passed Resolution 2022-285. They set the ground rules for mitigation of PFOS in the city. To that effect, we contracted with a trapper and to comply with these regulations and humanely capture and remove the PFOS from different areas of the Gable. We have a substantial population of PFOS on the Gable, and they continue to incur and migrate to other areas where we have never seen them before. They're all the way basically from H3 all the way south to the further south portion of the city. And if you could see on the pictures that we have, they roost on roof, are very loud, they scratch vehicles, they cause diseases by the feces, et cetera, et cetera. They become very aggressive during mating season. And they continue to be a nuisance and some sort of danger for a lot of people that complain about them, again, vehicles being scratched, et cetera. Other municipalities that have adopted resolutions have done a little bit different than what we do. In the city of Coral Gables, like I say, we could remove them from public right-of-way or on parks or areas that are controlled by the city. Residents have the right to contract trappers and remove it from their residence area. And we're very active engaging on doing this process. We have captured approximately 15 to 20 of them in different locations that we have put the traps. And basically the trapper opens the gate, monitors the gate through cameras and know when they're there, and then he comes and closes the trap and remove them. Like I was saying, other municipalities like Palmetto Bay has institutionalized a different program. They basically capture the PFOS. They have a veterinarian retainer paid every month, and they basically capture the PFOS, they sterilize them, and then they put them back in the community. Now, PFOS live approximately 30 to 40 years in captivity or when they are in a domestic environment. So this is not a short-term solution to our problem. We will continue to work with the resources that we have to continue to track the PFOS and avoid the damage that they do to to the population of butterflies and other insects and lizards within our community.
So, I called Dennis Ollie up to do his presentation. I've also received complaints from residents that they're breaking roof tiles, that they're attacking the cats that roam the neighborhood. Aside from the damage that you've talked about, to cars and so forth. Mr. Ollie, we're blessed to have you here. I'm a fan of yours, of course, because I like to try to restore native habitats. And can you enlighten us about with regard to your interactions with the native butterflies?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Dennis Ollie, longtime resident of Coral Gables, 934 Andres Avenue. For these purposes, I'm currently the president of the Miami Blue chapter of the North American Butterfly Association. I sit on the board, the national board of that organization. We're a not-for-profit organization. Our mission is to promote the public enjoyment and conservation of butterflies, specifically in nature in general. I'm also a longtime bird watcher, 60 plus years, thanks to my mother. Started at an early age, and we all love beautiful birds. They're great. Our problem is invasive species, and frankly, South Florida is one of the epicenters for that. We have animals from everywhere, and that's a problem. And unfortunately, Indian peafowl, we call them peacocks, but that's just the male Indian peafowl, are a dramatic example of the wrong species in the wrong place. It's important that we take action to limit their growth and their population, and this policy will do that. As we know, among other things, invasive species have upset the natural balance, and we as humans have already done a pretty good job of doing that. Our built environment has already resulted in decline in native species, and this only exacerbates that problem. Butterflies and other insects butterflies enjoy a positive reputation, other insects do not. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is a massive decline in pollinators, and frankly, that will be a huge problem for the world, and it's something that we need to address at the local level. Eliminating invasive predators is part of that effort. As I said earlier, the butterflies already have challenges. And we were pointed out, we have native birds that take them, and that's part of the natural process, but we've sort of skewed that process in the wrong direction. So this policy would, frankly, be a first step in what I'd like to think is the rewilding of Coral Gables. It's really important that we think about all of the spaces in the Gables, what's owned by the city, and our own backyards as important places where we can increase the native population of pollinators. And part of that step is to eliminate unnatural predators. The peafowl are those. Again, I encourage you to take this action. I'm not a politician, so I say politicians, there's one word you need to learn, and that is no, and in this case, no to peacocks. It's really important. I also take this opportunity to invite you all to a field trip we're having in Coral Gables at the corner of Toledo and Alava. There's a little small pollinator site that we asked the city simply to stop mowing. They did that a couple of years ago. We're having a field trip there just to identify the insects that are there. We've counted over 100 different species just in a very small plot. So it's this Saturday morning. You're welcome to join. It's open to the public. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it.
That's it.
It was just informational session.
Well, listen, again, I support you on this. I think it's important that we take a stand. This is a political hot potato. Nobody wants to address it because, again, they're beautiful creatures. But when we talk about invasive species, something has to happen because there is no natural predator. So whatever technique is used to rein in peacocks, something that has to be really, really, in my opinion, has to be considered because if not, you're going to end up pushing out sensitive species here. And I think, again, as you look at it, every single day we have less and less natural habitat. That's why here in the city, what we're trying to do is buy as many homes as possible, make them into parks, allow for pollinator gardens and stuff like that. So it's critical that we get engaged in this political conversation in regards to PFAL, because, again, we can't compromise on in my opinion, we can't compromise on our natural habitats, which are less and less by the day.
And I think this is something that even those who tried to protect them in the past, the county commission passed an ordinance, I think it was about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, protecting the PFAL. And the commissioner who sponsored that item is today one of the biggest advocates for rescinding that, because she has seen the negative impacts that it's had on our native habitat. So I agree, it's something that we need to find a solution. The question is, what is that solution?
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Moving on to item E3, 10:30 time certain.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to Appendix A, Site-Specific Zoning Regulations, Section A-94, Snapper Creek Lakes of the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code to include all types of accessory uses in the rear yard ground coverage calculation, to remove outdated Section A-94-2, and to provide consistency with the Snapper Creek Lakes protective covenants by increasing various setbacks, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Ms. Russo, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Laura Russo with offices at 2334 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I am here this morning representing Snapper Creek Lakes Homeowners Association. I have with me here today Mr. Ed Williamson, a longtime resident of Snapper Creek Lakes neighborhood, along with Don Fine, who is a member of the Board of Directors, and Heather Quinlan, who is the dock master as well as the administrator of the Homeowners Association. We are here this morning to request a text amendment to the site-specific section of the zoning code entitled Snapper Creek Lakes. So the amendments we are requesting is to have those site specifics that spell out setbacks for main building, setbacks for accessory uses, etc., to match our protective covenants. While that section is different from other parts of the zoning code, the Snapper Creek protective covenants are more restrictive than even the site specific. As an example, the front setback is 50, not 25 feet. A side street setback is 50. And in the site specifics, they are listed at 30. And so what we wanted to do is clarify and just have them be equal to the protective covenants, which is something that Gables Estates has, Cocoa Plum has, Journey's End. Their protective covenants are embodied in the site-specific section of the zoning code. Another change in the text amendment was just to clarify in the marina portion of the property, there was a typo. The number of slips and docks are the same. It's just one had one extra and one had one minus, so it's a typo correction. And the other change is to specify that accessory uses are uses listed in the Coral Gables zoning code. So a little bit of background. Snapper Creek Lakes was established in 1955. It is one of 3 neighborhoods that was annexed into the city of Coral Gables in 1996. Of the 3, it is the only one that has protective covenants. That means that when someone buys property in that area, they voluntarily agree to be subject to the rules and regulations that might be and usually are more restrictive than in the rest of the city. At the time in 1997, the city passed an ordinance setting forth the site specifics specifically for Snapper Creek Lakes. And in that ordinance, it recognized the unique character of Snapper Creek, the lush landscaping, the changing topography, and the classic contemporary architecture. which is very different from a lot of portions of Coral Gables. And so this ordinance then became embodied into the site specifics. The reason we are here, because up until, I want to say prior to COVID, there were no issues. And I think COVID caused a lot of issues just in general and how things were done. And the Homeowners Association started noticing that plans were being approved by the zoning department that did not meet the zoning code. And they were catching it, and they were also catching some things that did not meet the protective covenant setbacks. And so the HOA administrator, Heather, and myself set up a meeting with the Development Services Director, zoning, and the city architect, because the city architect was being blamed for everything. And so we sat down and figured that the best way to address this would be to incorporate the actual setbacks into the site specific, so that if someone went to look at Snapper Creek, they would see it there. And to clarify that the rest of the zoning code that was not mentioned there would be in effect. And for example, that pertains to the accessory uses. As with all text amendments or all legislation, notice was sent to residents within Snapper Creek, but also to residents within 1,000 feet outside of Snapper Creek, and that's within the city, and 500 feet outside the city limits. We held a neighborhood meeting at the Snapper Creek Marina in a room they have, and we had mostly residents from outside of Snapper Creek who were very concerned that the changes might be made to their site specifics. And we assured them that was not the case, that this was strictly for the residents of Snapper Creek. The Board of Governors of Snapper Creek voted on pursuing this text amendment, and in an abundance of caution, an email was sent to all the residents of Snapper Creek, and we got separate emails from them acknowledging their support for the amendment. And I have copies here that I can give to the clerk, which show all the houses that responded saying that they weren't in favor. Just to give you an idea, this is over 70% in favor of the text amendments. So you are going to hear in a few minutes from a property owner who has an issue with the Homeowners Association. And I want to make it clear that that has nothing to do with what we are doing here. The issue with that homeowner, and this goes to the accessory structures that I was talking about before. The section of the zoning code of Coral Gables lists accessory uses in a single-family zone. You're allowed to have a gazebo, you're allowed to have a cabana. If you're over 1.5 acres, you can have a guest house. They're all limited in size. And in Snapper Creek, there is a restriction. They have a much smaller footprint, which is something that they brought with them. They're only allowed a 15% lot coverage versus the rest of Coral Gables has 35% lot coverage. They have 5% rear yard coverage that you're allowed to have, while the rest of Coral Gables has 10% of your entire lot. So the rest of Coral Gables, except in site-specific areas, can have 40% lot coverage. In Snapper Creek, it's 15% and then 5% of your rear yard, not your whole yard. And since the annexation in 1997, swimming pools were included in that calculation. Sometime, and that was from 97 until approximately 2013, when an architect wrote a letter to Dade County wanting to know whether or not pools had been counted when they were in the county. The zoning official for the county responded saying that when the properties were part of Dade County, pools did not count. And at that time, Marta Salazar Blanco was the zoning administrator, and she was copied. Later on, that letter was given to staff, and they were instructed that if a pool was being proposed in one of the 3 annexed areas, that pools would not count as part of that rear setback. In Snapper Creek, pools were counted despite that fact. In fact, I've worked with Snapper Creek since 2007 on their zoning issues and never knew about the existence of that letter. So you are going to hear from someone who thinks that the changes that we are making with respect to the pools is to stop him from doing what he's doing. That is not the case. It's to make it clear for people in the future so there can be no misunderstanding. This is what it has been from 97 to 2013. And we know that pools have been counted in Snapper Creek since then. We have no issue if the other 2 subdivisions don't want to count pools because they weren't counted. In Dade County, Dade County also allowed wooden fences. We don't allow wooden fences. The residents of Snapper Creek wanted what was best of Dade County, which was the small lot coverage, and they want what's the best of the zoning code of Coral Gables. So we want, I know you will hear from this neighbor, but from our position in terms of the text amendment, the issue that this property owner has is something that's being handled by the association attorney, their litigating attorney, their association attorney, and has nothing to do with this text amendment. And the Planning and Zoning Board actually said it when they passed the motion approving the text amendment, that they said from the Gables standpoint, it would only apply for cases or houses that had not received Board of Architects approval. All right, so from my perspective, I know you're going to hear from this homeowner now. It has nothing to do with our application here for the text amendment. That's a separate and entire situation. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I respectfully request that you approve our text amendment, and I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
Thank you very much.
So one quick question, just to clarify it for some of the public. I understood what you meant from Board of Architect approval forward. Essentially what you're saying is from the effective date. The effective date will be for those.
The effective date for the amendments, it doesn't impact us because it's Snapper Creek. Snapper Creek has the right to enforce its covenants. So someone could not build a house with less setbacks, even though the new setbacks will go into the code, would be for any houses built. Since when they become a member of Snapper Creek Lake, they sign that they will abide by the rules and regulations, and the bylaws of Snapper Creek allow them to enforce the zoning code of Coral Gables as well as their protective covenants. So we understand.
It won't have a retroactive effect, was my point.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Good morning. Thank you for being here. Our zoning director.
Good morning, Shiva Garcia, Fine Official. I have a PowerPoint that briefly talks about the application and the area, just to get an idea of where we are. So again, this is an amendment to the site specifics of our zoning code. Our zoning code has our usual zoning regulations for anyone in the city, but site specifics is at the very end, and this is what they're amending. So the Snapper Creek is in South Gables. It's kind of in between Red Road and Old Cutler Road. The single family low density is the future land use designation, and the zoning is single family residential. Again, so we're just amending the site specifics to our Snapper Creek lakes. So in summary, what's being proposed is basically 5 different things. The first one is what we talked about is to count all accessory uses and structures, including pools, in that 5% maximum rear yard ground coverage maximum. Also mirroring the setbacks that are in their covenants, 50 feet and 30 feet. Increasing the setbacks of any various accessory structures from 7.5 feet to 8 feet. Updating the marina boat slips to be consistent with the county permit, and also removing the repetitive zoning code section A-94-2. So a little bit of graphic. Right now in the city of Coral Gables, outside of those 3 annexed areas, a pool is counted towards the maximum accessory uses of any property. However, when they were annexed in, as explained earlier, the city took the position to count and calculate these accessory uses the same way the county did. So what we proposed is that the 5% would also include any accessory uses or structure as counted by the rest of the city of Coral Gables, including pools. Again, mirroring the setbacks of 50 feet and 30 feet, again, consistent with the restrictive covenants of Snapper Creek Lakes. Increasing the setbacks from 7.5 feet to 8 feet for various accessory structures, gazebos, cabanas. And then 2 more things, just tweaking the maximum marina boat slips and also removing that repetitive language in our zoning code. So the neighborhood meeting the applicant had was back in December. Planning and Zoning Board was last month in January, and here we are for first reading. They had sent out letters to property owners twice. The property was posted, the Snapper Creeks area was posted, I think, by the entrance for the neighbors to be able to see what was going on. It was posted on the website twice and also advertised in the newspaper once. So staff determined that most of the proposed text amendments are consistent with the comp plan, and staff recommends approval with conditions. The 2 conditions is the 7.5 feet to 8 feet side setback is not consistent with the county's zoning that was annexed in. It would make a lot of legal non-conforming properties in the area. And then also the 5% calculation of the pool would also be inconsistent with comp plans, our policies in our comp plan. However, of course, the change of policy is on the commission. The commission has every right to change that policy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the commission? None.
None.
Okay. So I'd like to open up for public comment.
I have no members of the public requesting to speak on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Then we'll close the item. And the commission have any comments, anything else they'd like to add? Any questions, anything?
As far as
Can we do something? I'm trying to follow Robert's rules, as you notice. I'm being very, very strict on that. So I'd like everything to go through the mayor, through the chair of the commission. Madam City Attorney, correct?
Yes, Mayor. Our city code provides that in order to be recognized, in order to speak and have the floor, a member of the commission should be recognized by the mayor. So I think that's what you're getting at.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak, sir? Okay, then please sign up. Thank you. Let's wait for the gentleman before we close the public comment section.
So the first speaker is Rafael Portuondo.
Mr. Portuondo, please, thank you for being here with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm not presenting architecture today. I'm representing my client, Juan and Lewis. And so bear with me in terms of the legalese of things. One of the things that I typically do as architects, well, Rafael Portuondo Perotti Architects, 5717 Southwest 8th Street, is we go through the process and meeting with all the important parties, and we move forward based on their decisions. When we went to present a project in Snapper Creek, we met with the appointed architect, and the appointed architect gave us the regulations of City of Coral Gables that were signed off by Jim Byers and by Ramon Trias in terms of clarification of pool. This came from Snapper Creek. We proceeded with our preliminary submittals. We We put in bold letters, pool not part of the rear setback 5% calculation, which was something he told us to do. The auxiliary structure was part of that, and we know that. So we proceeded with that. We got the preliminary approval. We proceeded with the design of the house. Just to be clear in what I'm saying, the pool was not included, and it was approved by Snapper Creek, and the auxiliary structure was accounted in the 5% rear yard, and it was approved by Snapper Creek. We then went to the Board of Architects, and we got the Board of Architects approval with the approval from Snapper Creek, stamped, signed, approved, and we proceeded to working drawings. Once we finished working drawings, we resubmitted the project to Snapper Creek. It was stamped approved, and as we went to go pick them up, Heather picked them up and actually signed them off and said that it was not approved. It was weird. For the first time in the 37 years we've been practicing, we've never gone through a situation where the association is approving us, and at the end of all that work, they're disapproving us. We ended up setting up a meeting with the city attorney. We ended up with the head of architecture, with the assistant city attorney, with Douglas, and we went over what happened, and the city of Coral Gables said that we agree with your interpretation because it's the rules and regulations of annexed parcels and annexed, in terms of Hammock Lakes, Snapper Creek, and that we use Dade County regulations. In the Dade County regulations, the pools don't count, and the auxiliary structures count as part of the rear setback. And so I heard Laura today saying something that, and the city itself saying something that resonated to me, which was the clarification of the code is that we're clarifying that the pools are counting in the 5%. They're clarifying that, which it wasn't clear before, and the city does acknowledge that the 5% counts for the pool. And so one of the things that is a challenge for us is that we were approved by Snapper Creek and we were approved by the City of Coral Gables Board of Architects. The City of Coral Gables told us to submit our plans to lock in your position and that you're in the pipeline of getting approved, so you don't lose that. So the owners wanted to design basically a one-story home. So we took advantage of the maximum lot coverage. The pool didn't count. The pool is like 890 square feet. The auxiliary structure is part of the 5%. In the meeting that we had prior to this, a lot of the homeowners association members of Snapper Creek came up to us and said, "We're really, really sorry. We didn't know that you went through all of this." And even one of them asked me what it would take to redo the drawings. And I said, well, it's going to take $500,000 because it's a throwaway. So we're in a very difficult situation because we've designed a home that was approved by Snapper Creek. We designed a home that's the city is telling us, submit the drawings because you're okay. And then we resubmit to Snapper Creek and we get rejected, knowing that we were taken off the list of moving forward with our project because the City of Coral Gables is telling us we're okay. One of the things that happens with annexations, and I'm not an attorney, but I feel like this is something that I'm very passionate about, is when the cities annex an out parcel, Snapper Creek, Hammock Lakes, the reason they go to Dade County and keep the Dade County rules, because they would, in essence, create a huge existing non-conforming. And so I'm not really sure that the homeowners of Snapper Creek understand that they were annexed without counting the pools. They were annexed with a 5%. And so it doesn't really matter what they've said for so many years if they were saying it wrong. And the City of Coral Gables agrees with us in that that's the way it was. Not only approved by Jim Byers, which was Dade County, but it was also approved by the city attorney as a ruling. So it's interesting to me to sit here with someone I truly love, Laura Russo, and she's saying, and the city's saying, we're clarifying the code to make sure that the 5% is now counted for the pool. When we were in the previous hearing board, Robert Behar asked Laura, so Laura, is the pool part of, counted in Snapper Creek? And her answer was no. And so, which is why this is so bizarre. So we go through the process, we get approved by Snapper Creek, we get approved by Coral Gables. We are now in a hearing which is clarifying the zoning code, which we have no problem because they're doing it now. Not when it was actually, when the city attorney made a ruling on it, which was 2013, they could have, that next day, they could have clarified the code. And all this here is stemming from the fact that our complete guidance came from Snapper Creek. Everything that we did moving forward was because Snapper Creek appointed architect, gave us the rulings, handed us the rulings that we should follow, which was the reading of Ramon Trias, the ruling of Jim Byers, et cetera, et cetera. We got nervous. My last comment, I know I'm repeating myself. We got nervous because we didn't understand it. We misunderstood the code. So we met with Zeke Guilford and the city attorneys, and they said, you're correct. You're interpreting it correctly. So I'm glad for Snapper Creek that they're here to clarify the code. I'm sad that they were here reinforcing something that they shouldn't have reinforced for 50 years. But this is reality, is my reality. And so my goal is I need to get my project approved with the blessing of City of Coral Gables, which is doesn't count the pool and counts the auxiliary structure in the 5%. That's it. And nothing else at this point is fair to my client. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Portuan. Mr. Clerk?
Kenneth Damas?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. I represent the homeowner. My name is Kenneth Damas, 300 Sevilla Avenue, Suite 306, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134. Ralph did a perfect presentation. Just to add, I reviewed the covenant, the restrictive covenant of Snapper Creek. There's absolutely nowhere in the restrictive covenant where it would count the pool as an accessory structure. That's the only thing I have to add to his comment. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to thank you all for your efforts to have to bring this to us to clarify this piece of the code that was overlooked.
Could I just make a rebuttal statement, please?
No, of course, we're going to.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But in the process, I just want to make sure, if I may, just to trying to adhere to the process. Are there any more public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else who would like to speak? Okay, homeowner? You're more than welcome to speak. You can speak and then you can fill out the card after. No, come, speak first.
English, Spanish?
English.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for help us in many ways. My name is Juan Chipoco. I'm part of the whole community in Coral Gables. We own a new restaurant, Ceviche 105. We're super excited. But my background is working in the restaurant industry for many years, 1995, Gables Diner, and everything was like great because all the process and everything we earned is amazing in this beautiful city of Coral Gables. One of my dreams come back to Coral Gables. Now we live in Coral Gables. We built a house in Ponce de Leon, we lived for 2.5 years. We sold the house and we moved to the beautiful neighborhood, Snapper Creek. We have an old house, stay there for a couple of years, and then we renovate, or we build a new one, is that we're talking about. We feel like we're wasting time and energy because I know we always follow the rules and regulations. To me, that's the most important because I've built almost 10 restaurants in all my life, and I know what means rules, regulations, plans, approvals, and work and a good energy means everything for us. So the way I see a dream come true, build a new house next to the marina in Coral Gables, Snapper Creek, with all situation, plans, and time, investment time, time, energy, money. And now, after whole process, they says it's not. We have to renew it, then don't accept it. So it's a lot of money involved. We don't want legal problems with anybody because at the end of the day, it's wasting energy. So in my understanding, they already accept everything. Why? We have to still wait, spending and investing time. That time is the most value thing ever. So as a part of the community, Snapper Creek, I feel like, in a way, disappointed because we had a great relation with the neighbors, and everybody says, "Wow, we don't understand what's going on. Why they stop you?" I can think many things come to my mind, and one of those to me is like discrimination. I don't want to say that word because it sounds not right, but in a way, it's kind of, and I don't see why. So we love the neighborhood, we love the area, we love the projects. We're very familiar with projects because we're trying to improve the community, creating some beautiful house with our amazing architect, Rafael Portuondo. So thank you for your time. I hope we can put anything together, make the best decision for everybody, and thank you.
Thank you. In reference to your comment at the end, I just want to tell you.
Actually, we actually agree the plans and approve the plans and start working because we actually delayed for almost 6 months because we already had the idea to build the house in a year and a half and then start a new project. So we have an old space and Snapper Creek in Sea Grape right there. So we thinking about building another house to get the neighborhood better and improving.
In reference to your comment, I just want you to know that this is a very inclusive community. And we're blessed to have you here, not only as a resident, but also as a business owner. You've made a massive investment in this community. I just want you to know that we're grateful for that.
Thank you very much.
We want you to stay in our community. We want you to continue to expand, invite your friends, and I want you and your partner to understand that we take that kind of statements very, very seriously here in the city, in this commission, and that our doors are always open. That I'm a phone call away. City manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, whatever it is that you may need, any type of representation. Snapper Creek is a wonderful community of very upstanding residents. I know them personally. I know every single person who's here today. And they're advocates on all fronts, on inclusion, on anti-discrimination. And you're moving into a community that is the envy of every resident. It is a beautiful place to live. So I'm telling you, we're going to figure this out. I promise you. Let us just have a few moments to kind of iron this out, and we're looking forward to getting you started. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Through the mayor, city attorney, what are his options?
Whose options? I'm sorry.
The homeowner's options. How other way can he move forward if it's not accepted?
So the recommendation from Planning and Zoning, at which I concur with, would be that if the commission adopts this ordinance as presented by the applicant, that property owners who've received preliminary Board of Architects approval, which they have, they're going through the process, but they have preliminary Board of Architects approval, that they be exempted from the ordinance.
Okay.
Does the commission have anything else they'd like to add to this?
I just want you.
I
want to just.
What?
No. My comment is this is a good example how ordinances are on the books. When put in practice, you identify things that are inconsistent, and I'm pleased that you brought this to us. Sorry you had to go through this process, unfortunately, to clarify something that's been needing fixed for some time.
Well, I just want to put on the record that Snapper Creek counted pools and still counts pools. They counted them from 97 and even in 2013 when the letter came out that was shared with staff. The unfortunate thing is that staff did not think enough of it to make it a rule. They could have made it at that time, an additional condition of site-specific for all three neighborhoods, and then Snapper Creek could have said, we don't want it for ours, keep it for the other two. As happened, some of you were here when Hammock Lakes or Hammock Oaks wanted to increase the lot coverage from 15% to 25%, and they got their neighborhood to be in acquiescence, but Snapper Creek did not want the 25% lot coverage. And so they came out and said, Hammock Lakes, Hammock Oaks, that's good for you, it's not good for us. So I just want it clear that in Snapper Creek, they've always counted the pools because since it wasn't part of the site-specific, it went pursuant to the zoning code. The zoning code has always counted pools as part of their accessory uses. And then in the actual ordinance that passed the site-specific, it says, as according to the Florida Building Code, where repairs and alterations amounting to more than the prescribed percentage of replacement value of the existing building area made during any 12-month period, the building or structure shall be made to conform to all zoning code requirements for a new building or structure. So it was always anticipated that anything that was a non-conforming use in the county at some point would be made conforming. Wood fences would not be allowed, chain link fences would not be allowed. They were allowed to exist as legal non-conforming, but they would not be. But I just want the record to be clear that Snapper Creek has always counted pools. So the change we made was to avoid a scenario where someone was relying on, a letter that never got shared with the community. The actual architect for the community now, it's a different one, the prior one passed away, designed 3 houses in Snapper Creek. All 3 of them counted pools. One of them was built with the pool counting. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Are there any, Commissioner?
Just a quick question. That you gave us the map, 73 of the properties are in favor. There's 48 that I guess you did not hear from. Or were there any other concerns?
Well, no, and some that we have not heard from are because they're elderly. There have been a few deaths in the community, so some other properties are currently controlled by estates. We handed all the emails and we made them part of the record. We handed them at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting where the question was asked and explained to them and their response. So we wanted you to have, the X is not just an X, you actually have paper documentation responding to the question.
I guess what I would like to see between first and second reading is maybe have a second neighborhood meeting, just to make sure there aren't any other issues that may not have been addressed. Just to make sure everybody's aware before we finalize this, that everybody understands what's going to happen, what the changes are going to be, and everybody's on the same page.
Anything else?
No.
My colleagues in the commission, do you have any further comments?
No, move it.
Okay, before we move it, I just want to make my comments. I have to follow the protocols that I was explaining.
I'm sorry, I
Yes.
trumped.
I know. So you have a motion?
I do have.
And let me have a second. And then we'll have.
Would you amend that to include staff's recommendation?
Can you
Or the Planning and
clarify?
Zoning Board recommendation.
Yeah, it was the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
Right, sorry, the planning.
So staff's recommendation was a little bit different. Staff was recommending that those 2 aspects, meaning the calculation of the swimming pool and the setbacks, not be included. So I think what you're getting at is the exemption for those properties that have already seen preliminary Board of Architects approval. That came from Planning and Zoning Board.
Correct.
No, I would agree with that. I think it was
So I'll
well thought
second.
out.
So now we have the opportunity for debate. Is there anything else further from the commission?
I just want to clarify, the board actually was recommended approval of what was presented by the applicant, which is different from what staff had recommended.
Correct, yes, thank you.
Planning and zoning is different. So I think you're approving what Planning and Zoning put in as a condition, correct? I want to make sure I understood the motion.
That was the motion.
Okay.
So Mayor, sorry. So just for purposes of clarification, it's to approve the ordinance as presented by the applicant with all of the changes.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Now we can have debate. Would anybody like to add a little bit of further color to the discussion? Anyone else? No. Okay, so then I will have the last word. What I would like to have, Mr. Manager, if possible, please. with the support of the commission, is that you meet with the architect and the applicant after this meeting. I want to make sure that before this comes back on second reading, that there's no further questions or issues with this gentleman's plans. Again, it's got to go through the process, the approvals, but I want ironclad clarity that there's no issues, no zoning issues, that everything has been addressed. That's my number one concern. This is pretty simple legislation, probably one of the easiest ones I've seen come before the commission, right?
Yes.
Nothing, the community is predominantly in favor. Do you have one negative person that was opposed to it?
We have not heard of anyone that has been objecting to the.
This is not an issue about objection or further discussion, but I'm more than willing to have as much discussion as you like. This is just making sure that, things that fall through the cracks, like this scenario, are addressed. This needs to be addressed. I'm in support of the legislation, but I want to make sure that this gentleman who has made a huge investment, not only personally, but in his business capacity, I want to make sure that we address this, along with anything else in the same vein that we may find of anybody who's in the process that has already gotten the BOA approval. The key here for my colleagues to understand is something that's a comment that was made here, that as long as you've received BOA approval, that's been the benchmark since I've been here. This is nothing new. So what we're applying to this gentleman here, Mr. Portuondo, is a world-class architect, and he can tell you, just like Ms. Russo is an exceptional attorney, the standard has always been, if you get through BOA, you have something to hang your hat on, right? Correct? So there's nothing new, and I just want to make sure that moving forward, that we address whatever needs to be addressed before this comes back to the commission. Because that's the way that I can hold my hat that this is going to get resolved. Because this has been going back and forth. I've seen emails, I've seen conversations about this, and we got to get this finalized for this gentleman here. Okay? As long as my colleagues approve that and they're fine with that, I request that so we can help this gentleman out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay? We have a motion and a second, unless there's any further debate that needs to be had.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very
Thank
much. Moving on to item E1, which is time certain.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 2, Zoning Districts, Section 2-403, Giralda Plaza District Overlay, by allowing a television screen on the inside of a window on the pedestrian street of Giralda Plaza, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Madam Director, do you have a presentation for us?
No. So the only changes have happened since first reading, as discussed. The spacing to be allowed every 25 feet, or as what's deemed to be appropriate for the area. Requiring a outdoor dining permit as well. I think those are the main changes since first reading.
Before we move on, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I entertain public comment.
First speaker is Maria Cruz. Second speaker is Laszlo Durazo.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
Before anything, I want to thank you very much for your hard work and efforts in working in this wonderful city that I've been doing business here for close to 15 years, 16 years, and it has always been amazing support for us, so I want to thank you so much for everything. Second, we have an issue on Giralda where I think about a couple of years ago, they asked us to remove the plants that we have in the terrace. And those plants, obviously, we put them trying to make an amazing hospitality experience for our guests. And recently, they were asked to be removed. And when the plants are removed, our neighbor across the street has 3 large TV screens that, especially at night, they project a lot of light, sounds, and images that are not in line with the type of experience that we've been known for the last 15 years in Coral Gables. So understanding the needs of our neighbor and not wanting to get into a, we thought that a great solution was to put screens that they act exactly the same way as you have an umbrella when the sun is shining to your guest. When the sun shines, you put an umbrella, the sun doesn't shine, and then problem is solved. So we did the same thing. We have at night, we have light and images that don't match. So instead of having the umbrellas horizontal, it's like having umbrellas vertical. We did it with a designer, very tasteful, quality. It was a high cost. And so far, it's not as good as it was before with the plants, but at least we're operating. So we ask in this process where we have two different needs and two different businesses in the same street to please consider us as a restaurant that has been there 15 years, providing a certain experience for our dining guests, that if we change that, obviously our business is suffering. And add on that, the competition that we're facing with new restaurants opening constantly in the area with very, very large investments, with people that are very professional, committed to make amazing experiences to the citizens of Coral Gables, that we need to keep up. And there's no way we can achieve that if we don't count with your support, understanding, and hopefully meeting a middle ground where we can all live harmoniously and doing good business. That's it.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have before we start debate and we have a conversation, unless you have any questions for staff?
I do have a couple questions for staff. Okay. And it has to do with, one with the screens. Is that something that a permit was pulled for?
The current screens are there?
The screens that were being put up between the
I think she's referring to a different property, not the subject of the ordinance.
Right.
Thank you.
I am not sure. I'm not sure if Douglas knows the details of that.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney, and City Prosecutor Gus Ceballos. If you're referring to the screens across on the Talavera, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Screening?
Yeah,
so currently that is not a permittable item. That has recently gone to code enforcement, and they were cited for that. The board, I believe, gave them time to seek compliance and possibly seek an amendment to the code to either allow the screening or to allow those planters to be reinstalled in order to create that screening between the two properties. But currently, no, that is not permitted on Giralda.
So since you're here, I have a few more questions.
Sure.
I know it was either a resolution or a discussion that we should have a clear walk space down the center of Giralda Plaza, not just for pedestrians, for also ADA accessibility, for folks to be able to get through the plaza and walk. Are those screens, assuming that they were approved, impeding that type of movement?
I'm not an expert in that, but from my understanding and what I've seen of those screenings, they're built into the umbrella, so I don't believe that they increase the encroachment. So I don't think accessibility is an issue, but I'd have to defer to staff and experts on, ADA mobility if that would cause an issue.
No, it has to be at least a 36-inch wide, unobstructed path. And through restaurant spaces, you have to have rooms between the tables in order to be able to move a wheelchair, including the depth. You bring the chairs back, and plus you have to have room for servers, et cetera. But the main thoroughfare has to be left open for life safety issues, be able to get someone in and out of there. So you can't have that impeded. So that's one issue that I know needed to be looked at with the screens, aside from aesthetics, which I'll get to in a moment. Has there been any exploration by staff with regard to alternatives on how the TV screens can be mounted to where they don't cause that glare that I believe it's a Talavera restaurant has brought up as an issue?
I'd have to defer to staff. I don't have the answer to that question.
I'm not sure if anyone's looked into as far as how you mean the actual images and the light coming from the glass. Not necessarily just the glare of the window, but also just the amount of light coming from the TV screens.
Yeah, I mean,
At
if
night.
I face the screen directly at you, it's brighter than if I tilt it.
Right.
Your view of it, the light goes that direction. I'm not sure whether or not that's an issue. My husband and I have discussions about that every night when he leaves the TV on flashing, and it drives my eyes crazy because it's a strain on my eyes when I'm trying to, work on certain things, and he plays it regardless of whether or not he's actually watching it or not. So, but that's a personal issue. The other issue, if staff hasn't looked into that, that's something that I would like to have looked at to see if there's a balance. And I know staff has arranged for a meeting to occur on March 20th in order to be able to have all the stakeholders express desires and so forth. But I'm also concerned about aesthetics, because I can't imagine a project such as Umbrella Sky ever coming there again, and the great magnet that it served with these screens up, the partition between the various restaurants is just not going to be aesthetically pleasing. So being a practicing lawyer for 37 years and having mediated, hundreds of cases, I know that if you bring parties together around a table, most of the time we're going to be able to come out with a resolution between folks to resolve an issue. So that would be my position, that we need to get the folks around the table. I believe the last date I heard was March the 20th. That's not far from now. And see if we can have a meeting of the minds that keeps everybody happy, provides ADA accessibility, allows for wonderful art projects to come to that plaza and attract even more business for our folks in our community. Not only the restaurants on that street, but also the hotels nearby, because, Umbrella Sky was a big hit. The Moon was a big hit. And we have great opportunities here that if we don't deal with them carefully, are going to be a detraction in that plaza rather than a positive impact. So is there any other information you can provide us with regard to the process and what was done on this item?
I can only speak to the code enforcement aspects of it. So both properties were cited at different times for different issues, and they're going through the process to either bring them into compliance with the code, or at the end of the day, they'd have to remove the screens, both the visible ones and the TVs.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Any other further questions for staff?
Does anybody know how long the TVs have been there for?
I don't.
4 years? And in the 4 years, this is the first time the brightness is bothering the restaurant Talavera?
I'd have to defer to the property owner.
He's
Can't
right
speak to
there.
that.
I guess for
why don't-
clarification, I hate to interrupt.
Why don't we have discussion after, but let's ask questions to staff, and then we'll finish with staff, and then we'll make a motion to have discussion amongst the commission, and we can ask any other questions that you need. Do you have any questions for staff, Madam Commissioner?
I do, Mayor. Just real quick.
Commissioner?
So based on the comments, the glare, the issue is when the sun goes down, primarily at nighttime. That's my understanding. Go ahead. I'm sorry, through the mayor. The glare is mostly at night.
Yes.
Okay. And based on sports, they have a netting. I think Coral Gables Senior High School has a netting when there's baseball, and I don't think the netting has, if there is a mesh or something, it doesn't have to be permanent. It can go up at night and be put away during the day. So in my opinion, there's solutions. We just had Snapper Creek here, and we found a solution. I think this is an opportunity, again, as a commission, to find a solution. So I'm hoping we can find something that you're satisfied, the other
Yes.
property owner is satisfied, and Giralda Plaza can continue to be a place that everybody wants to go to.
Very good. Just two things. I think that what we have right now is not permanent. It can be taken up and down. And the second is that we're doing it not because we want to put the screens, it's because we need the screens. And that need comes from an element that was not there before that came and disrupted our business. So we should not be concerned that this will apply for the rest of the businesses, because the last thing you want is to block the view from the public, because that creates potential for sales. So the rest of the restaurants are not going to have the need to have the screens, so because it's much better to have it open and show it.
Do you prefer the plants or the planters or a screen? Which of the two would you prefer?
Either one, either one works. But if we put the planters, then that applies to the rest of the street. You know, the planters will have to go back to the street, which I don't mind at all. But the screens, I think, only apply to us because we have a need of blocking something that disrupts the experience of our guests.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, do you have anything else that you'd like to add? Commissioner Menendez?
No, I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Just as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, when somebody sponsors an item under Robert's rules, they're the first to speak.
Madam City Attorney?
So Mayor and, or Commissioner, in our code, once there's an item is called, the presentation is made by staff.
Correct, but I'm not talking about staff came up, but the mayor went to the vice mayor first. Should have been Commissioner Castro who spoke first.
I do think the vice mayor asked to be recognized, and so I don't know that the commissioner asked to be recognized, and so, we can.
I think we need to have a serious training on Robert's rules. I have recommended to you an individual who trains Miami Lakes every year on the process of Robert's rules so that everybody understands how Robert's rules work, because applying Robert's rules only when it's convenient is just not the right way to do things. As far as the item at hand, Mr. Durazo, I received your email. I don't know if you received my email back. I want to go on site and see exactly what you have there. I've seen the partitions that you've placed there, but I agree with you. I think what you had there with the trees before was something that was more natural, and it presented a better option for the area. To the Vice Mayor's question about accessibility, I don't think, like Assistant City Attorney Ceballos said, it's not impacting because it's where the natural barrier already was, and people always had to walk around in order to get through. So that's not impacting. In fact, more people probably walk on the sports bar side than on the Talavera side. So I don't think that that's an issue. This issue has been kicked down the road now for a couple of months, and I think it's time that we bring it home and deliver. I think we need to work with Mr. Durazo and with the neighbors and with other businesses on the street who may have similar issues that are affecting them in order to have somewhat of a designated space. We see it on Lincoln Road all the time. Restaurants have a different theme, a different design, and things that only apply to them. And I think we've talked about it many times on this day is we want to make sure Giralda is successful. If we want to make sure Giralda is successful, every individual business on Giralda has to be successful in the type of theme that they are. So those are just my comments. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you coming out and staff for the work you've put in.
Okay, through the mayor. I know that there were some concerns with the planters, and as far as when it comes to like hurricane season and weather, right? Weather conditions. So what I was thinking, if the commission agrees on this, if we do like like an approved category of certain planters that would be safe for that section, for that district, that are not going to fly away. So basically, if you do want a planter, then these are the approved ones that are safe for that type of setting.
Yeah, I think it's also the material. I think there was some rusting of the pavers, maybe having some kind of plastic as part of as part of the planter might work as well.
And I guess that could be part of like the permitting approval.
So my understanding is that part of the decision to get away from planters, both on Miracle Mile and Giralda, was specifically the damage being done to the surfaces.
Okay, so let's figure out a way that those planters aren't going to affect the floor.
Understood?
And then let's, with the support of the commission, move forward with that.
Madam Vice Mayor.
A few last comments. I did have the opportunity to meet with the owner of the bar, okay, and I saw some of the footage from the surveillance cameras, and, you know, I'm going to call them the curtains were going up day, night, automatically, whether they had customer theirs or not, or whether or not the TVs were on or not. And aesthetically, it wasn't pleasing. Planners also present a problem as well, and we've had this issue, you know, along Miracle Mile, where planners were used to create like an exclusive area. It's an impediment to accessibility. We do have somebody in the audience that has had accessibility issues, you know, when you have to deal with it. And then planters themselves, you know, it's not a self-contained item. If you have dirt, you have a potted plant in there, you're also going to have some drainage from that, you're going to have some dirt from that. And I know there's some maintenance things that can be done, but when I met with the owner of the 77 bar, he was very willing to meet with the other business owners. And in order to avoid having friction between our business owners there, I think it would be beneficial for us to thoughtfully have a meeting with business owners to try to resolve these differences of opinion and have a cohesive environment on Giralda Plaza rather than something that is in conflict all the time. March 20th is not that far off. I think we will come out with a better solution and a better result if we don't try to do something without hearing from all the stakeholders on Giralda Plaza and what they would like to see. These are the two leading businesses that are right on Ponce de Leon that lead into the view of the entire plaza. What you do at these two businesses will impact I would say the welcoming view for individuals that want to look at the rest of the plaza. Let's get people around the table. Let's see if we can sort these things out together and not rush to do something that we will regret later on. Let's get their input, let's hear their input, and then make a decision.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any further comments from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I did have one additional member of the public who signed up to speak after the fact.
Perfect.
Mr. Fernando Yanes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, commissioners, about this issue that has been rolling out for months. As far as I know, I've been working here for 7 years, very hard as my business, my family business owner. We put all our savings in City of Coral Gables, the one I've been living for almost 20 years, and I truly believe is a city that we can do something for it. When we put these TVs back in 2018, we started going there with permitting and everything. Back in the days, it shouldn't, with all the issues that Giralda has as a renewed pedestrian area, has a lot of regulations that doesn't apply anymore for that. And this is type of regulation that we've been dealing with. Back in the days, I was the first one to apply for a permit for the seating, the first one in the whole street, the first one there. And they made me change seats, change tables, because the pavers and everything, and we're willing always to work. We have to bring tables and chairs from Las Vegas because they was the ones that helped to take care of that. So we did. We spent more than we are supposed to just to comply with all the situations. So that's my whole life. I run all the permits and the whole construction of my business myself. Okay, I went and sit with every of the inspectors, every of the city boards. Everybody know me because I was there every day at 8 or 9 in the morning. So I've been hard working for this. After a few years, we comply with the planters, we comply with everything. There's a lot of misunderstandings and issues with permits here for Giralda. Many. I came to apply for a seating that I believe was very high-end. By mouth, they told me, yes, you can put it. After I got cited, no, you cannot put it. When I came back, the architect, he wasn't there anymore. So nobody can put a word on me for that. So I have to take it out. I take it out, no problem. After I spend $15,000, I take it out, no problem. I have it in my house right now. So now with the LED TVs, it's something that affected directly my business, completely. As a sports bar, as the only sports bar in the city, the only one that identifies as a sports bar, we have been bringing people from all over the world, artists, football players, everything for the enjoyment of the community. As many of you know, we put in there the city of Coral Gables, Giralda on the spot through our channels. We are in SPN. We've been broadcast for all over with the sports teams, restaurant that we have there. So we came here, we applied for the LED TVs. As the ombudsman, Celio told, hey, you have to apply. They're gonna deny you, and then you got a motion to try to change this because this regulation is not working. It doesn't apply anymore to Giralda Plaza. We followed the instructions. After we put the regulations, we came here with my landlord and said, he's telling me, hey, let's go to the mayor. He's gonna sponsor. He sponsored it. All of you approving the first reading. Went back to Sony. Sony gave their recommendations, and now they got stuck. And now there's some big mess for that. And everybody start pull strings and all this situation. I don't want to mention about it. And now my business is affecting with all this situation. My landlord now put me in a spot that if you don't get approved that, you're going to have to get out from there. So now we're in that point. So all this situation, all the problems that create around us is affecting me directly, my income, my family, because of this. So as the people mentioned, is because my TVs, I totally understand if they don't want people stay in their place and watching my TVs. Totally understanding. But don't say that they put there for me, because as you got proof right there, you got the videos, 11 in the morning on Mondays, I don't open Mondays for the last 4 years, the screens are up. So it's not for my business. Don't blame on my business. It's your desires and your needs. Totally understanding, respect for that. I truly believe it has been long enough working back and forward with this. And I really appreciate if you guys can watch the video, can ask yourself, we're going to continue with this fight, because now we're going to put involved more people, more businesses that maybe are in favor or maybe are not. But whatever it is, it's affecting myself, my business. And they are making their money too. Nobody blame with that. It's many issues here. I don't want to bring out, but this points of view, this is January 29, 11 in the morning, and close. February 5th, 11 in the morning, and close. The screens go down. So this is not part of my TV situations. February 12th, and I have at least 3 months of that. So they cannot blame on my TVs that happens, because if this for the view and everything, well, you got a team, I got a team, and other people got a team. Everybody have a different teams, and that's why the people come here to Giralda. They come in to get lunch. They come at night to watch a sport. They come on the weekends to watch a sport with the family. And this is part of the Giralda diversity, inclusive, that they mentioned. This is where you have to do it. And I really believe this is more than enough proof that we need to get done with this. That would be all. Thank you very much.
Quick question through the mayor. Quick question, what were the problems? Why is there so many problems, or what is causing the problems?
Well,
What's the hiccup here?
as you know, we got before a beautiful sofas right there. Then everybody loved it. We have to take it out. Now there's a different layout. I'm working on that. And people love to be outdoors, love to sitting outside under the stars and watch any sports they want. We're trying to commit to don't put any other kind of sports that is aggressive or anything. It's just basketball, football, baseball, whatever they want to. It's going to be their golf, tennis. You mentioned it. So my issues is directly to my people cannot be there in peace outside of my dining area just because now the people want to take it out the TVs.
Yeah, so mainly my question here was, this ordinance was sponsored by the mayor, and now it's sponsored by me. Yeah. Let's give the viewer a better understanding of why that is.
Well, I don't know what happened. I don't know why that happened. Okay, I don't know why. I understand after that we get a very heated situation.
And by heated, you mean what?
Very arguing, very complicated.
Between who?
Between the mayor, my landlord, and me. Mm-hmm. So all that situation there is kind of political, and I don't want to be in that. I just want to be sure that my business is working as it should be. If nothing changed than we were proposed to now, nothing has been changed. So that's why I don't understand why they keep trying to pull more people and asking for delay this situation when it has been already 3 months working on that.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was approved by all of us on the first ordinance, then it was approved by planning and zoning, and then it's coming back now, but the mayor didn't want to bring it back. He was originally the sponsor, so I decided to bring it back because actually he sent me a message saying that if I didn't have enough, and I'm not going to say the word, I would bring back the legislation. So here I am. You know why? Because I was elected to represent the small businesses and the residents of this community. And I am here to give the little people and the people that don't have a voice, okay? So I am going to be here representing you, and I think this is this shouldn't be political. This is your life, this is your business, okay?
I really appreciate it.
And you shouldn't feel threatened. Let me get something clear here. This is not a strong mayor government, okay? All of us here have the same value and the same vote, okay? So the mayor cannot bully or threaten any business owner. And if any business owner finds himself in that situation, come see me.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Fernando. Yes?
The mic, please.
In all due respect, the comment that he is referring to where we have the shades or the screens during the day, and he is taking that information to kind of make you or convince you that the issue are not the TVs, that the issue is that I want to put those screens for my personal benefit of my business. I just want to make sure that that is not the case. The reason why sometimes during the day the screens are there is because they leave them up. If you want me to take them down and have them only up at night, I can do that, no problem. I'll give the order right now, and that's what's going to be. Okay, but please don't. I just want to make sure that that is clear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Another thing, Vice Mayor Anderson was suggesting that we wait until we talk to the business owners to see how they feel. Since I was sponsoring this ordinance, I thought it was my responsibility to talk to the business owners, right? To firsthand see how they feel and if they would be affected by this ordinance. So on Friday, I went to Giralda and I stopped by every store, every restaurant, and I spoke either to managers or to owners. In fact, I even spoke to, I'm sorry, your last name? Caro.
Durazo.
Okay. From all the ones that I spoke to, and I spoke to Rai, Ceviche Divino, Candleland, Clutch, Calista, The Sanguicherie, Pollo Taco, Sweet Green, Stem, Craft, the sushi place, Bistro Vita, which just opened, by the way. All of them are in support of your TVs. If that was not the case, I would not be here supporting you, because it's not only about your business, but it's about all the businesses together, okay? He was the only one that, obviously he's right in front of you, that had some concerns, but your issue, I think we should handle separately from what we're dealing with you. Talking to the owner, something did come up, and this is a little out of subject, but I wanna bring it up. Nicholas Cabrera is doing a little market there. They're actually very happy, but some did share a concern that maybe screening, and this is for Belkis if she's here, no. Maybe, yeah, right there. Maybe screening the vendors, because I know that there was a vendor there that's selling knockoff purses, and that is completely unacceptable. Not only on Giralda, in fact, it's illegal, yeah.
Thank you. Belkis Perez, Economic Development Director. We were made aware of that. The vendor is not a City of Coral Gables run event. It is, as you said, by a third party. Special events did go through the permit process. We do get a list of vendors, but it's only when we're there that we see it. We did reach out already to Nicholas Cabrera, who was putting on the market, and told him he cannot have that. And we've also corroborated that with our merchants on the street, to make sure that they knew and that what was going on. So that's been taken care of.
Thank you so much, Belkis. And
If I may, any further comments?
not for now.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry. I think that on the walkthrough that you did with the owners, I think there was a survey done, a formal survey.
I'll be covering that right now.
So I think that should be what
I'll be covering that right now. Thank you, sir. Is there any other questions for staff before we go into debate? We're going to have debate.
Actually, for the city attorney, I'll go back to what I said. We've been very effective in finding solutions to issues. This isn't rocket science. It's very simple. We can come to a solution. My concern is, based on what I'm hearing today and other comments that have been made over time, I don't want the public watching this to get the impression that we're doing things the way other cities in South Florida do. Other cities that have been accused of targeting residents, targeting businesses. We don't do that in Coral Gables. So I hope we can rise above whatever differences we have here. And my question for the city attorney, God forbid we ever get into that situation where we're accused of targeting. What are the ramifications to the city in terms of targeting a resident, targeting a business owner?
Commissioner, that would wholly depend on the circumstances of any particular situation. I think what you're getting at is if we were sued or challenged in a lawsuit, again, it would depend on, the particular facts of that scenario.
I think we can.
And targeting, I don't know exactly what you mean by targeting, so that would have to be fleshed out with the facts of whatever challenge was brought.
I hope we can find a path forward where differences are set aside. We find a solution. It's a win-win for everybody, including our community, obviously, number one. Those are my thoughts.
Madam Vice Mayor, do you have a question for staff?
Has the staff looked at some alternatives as to whether or not the screens can be positioned in such a way that the glare is not flashing over to the restaurant across the way, such as tilting in one direction or another so that it doesn't become a flashpoint on the eyes? Has that been looked at all?
We have not, but we can look into that.
Okay. How long would it take you to look into that?
I think ideally we should look at that before we meet with the
business owners. Okay. And for the owner of the bar, is that something you're willing to consider? Tilting the screens just a little bit so that they're not directly hitting the eyes?
It's a a challenging technical situation because we just have 1,000 feet inside.
No, I
It's-
I
it's not-
understand. I have that same situation with my TV in my house. My house is not Taj Mahal. You know, if I tilt that screen just a little bit, it makes a huge difference. And we're talking about an inch or two, you know, just doing a tilt on that. I'm trying to do something here that satisfies the needs of both businesses without having planters and so forth obstructing from the beauty and the openness of the Giralda Plaza, so that we can all enjoy it, so it's welcoming not only to your business, but everybody's business there, because you are the gateway to the rest of the businesses there. And the last thing we want to have is, you know, screens and planters obstructing the view. You want it welcoming and open, okay? So if you're willing to do that, I think we can reach a happy medium for all the businesses.
As always has been, I always trying to help and follow the instruction that has been done for me, always.
So I appreciate the time you spent with me on Friday. We were here, I think we left at 7:30 at night.
Yes.
So thank you for the time you spent. I got to understand much more greatly the issues that you're facing.
Any further questions for staff?
Yeah, this is the first I hear of this March 20th meeting. Who scheduled the March 20th meeting?
The meeting hasn't been, the date hasn't been confirmed because there's a slight issue with everyone's availability, so it hasn't been finalized yet. That is the proposed date that we're looking at. Once the date is confirmed, we'll sunshine it and put it on all of your calendars.
Now, at whose request was that meeting scheduled?
I'm not sure. Belkis had to step out real quick, but she'll be back in.
I'll give you further information on that now when I present you with a memo with details.
But I need an answer to that question, because as far as I know, this commission never requested that meeting.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Commissioner, there was a meeting that with the mayor and attended by the business owner and the property owner and the manager's office. And at that meeting, part of the takeaway from that meeting was that there would be a meeting scheduled with the business owners and the property owners on Giralda.
So staff resources are being used at the request of the mayor alone.
The mayor can request that a meeting be scheduled. The mayor can certainly request a meeting be scheduled. I think staff and also had an interest in hearing from all of the property owners and residents.
And the rest of us were
business
not
owners.
informed.
I believe that they were all going to be informed. I don't know what that this is being scheduled by economic development and through the manager's office, so I don't know what the plan was. I believe everyone would be included.
This is a continued issue that we're having with staff, where meetings are being scheduled without taking into consideration the commission's schedule, only the mayor's schedule, and we're the last to find out what's going on.
Mayor, may I?
Again, I know I have to reserve myself for after we have the actual motion, but I would like for Belkis to respond because she's the one coordinating the meeting. I have a detailed response that took me 2 weeks to put together, and I'll be providing it for you now.
So there was an initial date that was set up. So we did a survey of our community, of our businesses, and we asked what date is beneficial. So there was 2 specific times and days of the week that the businesses were available. And so March 5th and March 20th have been set aside, and I believe it's in all of your calendars.
This is the first I hear of this.
I will double check, but all of you were it was supposed to be put on all your calendars.
The way I found out was by Mr. Fernandez.
So March 20th is not on your calendars?
No. If I put it on my calendar was because I found out by him. It was March 5th, and then it was changed to March 20th. And it wasn't by the city that I got this information. It was by the business owner.
Mr. Mayor, can I just
Of
clarify
course,
one
please.
point?
Please.
For Commissioner Fernandez, each of you individually can request a meeting, and that can be scheduled if it's, so at the time, the mayor was the sponsor of this legislation. He'd had the meeting with the business owner and the property owner, and he requested that a meeting be scheduled. So each of you can request that. If that's something that, you ever have an issue that you're working on and you'd like this, staff to assist with scheduling a meeting, that's something that you can certainly request.
Our former manager made it clear that I could not. I had to get it up here and a vote from the commission. So I guess that was more of his politics.
Mayor, may I offer
Madam
a
Vice Mayor.
suggestion? If you have your city phone with you right now, look to see if you have a hold on your calendar for this meeting.
I do not.
Have you looked?
I have looked. I
Right
just
now.
checked my calendar before I got here, so unless it was added now, as I'm sitting here and I'm saying that it's not on my calendar, it wasn't on my calendar this morning because I went through my calendar to check this morning.
Then I'd ask for staff.
And in fact, we don't even have the, Don Slezak was here speaking about the meeting for the Charter Review Committee. I had asked that that be added to our calendars. It's still not on our calendars. And that was scheduled 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Commissioner, if I may, Vice Mayor, if I may, just want to apply the rules. If we could have a motion, there's no other further questions for staff. Sir, will you mind taking a seat? Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. If there's no other questions for staff, I entertain a motion and a second, and then we'll move into discussion amongst the commission and debate. Any other questions from staff? Will the sponsor of this item move the item?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, all right. Would anybody like to start the discussion?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, I sent you a document, and it was, if you could please present that document.
If cable TV, share my Zoom on.
There you go.
That's perfectly fine. That is a letter that Mr. Fernandez went and spoke to the business owners, and he had it signed regarding the TVs, if they had any inconvenience, and this was at the beginning. This is a letter, I believe, that the city attorney, Peter Iglesias, the city manager back then, and I believe our mayor also saw. And this was, right there, they're all signed.
If I may, I did get a copy of that by email.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. After this, I wanted to get some confirmation myself, and as I said before, I went on Friday, and everybody, in fact, let me put on the record some of the comments of the places I went to go see, so that we could understand a little better. Okay. Okay, Ceviche Divino spoke to manager Claudia. She doesn't care if they even have 5 TVs. When people go watch things there, they drink and they go eat in their restaurant. So they're greatly in support of the TVs. Candleland, she doesn't have any reservations. Okay. Janelle Valle from Coyo Taco, everything that brings more clientele, they are happy with. So they're in support of the TVs. And basically that was like the basic comment. They feel, most of the restaurants and stores there feel that you bring more clients, and when there's events and people don't eat in your restaurant, they seem to drink more. The rest of the restaurants are getting more clients. And I know this is something that we've been dealing with, trying to bring more people in, and thank you very much, Fernando, for being part of that solution.
Anyone else on the commission would like to make a statement? No comments? Madam Vice Mayor?
You know, I'm in favor of the TVs, but as with most things, and someone taught me a long time ago, the devil's in the details. So we have a business owner here that's willing to sit down and talk about some of those details and how we can reach a resolution that keeps both business owners happy. So we don't have screens in the middle that obstruct the view for everybody. I think there is, measures that we can take that will be beneficial for both businesses and all businesses and get more foot traffic in there. So as written, I can't support this, but if we tweak this a little bit to resolve these differences of opinion, I believe that we're going to be in a better place. So, and Commissioner Fernandez, all of us were reached out to with regard to the scheduling, and I asked specifically to put a hold on my calendar, and when I look at the invitee list, Commissioner Castro is also on there. So, I mean, I understand that there's some issue with scheduling, but to blame someone else other than the scheduling person themselves. You do need to look at these things and ask that they be placed on your calendar sometimes if you're interested in participating. I don't participate in every single thing because I don't have time to possibly participate in every single thing. I participate in the ones that I think are the most important. I can't make it to every ribbon cutting. It's impossible. So yes, I'm in favor of the TVs. However, we need to have a meeting in order to determine if we need to tweak the ordinance, to tilt the screens or put other measures on there that will keep everybody happy and benefit all the businesses on Giralda Plaza.
Commissioner Menendez?
I have no comment.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I want to thank both of you again for being here. And Mr. Durazo, I thank you for also trying to find a solution that works for your business and does not impact the business across. I think that's what we need to see more of, people who are willing to find solutions that will take care of the issue for them. And I think the next step has to be finding a way to codify something that solidifies the solution that you have. What I would also like to do, I'm going to be meeting with you. Maybe the three of us can meet at some point on site and just talk through some of the issues and maybe just work through any other issues that may be taking place so that we can find a path forward. The other thing I would say is this March 20th meeting, I think, should not be specific to a TV issue, but should be related to all issues affecting Giralda. Commissioner Castro has brought up the issue of business on Giralda many times. I've been approached by many of the business owners about trying to generate more traffic. I know we're cutting the ribbon for the new art piece. I think it's March 22nd. So that should start bringing some people back. I saw the final rendering. It looks like it's going to be a great piece to add to Giralda for those 2 months. But we have a very dedicated group of business owners on Giralda that are all looking forward to making each other successful because they understand each other's success means their success as well. And Vice Mayor, you mentioned this is the focal point that attracts people to Giralda. I've seen many people walking by, they see the TVs and they're attracted to walk to Giralda and to see what's going on there. I've mentioned it before. I'm somebody I'm a sports fan and I love to sit, have dinner and watch a sports match. That's something that I do. And in the past, I have been at your establishment to peek through to see the TVs at his. So, I'm one of those anomalies that is attracted to yours because of his. So I'm in favor of this. I think that this is a first step towards improving what has kind of been left out there for business owners to fend for themselves. Next issue we need to tackle is yours. And March 20th, what I would like to see is a meeting that addresses all issues affecting business owners on Giralda.
Anything else?
I have no objection to a meeting on all issues.
Go ahead, sir.
I think that a lot of the people in Giralda are not in front of the TVs. So I appreciate going out and asking everybody, but nobody is in the same position that I am. I'm very respectful of Fernando's business, and that's why I have never, ever went to his business and asked him to do anything, because I know he has a formula, he has his TVs, he has to, make it work. And I respect that. However, the way I responded was respecting his needs. I never did anything against him and find a solution that doesn't affect anybody and at the same time protects my business. So in the process, just have that in mind that you're affecting a business that has been there 15 years. If you change the experience of my guest, I'll be going out of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please keep a memo and pass it along. Mr. Manager, I apologize. I owe you one. If not, I wouldn't have one before me. So, Mr. Clerk, and I apologize because I've never handed a memo on that I can remember in a long time on the commission floor. I've just been working on this for some time. Mr. Clerk, I want to answer a few things first that were stated here on the record. Number one, the issue of Robert's rules. I welcome refinement of Robert's rules, sitting down, having a conversation, bringing somebody in, I think it would be great. We can only get better in the process. I spent, how many meetings did we have? I think at least 2 meetings this week to address Robert's rules and the process to make sure that we ran through it as seamlessly as possible here. Number 2, in regards to the planters and the trees and that discussion, this has been going on since the moment Giralda was constructed, along with Miracle Mile. The issues are very clear. It's a maintenance issue. It's the fact that I am 100% in opposition of planters and screens and all that kind of stuff because it just puts people in silos and it doesn't allow the free flow and the beauty of why we spent over $20 million in Giralda to showcase itself. To me, having everybody confined in their own little space in a box and owning that box, to me, is not the intent. And I think it just takes away from the beauty of these 2 spaces. I think it also becomes an ADA issue, as mentioned by the Vice Mayor. In regards to the sponsorship of this item, this is the first time in the city's history that I'm aware of, that an item was sponsored by an elected official, and I tried to find through the clerk and through the city attorney, that an item was sponsored by an elected official, and in between first and second reading, it was taken away. We don't have in the charter the same provisions that the county has, which requires respect amongst commissioners on that front. You can just go and take somebody else's. I've never seen it done before. This is the first time it happens. But this piece of legislation, and I will ask the city attorney to basically provide more guidance, is less than 6 months old. We've been working on this. We have legislation here that took years and years and years to come to fruition because it was ever evolving. These things evolve. Certain things that you present today and that you review today, maybe you don't want to actually enact into legislation in the future because it just doesn't make sense or it doesn't work out the way you think it was going to work out. That happens all the time. So to say that a piece of legislation takes time, it's normal. But I welcome the conversation. So let's go over this memo. I think it's important to memorialize this because there's been a lot of things that have been said that are inaccurate and that they're not correct, and I want to put them on the record. And I don't blame anybody. I just think, again, people maybe are confused on the issue. I don't think there's any malice or intent to do something. So, Mr. Clerk, if you could. So, and by the way, I'm going to make this part of the public record so that everybody can have a copy of it. Recently, there's been a slew of misinformation disseminated by paid online blogs. The purpose of this memo is to debunk inaccuracies published by these blogs. The downtown business community stands at a pivotal component of the city's overall health and vitality. I apologize. I don't want to wear glasses, but it's time that I start wearing glasses.
That's true.
I'm actually waiting to go pick them up. Over recent years, I have made a concerted efforts that have been channeled into legislation and initiatives aimed at invigorating our downtown area, and I'd like to give you a few. These initiatives include downtown cleanup events, the upkeep of storefronts, window wrap ordinances to maintain our city's aesthetic integrity and uniformity, outdoor dining and legislation, which is very key for Giralda and for Miracle Mile, the hiring of additional police officers to ensure a safer downtown, and the renovation of Miracle Mile and Giralda. That happened when I was recently elected. During my tenure, these efforts underscore my commitment to creating a vibrant, attractive downtown that benefits both businesses and the community at large. I want to stop there. My colleagues on this commission, maybe outside of Commissioner Menendez and the Vice Mayor, they don't remember the way that Miracle Mile was. Commissioner Menendez? They don't remember having 30% vacancies. They don't remember having empty storefronts on Giralda. They did as patrons, as residents, they did, but not in regards to an elected capacity. That doesn't exist anymore. We have invested money and we have invested time. So, however, maintaining this vibrancy requires more than just promoting businesses. It is also necessitates addressing complaints and violations in a fair and constructive manner. A case in point involves the location at 180 Giralda, known as 77 Sports Bar, has experienced a series of code violations since 2022, ranging from unauthorized projection screens to TVs and windows. And I will show you now the pictures. These issues have not only drawn complaints from residents, but also from fellow merchants, highlighting the need for a balanced approach to maintaining both business interests and community standards. Similarly, concerns have been raised regarding the property at 2299 Ponce de Leon, also known as Talavera. Such as instances remind us of the importance of engaging all stakeholders in dialogue and problem-solving efforts. It is crucial to act in a fair manner, thoroughly gathering all relevant data and directly communicating with the businesses involved. Moving on to the next page. I understand that it is important to strike a balance and seek solutions that accommodate the needs and concerns of all parties involved. I still continue to stand in support of having outdoor TVs in businesses. That has not changed, but my ideas have evolved. With regards to 77 Sports Bar on Giralda, the landlord came to meet with me on various occasions during my open door office hours and explained the issues that they were experiencing relating to code enforcement issue citations for outdoor television on windows. As a good faith effort, I asked our city administration to pause the running fines. This property was occurring while the matter was being investigated and we refined our legislation. I sat down with the building owners. I sat down with the tenant. I sat down with staff and I said, listen, I don't know what's going on here. They've had these TVs for some time. Now they just got fined. I thought that they were legal. Let's sit down and find some sort of common ground to see if we can either legalize this and have it go through the process. We stopped their fines. This is not heavy-handed. This is not threatening. This is not pushing somebody to do something. We stopped their fines over 6 months ago. Notably, our approach to addressing these concerns has been both direct and inclusive. For instance, on Saturday, October 14, 2023, Economic Development Director Belkis Perez engaged in person with Mr. Durazo at Talavera regarding the placement of screens in his sidewalk cafe area. This was followed by a meeting between Mr. Durazo and myself, remember? On Friday, October 20th, 23. That's on my calendar. Additionally, from December 21st, 2023 to January 8th, 2024, the Economic Development Department conducted a poll. And this is where we get lost. This is the crux of the matter. This is why facts matter. This is why statements like threats and statements like going back on your word or the things that were said, those are not the reasons why you look at a piece of legislation like I have done before in the past, and I can point to my colleague on the left just recently did in regards to one of his pieces of legislation. You got to take a step back, reassess, and say, what do we do moving forward? That legislation I'm talking about is shutters on existing homes. We had a good debate on the floor. We talked about it. The item will come back or it won't come back, depending on how that legislation evolves. So, as I mentioned, let me find my spot. I apologize. Economic Development Director engaged with Mr. Durazo, and I met with him. Okay. Additionally, from December 2021 through 2023 through January 8, 2024, the Economic Development Department conducted a poll among Giralda merchants to solicit their feedback on the aesthetics of Giralda Plaza, further demonstrating our commitment to inclusive decision-making. The results of the city administration poll concluded that Giralda merchants were not in favor of allowing television screens to face out towards the Giralda Plaza. Contrary to this poll, the owner of 77 Sports Bar disseminated their own poll, as my colleague showed a few moments ago, which presented conflicting data. So why did we have a meeting? The meeting that was mentioned before. So recently on February 5th, 2024, I called for a meeting. The city manager, the assistant city manager, the city attorney, the economic development director, 77 Sports Bar owner Fernando Yanes, property owner Fernando Naranjo, and I met at the city manager's office to discuss the use of the TV screens by 77 Sports Bar. We wanted to compare the two documents that were provided, one by the owners, the polls, one by the owners of 77 Sports Bar, and one that was done by the city, which I have attached to this. And we wanted to come to an understanding and a conclusion. Why do we have conflicting information? Why do we have conflicting information? How do we move forward on second reading with the legislation that I have? His document was about 80% in favor, and our document, Belkis, please correct me if I'm wrong, I have it on another page here, you'll see it now, was around 85% against. the TVs. So how do you move forward knowing that you have 85% of an entire street that was explained by our staff, and they say we don't want the TV? And I have also spoken to people on Giralda as of late as yesterday, that I ran into one of the owners, and I'm not going to mention the name because people are nervous about putting their names out there. And they said, look at the poll conducted by the city. It's very clear where people stand. Presently, staff has scheduled a meeting for March 20th with all stakeholders on Giralda to understand the concerns of the merchants and business owners from that area and work together to address any issues. As we move forward, and let me just stop there. When we were in that meeting with the gentleman who's standing in front of me, everybody left that meeting happy. We're going to have another meeting. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to say, he even told me, please don't take away my TVs for Super Bowl. And I said, we would never do that to you. That's the biggest day of the year. We would never take that away from you. And he was able to have his TVs up for the Super Bowl. So I said, let's sit down with staff. Let's have a conversation. Let's sit down with the other business owners around Giralda, because we got to find out why we have competing polls. As we move forward, it is imperative that we continue to foster an environment where businesses can thrive while also respecting the standards and expectations of our community. The upcoming meeting with merchants represents a valuable opportunity to reinforce this commitment, encouraging open dialogue and collaborative problem solving. By doing so, we not only address immediate concerns, but also lay the groundwork for a prosperous, vibrant downtown that benefits everyone, not just one person. In conclusion, the vitality of our downtown business community is inextricably linked to how we handle complaints and violations. By approaching these issues with fairness, thoroughness, and a spirit of cooperation, we can ensure that our downtown remains a thriving hub of activity and community pride. Let us continue to work together and embrace both challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for the betterment of our city and all its inhabitants. So now, I'd like to continue moving forward with the presentation. Here what you have very clearly is the list of the violations from 77 Sports Bar. They're all right here. Every single one of them. Okay? And then here you have the list from Talavera. Everybody's included. I will give you a copy of this. This was taken from public record, and it was given to me by staff. And then you have both Talavera, and you also have our friends at 77 Sports Bar. Okay? Let's move on to the next. I would like for you to see this at night and see how it looks. This is what was sent to me by a resident. This is where I think Commissioner Menendez is correct, and where we make a possible finding of a solution. Maybe we don't allow the TVs at night. Maybe after a certain time they turn off, and that alleviates your concerns, and also ensures that we don't have a wall, which is now going to be shown in the next photo. But to me, seeing what Giralda is, that to me is not representative of what I want to see on Giralda. Imagine if all the businesses started doing that, or started doing that with advertisement out. I think it would be a nightmare. It would look like New York. And I don't think that that's what we want for our community. And as you can see the screen here. I know it's a little difficult. You can see the screen from Talavera, and you'll see it in the next picture. So if you go to the next picture, this was sent to me by a resident. And that is where people are walking, along with what Commissioner Fernandez said, on the other side of 77 Sports Bar. But if that wasn't there, you would have multiple different walkways, which I think was the intent of Giralda. We want to make it something where air flows, where people can walk freely, where people are welcome. Not something that, again, they said, Lincoln Road, with all due respect to Miami Beach, I don't want to see boxes. I'm not about boxes. I'm about seeing something great, open, that highlights the beauty of our city. That, to me, when you throw in 77 Sports Bars, umbrellas, which are perfectly fine, along with the wall, it just doesn't look good, in my opinion. And I think in the opinion of many. Moving on to the next item. Here are more pictures that you can see of the light along with the wall. Next photo. And I think this is one here is even, demonstrates even further how intrusive the light is for not only Talavera, but to anybody who's walking by. I'm 100% in favor of the TV. You want to have the TVs on Saturday during the game? You want to have it during the week watching soccer? That's perfectly right. We'll figure out a way. We'll turn them off at 5. We'll turn them off at 6 o'clock. We'll turn them off at a certain time. Again, this has nothing to do with I'm against the TVs. This is about doing things the right way when you're presented with two competing polls. And while I respect the gentleman from 77 Sports Bar, he handed me a poll handwritten. Belkis Perez works for the city, and she handed me a professional poll that was done and was filled out by almost all, if not every single one of the members of Giralda. Next item. Here is an example of the poll that Commissioner Castro put up. And here's moving on to the next item. Here's an email talking with staff in regards to the brightness on requesting that we have the meeting. And that after the meeting, excuse me. This is after our meeting, and I apologize because I can't see that close. This is an email that talks about the, in response to after our meeting, and it gives you a synopsis of what we talked about. And it talks about where do we go from here? And what is the intent? Who was in the meeting? What came out of the meeting? What's our next step? Let's go to Giralda. Let's get together with all stakeholders. Let's have a conversation. If Commissioner Fernandez wants to include a conversation about other issues that are concerning on Giralda, I welcome it. I have about 10 that I will add to that. If we have everybody together in a room, it should be open forum. But first, let's at least address this issue. So if you see there, all of the proper protocols were followed. We're trying to memorialize and do everything in a way that addresses the concerns and finds a path moving forward that builds community, that doesn't peg you against him or him against you. Because that's the conversation that we had. Remember in my office? Exact conversation we had. That I said, I support, but we need to find, I didn't know that you were going through this. And I literally that day, I think was the day that you and I met, was the day that I got that photo from a resident. And I said, look, I just got this. So I understand what you're going through, and at the end of the day, people don't want to sit outside because I've spoken to people. They said, I don't want to sit outside at Talavera. But again, that's his business model. His business model is different than yours. And by the way, what you're doing is against the code, and what you're doing is against the code. Bottom line, even if nobody caught you for 4 years, it's still against the code. It doesn't matter. So if I do something and I break the rules at my house and I build a structure that's illegal, guess what? You still got to take that structure down. Even if I built it and nobody caught me for 4 years. Madam Zoning Director, am I correct or am I wrong? Please put it on the record if you don't mind. If I build an illegal structure and nobody catches me for 10 years and it's encroaching the setback, my neighbor's setback, what has to happen?
Well, you have either try to permit it and zoning.
No, but I want to prove something on the record because it's been an argument that's been used multiple times that says, no, but it's been there for 4 years and no one has said anything. It's still wrong.
Correct.
It's still against the code.
Right.
Okay. So I lost control of this legislation when my fellow colleague to my right decided to basically appropriate that legislation from me while I was still working on it. I think the best thing is we move forward in a way that finds consensus. Doesn't use blogs, doesn't disseminate information that's false. I never had any intention of taking this gentleman's TVs away. It's proven. I told it to you very clearly, Mr. Owner of Talavera. And I have one last statement that I want to put on the record. Okay? Something that I was thinking about and some things that we drafted this morning. In recent times, our community has been navigating through a sea of misinformation from online blogs. The purpose of the memo was to clarify the misunderstandings and to reaffirm our dedication to transparency and accuracy in our community, especially in our communications. The challenge faced by businesses such as 77 Sports Bar and Talavera have underscored the necessity of engaging in a dialogue and finding balanced solutions that respect the diverse perspectives within our community. Our strategy has constantly been to include all stakeholders in these discussions, striving for outcomes that uphold the values and expectations of our community. It's undeniable, it's documented in emails. We've spent time with staff to make sure everybody has a voice. The intent behind the memo and the ethos guiding our administration is to highlight the critical need for scrutinizing the information we encounter. Just because you send me a document that says that everybody's in favor and I contact certain people on that list, I'm not going to read their names out of respect for them and tell me I am not in favor of that. But certain people were in favor of it. You're correct. And by the way, almost everybody's in favor against what you have there. So I'm not siding with anybody, but I know that you're reacting to this gentleman's thing, and I respect that and I understand that. But we can't just fight fire with fire. At the end of the day, we destroy the beautiful asset that we have. Misinformation can undermine the unity and progress of our community, making it an imperative that we approach information with a critical eye. As we look to the future, our aim is to sustain the vibrancy and safety of our downtown area, ensuring it remains aligned with the aspirations and values of our community. This endeavor calls for ongoing dialogue, March 20th. And if March 20th doesn't work for my colleagues, we'll do it in April. We'll do it in the end of March. Collaboration and a mutual commitment to transparency, honesty in addressing the issues we face. What I'm asking my colleague, the sponsor of the legislation on second reading, because I sponsored it on first, is coordinate with staff, look at your schedules. Let's have one final meeting with Giralda, which is already in the books since the beginning, the thought, the processes. I'm not bringing anything new. Let's have this conversation, like Commissioner Menendez says, and let's find a solution for something that has become a problem that is unnecessary. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I
One
just have
second.
one question
Yes.
for all of you, including you, Commissioner Castro, so that we can try to reach at least an interim solution that will satisfy the needs of both businesses. And in mediation, you
May I just say something? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, and I know the state attorney's going to get mad for me interrupting. She told me you can't interrupt anybody. Don't interrupt anybody. But there is a solution. They can move on as they go. They can stay as they go until we resolve the issue.
I'm going to try to split the baby, so to speak.
Sorry for interrupting you. I apologize. She's
It's
going
okay, it's okay.
she's going to reprimand me later. The city attorney's going to reprimand me later.
No. I mean,
No, not you, the city attorney. I'm sorry.
This is an effort to try to find a happy medium until we can meet and really flesh out the issues and look for longer-term solutions that keeps the intent of what we're trying to accomplish in mind without distracting on the overall beauty. My suggestion is, and I would need input from you all, is an interim, because what we're talking about here is, these glaring lights at night, okay? And it's mainly a night issue, correct me if I'm wrong. If we can put it work, until we can have this meeting on March 20th or any other day, because we have our next commissioning meeting right after that is April 12th, use the TVs during the day and turn them off at night. Would that work? Is that an interim solution for this next? It's less than a month. We're talking, I think it's less than a month, a little over a month. You have your March 20th meeting, unless you all have time to do it earlier. Let's flesh out these issues. Let's see if we can do the best for all of our businesses in the interim. And then after that meeting, see if there's something that we can do with the TVs, even at night, that resolves this issue.
Mayor, one of the points that has been missing in this conversation is Talavera closed at 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stay over 12 and 2 a.m.
All right.
So the issues that they have, if they have it for a couple hours, is a situation that maybe you can address and point it out right there. Because it's not like he's been suffered the whole day because the lights and whatever they are pointing on that. And another point I would like to leave on the record is, and the pool were conducted by the city came after I bring my pool handwritten by business owners or business managers. As anonymous, I never received it even. So if you go about voting and say 85% of that pool, then it's 12 people anonymous say no, until 14 people handwriting and bringing it here is 100%.
No.
Plus that tool that they have is 16 people from the 26 that were asking in favor of this situation. So I just want to leave on the record that too.
So it's clear we have two competing polls, okay? And I think when you get everybody around a table, we can flush those things out. So you're playing the TVs from 10 p.m. on.
Yeah, and I believe this, I hope you, the majority of this, have the conscience to be really, find a happy medium and work it out for both of us, which is the ones that, by your statement, we are the one that welcomes everybody in Giralda, but not be shutting down and threatening us and be shutting down for this situation, okay? It's really important.
Yeah, no desire to shut you down.
Of course.
You know,
I know it's not your desire.
I don't know if you replay games that start at a certain hour earlier because some of us don't always have time to go watch them at the time that they're playing. I don't all the time, and looking at the games afterwards is fun. But I don't know if that works for both businesses if you shut down at 10 o'clock.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, let's keep the debate amongst the commission, and then let's make a decision. I'm of the belief that we leave it the way it is, and we have a conversation with the community, because I think we haven't been able to find middle ground. We're going to have to find the middle ground. We're going to have to say, listen, this is the way it's going to be. And the only way to do that is by just, like I said, speaking to all the businesses in an open forum. And by the way, Belkis should come up here and I think it's important to respond to the gentleman in regards to the poll that was done. I think it's important. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I mean, that's why I ask questions. Learn.
We close the kitchen at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
The restaurant stays open until the customers are there.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
the other is that the poll should be with the business owners, not with the managers.
Yes.
The managers are employees that might be there today, might not be there tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Belkis, will you please? Who did you use to the survey in regards to the poll that we did?
We have a database of Giralda merchants. That is how we communicate with them, whether we have meetings with them, which we have monthly meetings with them. Anything we do, we communicate through that database, and we sent it 5 times to everyone on that database. And
Owners or?
Business owners.
Okay, good.
And property, and managers also. It's not just one person. For example, I think Talavera has the owner and a manager as well. Fernando only himself, but they received it 5 times. This came up in the meeting. We told you that it was part of another one, that sometimes we group things together so we have information. We had the poll information as well. We had a meeting that we set up with our Giralda merchants, and you came that day to the Giralda merchants meeting, so that it's under that same email.
So he says he didn't receive that email. Do you have proof that he received that email?
I don't have receipts. I don't have email receipts. But we do have emails that show that.
And how many people responded?
We had 12 at the poll.
Yes.
12.
Okay. And the outcome was 80 something?
It was 10 for it and 2 against it.
And for it in sense of?
I'm sorry, 10 against it, 2 for it.
So 10 against the TVs, 2 for it.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much. So Commissioner.
So this is an ordinance, first reading, second reading.
Second.
We're on second already.
Yep.
Have the two of you had the opportunity away from government and away from elected officials to sit down, have a beer or tequila, and try to find a solution amongst the two of you without the circus? I strongly suggest that you try that, because it's like planning a vacation for 2 people and you're trying to get everybody in the city to be involved to plan your vacation. And I would love for the two of you just to sit away from all of us and see if you can work it out.
I am all for it. I have not done it because, I leave these decisions to the authority because it has to do with code enforcement and all those things. So
I mean, I see your demeanor, both gentlemen, I think away from the cameras or the spotlight, you two could probably come up with option A and option B.
Correct.
And we don't interfere with the two of you. and then that we get an answer and we move on.
Commissioner, if I may, just to, while I value the option, this is a code enforcement issue. This is an issue where the code needs to be changed or upheld. Correct. Again, like I said in the beginning, I'm not against the TVs, but why are we always say constantly, let's get as much input from the community as possible. We have dueling polls. I'm of the belief that, like Commissioner Fernandez said, let's sit down with everybody and let's use this opportunity to have issues dealt with alleys, issues with cleanliness, issues with lighting, issues with whatever that may be, parking, concerns, safety, whatever the concerns may be. You can flush those out in a meeting with all the merchants and the business owners. I think that is the right way of doing things. Commissioner.
Could we go to the mayor's presentation to figure number 2? I know there's 2 figure number 2, so it'd be the second one.
You know what page that's on?
There's no page numbers. I think 1, 2, 3. So it's one behind the graph or the chart, the Excel sheet. Next page. No. There. Can you zoom in on that a bit?
The lights are off.
I think the biggest issue that we have in this area is not the brightness of the TVs, but the lack of brightness from the lights. When you have lighting in the area, if we were to turn off the lights in this room right now, those TVs would be extremely bright. But the fact that there's lighting in this room, we can all tolerate the lighting from these TVs. I think that's part of the problem, and it's a problem throughout Giralda. As a city, we're not lighting Giralda properly, and I think that's our problem. That's something we need to fix, because we're relying on you and you as business owners to turn on your lights to light up the street for people to walk on. And I think it's a safety issue, and I think that's something that we're going to need to look into to make sure that it is properly lit. ADA, this is not a flat surface. These are tiles or bricks. So I think lighting is the number one issue.
That picture is showing the lights in Giralda off. So it's not accurate.
But a lot of times they are off, because I know I've been there a lot of times, and especially in this strip here, there's less lighting. Yeah, this strip here, closer to you guys, there's less lighting. There's more lighting on the other end of Giralda.
That was the night there was an FPNL issue. There was an FPNL issue, and I used this photo. Because it shows you the brightness. Yes. The brightness. There are other, when you drive by, and I've walked it, and you see the lights when they're on. Yes. Even with that's the reason why you put up that wall, because even when the lights are on, the TV still bother you at night. And that's what you told me, your clients, and that's what other individuals have said is the issue.
I'm totally open to anything, and I'm also empathizing with my neighbor. The only thing I have to protect are my customers, that they've been there for 15 years with a certain experience, and that experience we changed that experience to not to the better, but something they don't like. So that's, as long as I can protect my customers and maintain that experience, I'm totally open.
Well, Commissioner, wait 1 second.
But I wasn't done.
Go ahead.
You interrupted. There's a tree stump there, close to Talavera. I've tripped on that tree stump because of inadequate lighting. Right there, if you look at where that person is standing, there's a beam of light coming out of Talavera. There's a tree stump right there. The tree has never been replaced. I had asked the manager to look into it. I don't know if he ever got to that point. But lighting is a problem on Giralda at night. And that's something that, as a city, we need to look into, because using this picture to show the amount of light, knowing all too well that FPL had lighting issues at night, is disingenuous. Because what you're trying to show is how bright the light is on the day that there's no light all over the place. I mean, come on.
Commissioner, if you may, just 1 second. Listen, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Can you go? There's another picture.
Well, now they have have the screen back up to the picture, because now it shows a dark room.
Again,
you can see the brightness.
There's no need we're trying to find a resolution here. The idea of insulting somebody, all I've been, is to try to be upfront and put everything together.
We could do a night meeting. I would say.
You can call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, trying to keep this as professional as possible. This is easy. The reason I was very clear, I'm the one that said we use this picture because I wanted to show you how bright it was with everything. This gentleman came to me. Again, if you don't want to address the issues, perfectly fine. Then let's just vote on the issue. Let's move forward. But you came to me and said, my clients do not want to sit outside due to the brightness. Don't take it from me. I want you to tell them what you told me. Not me. Why did you say it? Why did you come to me and say, hey, listen, people do not want to sit outside because how bright it is? Is that the case? When the lights are on outside, is it still an issue? When the lights are on in Giralda, is it still an issue, the gentleman's TVs?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's not an issue about being disingenuous or not. I'm the one that told you about there was an FP&O was out for 15 minutes. My point is, you have concerns and 10 merchants have concerns as per the poll. If you want to move forward, then you have a motion on the floor. We can move forward. You have a second. If there's no other conversation, that's it. But if
I'm
now
not
you keep
done.
going. Then keep going.
I'm not done.
Keep going.
Well, yeah.
You mentioned a couple other things that I just wanted to touch upon. You like to say that, we're attacking you, but you were the one that just a couple minutes ago said in your remarks that two of us up here don't even remember what it was like. I was on the property advisory board at the time that this was approved. So I do know what it was like, and I was part of the process of advising the commission on how to proceed with this. The second item was that you have never seen in your time here somebody take a piece of legislation. That's not correct either. 2 meetings ago, the vice mayor placed an item on the agenda on leaf blowers because I hadn't brought it back.
No.
And she had a presentation done a second time. So this is something that's happening. The problem is you don't like it when it happens to you.
With all due
2
respect.
meetings ago, outside in that chamber, you said I needed to stop co-sponsoring the item that you have later in this agenda regarding white-way lights because I was riding your coattails. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't need your coattails. I have my own.
Right,
Now,
you do.
Commissioner Fernandez, with all due respect, this commission prior to you being elected had brought a leaf blower issue. And that was merely an update on that leaf blower issue and to provide us additional input so we can make a decision whether to move forward. I did not sponsor your legislation. I did not move your legislation one way or another. That was a factual update as to what our city has done and input from other communities. It's the same issue. It's all about leaf blowers. You can decide whether you want to bring it back. I didn't put it on the agenda for a vote. It was an update for our commission because we hadn't heard back from staff who said they were going to come back to us on our city's progress going on to leaf blowers and information that would be valuable for us, you in particular as the sponsor of the one that would apply to residential properties as to whether you wanted to move forward on it. No attempt to appropriate your legislation. It was the intent of the commission prior to your election to go step one, let our city change how it does its practices first, just like we did with Roundup. Okay, and we stopped using Roundup. But we haven't taken the second step to prohibit it throughout our city because of other concerns that exist, just like we've had with plastic bags, on preemption, and things of that nature. So I think you've mischaracterized a simple update into something that it's not. So
I won't
Just
answer
no-
to it. All I'll ask is for the clerk to ping back to the comments that the vice mayor said during that item when I asked, when she said you hadn't brought it back, that's why I did. So
Okay,
that's
yeah.
all I'm going to ask for.
Through the mayor.
If I may, let me, Madam Commissioner, let me just respond to my friend, Commissioner Fernandez. I asked you to not, please, co-sponsor, because at the end of the day, what I'd like to do is for you to stand on your own 2 feet. I'd like for you to be here after 1 year and pass your first piece of legislation. This is something I've been working on for 5 years, And I just said, let me handle it. You know, obviously we do not see eye to eye. I want to be as respectful and professional as possible. Again, this is the first time I see an actual piece of legislation on second reading in almost 11 years from somebody who was working on a matter, and we were proactively working on it. Because you know that we said, we left that meeting saying we're going to have a meeting with all the Giralda owners, correct? Did we not leave that meeting saying we're going to have a meeting with all the Giralda owners and you were perfectly fine with it?
That's where you asked to,
But you were fine with it. Fernando was fine with it also.
it's nothing about fine or not. That's your decision, Mayor.
But the issue is very simple. You have two polls that are conflicting. You have the city saying that 10 out of 12 oppose. How do you say that you are residents first and then say, I'm not going to listen to the business. I'm going to go against the business and do something that benefits you but hurts this man. I can't do that.
Yes.
So, but hold on 1 second, excuse me. So that's one thing. So if you look at some of the items on the city commission today, PFAL, the vice mayor. Let's pick on the vice mayor. The vice mayor has, that was a joke, pick like the Peacocks. I guess nobody liked my joke. It's okay. Just trying to.
I'm hungry.
So let's pick on the vice mayor, PFAL. I probably put that on the agenda 4 or 5 times out of frustration. Not legislation, but discussion items to see how we can move the ball forward. I actually like the fact that she put it on. Maybe we'll take some action. Maybe we'll push the county into doing something. Commissioner Castro has an item that deals with the issue of a gentleman who's been in a tug of war here in the city for a long time. I put that item on the agenda multiple times. Actually voted against the height on that project. But it's great that we put it back on the item because it's good that we clarify issues that were stated there in regards to liens. I have no concerns if somebody puts something. What I do have an issue with is after working on something for years and years and years and years and bringing it to fruition and then having someone come in on the 11th hour and just attach their name to legislation in perpetuity. That's my comment. And with all due respect, you know, the issue of the FPNL was not an intent to mislead. I'm the one that just put it on the record. We had other pictures also that we can include, and he says it. When the lights are working, I don't want to put words in your mouth. When the lights are working, is it still bright? Yes. Okay. So we have a business that's been there for 15 years. You're a business that's been there for a lot of years. We need to work together. Let's build consensus. Listen to Commissioner Menendez. You guys sit down, have a coffee, and then we come back and we have this meeting amongst all that. We shouldn't be afraid to have a dialogue with all the businesses. We can find out about a lot of things. Maybe you turn off your TVs at 7 o'clock at night. What does that hurt you? You know, you can watch it all day, but at the end of the day, you know you're not within the code. You're outside the code. You violated the code, and so did you.
In that point, Mayor, I came here many times to ask for a permit. And when I put those TVs on, that was Mr. Carlos Mindro. He specifically told me, hey, you can do it this way until they change all the regulations. It has been 7 years, the same time, then the street opens and change the layouts.
Sir, but I'm trying to explain to you, and I've told this to you. That's why I decided to embark on permitting this. And now we heard from businesses in that street that said, we are not happy with this, don't do this. We heard from residents who sent pictures. That's what I'm telling you. I took the baton to make you whole. But if I have businesses that are telling me that it's a problem, I'm going to make you very happy, but then I'm going to make him very unhappy. It's just common sense. It's just common sense. So why can't we have a conversation? I'm trying to be as thoughtful as possible in the process. We should want to do this. Commissioner,
Yeah.
please, can you sit down for a second, please? I think we've had enough. Let's discuss the debate here amongst the commission.
Respectful and professional. I would hope that you behave the same way outside of here. I mean, in here you're not really respectful and professional except for when you decide to. But outside, you don't behave that way. In fact, number one, let's respect our residents and our business owners. The way they take data is the way they take data. You don't have to be condescending to them. Show a little respect. And I think that's part of the civility code, okay? Number two, you're not taking into account that I also went to Giralda and spoke to everyone myself as an elected official. So if you're not giving that any value, there's a problem there, okay? I'm not gonna bring an ordinance without knowing that everybody is okay with it, or at least the majority, okay? The poll was after the altercation or before the altercation, the one we did? That's a question. Belkis? The poll was before the altercation?
There was no altercation.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so then something's conflicting here, because I'm hearing that you're threatening business owners. I mean, am I wrong?
I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not threatening anybody.
Fernando?
All right.
Okay.
Well.
And the reason I am so passionate about this, because this is completely unacceptable. If you want to put a persona, a different character up here and pretend that you are a certain way, go for it. I'm not really a politician. I'm a normal person, and I'm not going to take this from you, okay? You respect the business owners. Did you not feel threatened, or did he not threaten your landlord?
Yes.
Okay. How did he do so?
He say my landlord statement when he called the mayor to try to finish this, and they're gonna shut me down.
That he's going to shut the business down.
And gonna sue me for that.
And he's going to sue him for that. So we're going to go ahead and put this whole character on like I'm so, polite and respectful and professional. No. Like break the act right now, okay? Number two.
May I respond to that,
No, because
Commissioner?
I'm not done talking. Don't interrupt, okay? Number two, you didn't have any intent of bringing the legislation back, okay? You didn't. So I did. And the reason I know he has no intent of bringing the legislation back was because of the communication he had with the landlord and the business owner. You don't bring legislation back telling them that you're going to bring their business down. I'm sorry, that's very conflicting, okay? And I did, and when I brought this legislation back because I did speak to the city attorney, and she said I could, okay? And that's about it. Is there anything else you would like to say on the record of what happened?
No, right now.
Okay.
If I may respond, excuse me. Okay. First off, if you go back to my memo, the memo is memorialized when I was going to bring this back. It's very clear in an email from my staff stating who was there and what our next step is. It's very clear. You told me something on the phone, and you said it very clearly when we spoke. The reason this got on the blog was because Melissa Castro and Ariel Fernandez called Political Cortadito, and they would put pressure on me by smearing my name. You told me that you didn't do anything, but that you did, and Fernando told me the same thing on the phone that said, and I asked you, why would you run to a blog? And I tried to be a gentleman about it. I said, I can't have any part in this. She's going to sponsor it, then we'll discuss it. But I think we should have a community meeting to discuss this. You were very clear, and you unequivocally said, Melissa said, I will call Political Cortadito and we'll put pressure on the mayor by basically destroying his reputation.
No.
She didn't say that.
I would
But you
never
didn't
say
No,
that.
no, let me explain. No. Don't rephrase
Don't
my
draw a line
situation.
now.
I never
Let me respond.
threatened you. You know that.
Let
very
me
well.
respond. Let me respond to you. As we get out from that conversation, then your statements were there. I called Melissa Castro and say, listen, this is very concerning to me. This situation with the mayor were off the charge. Okay?
There was people
completely.
in the room. Everybody was in the
room. Of course, and they
Madam
know about
City-
it.
Madam
They are
City-
not about
Madam
it.
City Attorney, was I off the charts in the meeting?
Mayor.
Tell me, tell
So
me.
I don't know what off the charts means.
I don't know what it is
I don't
either.
know what that means, so I don't, and.
Did I threaten anybody?
So I don't believe there were any threats made. I would, there's been a lot that's been said here and a lot of assertions. So because I protect the best interests of the city, I am not going to say that anyone has ever threatened a business here that I'm aware of. So I don't, I don't think it's appropriate to go into that.
City Attorney, let me ask you. If he talk to your friend Melissa Castro and say she have cojones to bring this back, he said
Again,
that?
I'm going to, once again.
He say that?
Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, that's
Literally, that's a
Say
yes
that or
or
no?
no. But apparently, I
Let me
have,
ask
I
you.
have, I have
Remember,
everyone
this is
here
on the
listening.
record. This is on the record.
Excuse me.
No,
Excuse
hold on.
me.
He say it or no?
Excuse me, sir. The city attorney said I never threatened you. You said that I threatened you in front of the city, that's the ACM, the city manager, Belkis.
You talked to Naranjo and threatened us.
I did not.
You did, sir.
I did not. What I said was very simple.
It's
What
the
I said
same
was-
that you say that
Guys.
this is misinformation. When we went there and my statement was the same that happened that day. You
absolutely
say, call
unequivocally
your friend Castro to see if she have
Unequivocally
cojones
incorrect.
to bring this back.
Sir.
Or no?
Sir.
Okay.
When I spoke.
That's nice. It's on
Sir.
the record.
when I spoke to the businesses.
Sir, I don't have
Fernando.
nothing else to talk to
Fernando,
you.
when I spoke
with
to
that
the business
situation.
owners,
You are a
they
liar,
all
sir.
said,
You are a liar.
they all said the same thing about you. And they said that you are one of the biggest bullies on Giralda.
Why are you
and that you have-
attacking,
and
why
that
are
you
you
have done-
attacking him?
To
What-
slur me,
because
to slur me is embarrassing.
To
So
defend
listen,
yourself, you have to attack
ma'am,
others?
you're the sponsor. You are the sponsor, and you can move forward. Sir, did I treat you? Did I treat you with respect? How did I treat you when you came to see me? How was it? Tell me.
First time I went to see you, you were totally supportive of Fernando.
And I still am. And I still am supportive of you.
You responded really understanding his needs. And I have not been there before, so now you're listening to me. And you were totally non-biased, objective, listening to both, and encouraging us always to find common ground and a solution where we can all,
Fernando,
have our money.
I just want you to understand
that's
something.
That's my experience.
I support you having the TVs, and I continue to support it, but not without having a dialogue amongst you. Stop.
I do have one more question about about process, because we've been hearing about two different polls, but one thing that caught my attention was when we were told that there are multiple people and businesses that are receiving the poll. So did multiple people and businesses vote?
I sent the list to the exact same people that are on our list. So there are multiple people, yes, there are. And I did it anonymous because I didn't want anyone to feel that they were being called out. So if there might be multiple from one, I would assume that only one would have filled it out for the team. Regardless, there's conflict because it just doesn't show up. So I think that was the reason why we wanted to have a meeting.
I mean, doing polling for a living, that's not a poll that you can trust, because if you're sending out a poll where each business should technically have one vote and multiple people in the business can potentially be voting, the vice mayor mentioned that we shouldn't take the word of a manager, it should be the owner. We don't know if it was the owners or the managers that took this poll, because there are managers on the list from what you said, correct? So I don't see it. Commissioner Castro, you say that you went to the businesses
Personally.
and they were
Personally
supportive.
spoke.
We have another document which was handwritten by the individuals at these businesses.
I agree with you. I agree with you on the poll, 100% on the.
Yeah, I mean,
but and I don't want to interrupt you, so.
Yeah. No, please, I actually want to hear
I can see it both ways.
I want to hear
I
it.
can see it both ways. I just don't understand. I don't understand if we have so much conflict in data, and we have two parties that when we finally deliberate here, we're going to hurt one versus the other. Why not have more conversation? You just said it. Well, you said it with our friends on Oak Color. I want to have another community meeting. While we had massive amount of support from Snapper Creek residents. But I want another community meeting. Why are we so afraid to have another community meeting amongst businesses? I don't understand why. This is a huge revenue generator. Again, I'm fine. Let's just vote on it. I'm okay. I'm perfectly fine with it. We're ready to move forward. You want to vote on it? We vote on it. It's okay. Move forward.
Given the fact that I also, when I spoke to almost every business owner there, and I got very positive feedback, I am moving forward with this motion. I know Commissioner Fernandez seconded it, so please, City Clerk.
Just give me 1 second. That's my job.
Okay.
So is there any other further comment? I just want to make sure the commission is okay. We're good?
I just want to add that, going forward, when we have a discussion and the flame is lit, that we throw water, not gasoline on it going forward, because it's not good for anybody, not good for the folks in the audience, not good for the folks watching, not good for us. Let's try to bring the temperature down, not try to escalate things, and I think we can do better.
Thank you, sir. Madam Vice Mayor, anything else?
No, I would second that comment, and that's why, I urged us to get the folks in the room to be able to reach an amicable solution that resolves all issues. I mean, most of the time, the first thing you have to do when you do that is you're going to have to make the past. Whatever words were said, we got to forget that and just try to do the best for the businesses. And that's why I said, let's meet. Maybe we can do an interim solution. That's why I asked you the questions that that I did as to whether or not the TVs could run during the day, when it's not going to be flickering. Can we tilt the TVs? Is there a middle ground until we can have our meeting? I'd love to meet a middle ground, but I really don't know if I have a clear answer from you on that. So
We have a motion, unless you have anything else you'd like to add.
This is to the best interest of all the business owners according to their point of view and how they manage their business, most of them.
Just as a point of clarification, this applies to all businesses on Giralda.
Correct.
So the ordinance applies on Giralda Plaza. You have to have an open-air dining permit in order to be able to have the TV screens on your property.
Got it.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Also 25 feet of storefront. If you don't have more than 25 feet of storefront, you don't qualify for this permit.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
It's one clarification, Commissioner, unless the development review official determines that it's appropriate.
Correct.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
I'm torn a bit on this one because we don't have an amicable solution between these businesses. So at this time, it's a no.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes, and I want to sit down with you at your location to see how we can move forward with a solution for yours as well.
Mayor Lago.
I support the TVs, but I can't support it this way. I'm all about the process and having as many people have a conversation. I have to say no. Thank you. All right, moving on to item. Thank you for everybody being here. Moving on to item 2.1. Time certain for 12, and I apologize. I know you've been very patient. Sorry about that. Thank you, Raquel. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Raquel Elejabarrieta, HR Director. As you know, I also serve as the city's ADA Coordinator. In that function, I am the Secretary for the city's Advisory Board on Disability Affairs. As you all know, that board is a very active board, and the city relies heavily on the expertise and the recommendations made by that board regarding all issues regarding affecting individuals with disabilities to support the city's inclusion and accessibility. The board, like most boards, is made up of 6 members to be confirmed by the commission, with each commissioner appointing 1 member. And there is also 1 ex officio member from the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce. Recently, there was a nomination, and those board members must be residents unless the resident waiver is approved by this commission by a 4/5 vote. And during the December 13th meeting, there was a resolution requesting the approval of a residential waiver for Justine Chichester to serve on the board, and that motion or that resolution was not approved. During our last board meeting, the board made a resolution for this commission to reconsider granting the residential waiver for Ms. Chichester to serve on the board. Although she is not a resident of the city of Coral Gables, she does work the city of Coral Gables, and she works for DIG. DIG is Disability Independence Group, and it's a nonprofit organization whose mission is to expand opportunities and participation for individuals with disabilities. And so this board is asking the city commission to reconsider granting the residential waiver for Ms. Chichester. I believe she is here. I have not met her. She is here, and I think she's asked to speak, and I think we do have some other members of the board who would like to speak.
Thank you. Will you please join us? Or we can go to you, whatever you like. Whatever you feel most comfortable. No worries, please. Outside of a few hungry commissioners, I think we have more than enough time for you. I think you've waited long enough. There's no hurry, please.
Can I use this one?
Whichever one.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay. Thank you so much for entertaining me today and listening to my comments. My name is Justine Chichester. I know that many of you have been approached by friends and colleagues since my residential waiver was denied in December, and also by members of the Disability Affairs Board, encouraging you all to approve me for the board. I suffered paralysis in 2014, and I was in a wheelchair for 9 years, and I was told I would never walk again. and through a lot of therapy. And if you follow me on social media, Commissioner Castro, I sent you and Commissioner Fernandez emails about my social media, about my journey and recovery, and I'm obviously now walking again. It's a little difficult for me to be here, but it's important because now I'm working, advocating for people with disabilities, as you mentioned, in the city of Coral Gables. My husband and I, my husband owns a business, a law firm in the Gables. He sits on the Coral Gables Bar Association Board of Directors as well. So a lot of our activities are in the city, and I now work for DIG, as she mentioned, Disability Independence Group, advocating for people with disabilities. And we do a monthly supper social club, which is a fabulous event that I hope all of you will attend in the city of Coral Gables. We're now at Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza. We're up to about 50 guests. It's a neurodiverse dining experience for those of us who have neuro issues, if you want to say. And I feel it's important for me to be on the board because I have a unique perspective about accessibility issues, challenges that people, yes, in wheelchairs, but also with walkers. I now have a walker and I'm using a cane as well. I was able-bodied, and now I'm disabled, and I provide a unique perspective that I think no one on that board actually has right now, and I think it's important. So that's why I'm here today, advocating for myself as well as people with disabilities. So that's it, I think. Thank you guys for listening to me. Thank you so much. And thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, as I've mentioned to you all, I did many years of litigation, just like Matthew Dietz, advocating for individuals with disabilities from neurodivergence, establishing standing for individuals who cannot speak, who could not express themselves due to brain injuries, but had to take it all the way up to the Court of Appeals to be able to get that ruling established that, you know, you don't have to be able to utter your expression of wanting to go somewhere in order to be able to have the right to bring a lawsuit because you lack accessibility to an area, because you can't use the bathroom in the area. There's a unique perspective that's brought from somebody that's in a chair versus someone who is not. I've walked and inspected, I've lost count of how many properties and I've been from Key West to Jacksonville working on cases, and every single property is unique. Every single property has something different. I've even been on a Yankee Freedom vessel, which goes between Key West and the Dry Tortugas. And there's nothing that will replace me bringing my client on that vessel to identify additional issues. As much experience as I had, I always respected the perspective of the individual with the disabilities, because there's always something out there that you're not going to see, that a person who has lived that experience will do so. So that's why I picked Mr. Rand previously, because she not only was respectful to the commission and asking for things, because I've represented individuals with disability that are angry that they don't have access. And rightfully so, because it's been since 1992 that the law has been in place that businesses need to make their facilities accessible. And it's been a long time. But for our city to be able to do a better job, we need the expertise. And we're getting it free of charge. Absolutely free of charge. I can't tell you the dollar value of what Mr. Chester brings, because I had to pay the experts to go through with me, as well as the client, and we identified, you know, what was compliant with the code, what was readily achievable when you couldn't quite meet the code on historic structures, and alternatives to be able to make that happen. So I really appreciate your efforts and your time to get here. our elevator wasn't working yesterday, so I was very concerned that you were not going to be able to make it up the stairs.
The automatic door isn't working at the front, just so everybody knows.
The one at the facing Biltmore Way? Yeah, no, but because we use.
Yeah, somebody had to open the door for me, just as
No,
an
no, and
aside.
it's.
I meant to mention that when I was up there.
No, I have issues with our parking lot as well. And I'm going to ask for your help. Hopefully, my colleagues will agree to appoint you to try to advocate for those and the importance as to why those issues exist. But I've done a lot of historic facilities, including Bagatelle Restaurant, and there was one across from the federal courthouse in Key West that I did, and there was always a way that we provided accessibility, even in those facilities for historic reasons that we didn't want to deface, I hope and I pray that my colleagues open their heart up and understand what a valuable asset I can't pronounce your last name. Christine provides us. This is a gift, that we can't purchase or other than saying thank you for donating your time. All our board members are valuable. They bring wonderful things to our city, but the perspective that she brings is unique and is irreplaceable. I don't know of a better qualified person out there other than Justine to do this work. It's hard.
Thank you.
I understand you have a few comments here.
Well, just straight to the point. I've been blessed to know Justine and her husband for some years now. And I've watched her journey to the point of where she is now from where she started. And I can't think of anybody more inspirational. In our city, our government needs more inspiration and more inspirational people like you. So to me, we'd be blessed to have you serve, and we need more people like you. So I'm completely in support of you being part of our family.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I do have one more member of the public requesting to speak. Apologize. Jennifer Ward Sando.
How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me.
Yeah, afternoon. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity for letting me speak here today. My address is 601 Majorca Avenue, Coral Gables. I am a member of the Coral Gables Advisory Board on Disability Affairs. I am very excited about the makeup of the current commission because we have Ms. Anderson with extensive disability background, Ms. Castro, who's worked with people with disabilities, Commissioner Fernandez, who was of great assistance on the School Community Resource Committee when we were putting forward movements to make the schools more inclusive of disability. And I was also very excited when I learned that Commissioner Anderson had appointed Justine to our board, because I've known Justine for a while. And I thought, what an amazing opportunity for the city. Like, she's got this point of view that I don't have, and I don't think anybody else on our board has. If I could take myself and put myself in her brain, I would. But I can't. I understand sensory issues, but I don't understand mobility issues. Also, our board has 5 people on it. Prior to me being on the board, sometimes I would attend the meetings. Sometimes they had trouble making quorum, because if more than 2 people are out, you can't make quorum. And one of the previous board members, a couple of them, because they have disabilities, had trouble making it to meetings physically, and then you can't vote. I know Justine is always around the city. She's always at city events. In fact, I had no idea she wasn't a resident of Coral Gables, because she's always in Coral Gables, works in Coral Gables, works for the city, and loves the city. So in interest of time, I will wrap it up, and I humbly request that you guys reconsider and put her on our board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For the mayor. Yeah, I want to thank you foremost for coming here and providing me that beautiful email, very informative, that you sent me. I stand very, very strong with, I don't like to to approve resident waivers, but you're going to be my exception, okay? Because I feel in my heart, number one, that it's the right thing to do, okay? And per the city clerk, there was no other applicants, and there's no other person in there that uses a wheelchair, so I think you would be a great asset. And that's it.
I thank you for having the change of heart. You understand now why I was so strongly in favor of having Justine join this board. I think she's going to bring a wealth of information and value to our city and be able to make us and provide us amazing recommendations on how to move forward.
So first, thank you for wanting to serve. I've heard from a lot of people over the last few weeks advocating on your behalf. And like Commissioner Castro, I have always been staunch about making sure that we have residents serving on our advisory boards because that's what the point of the advisory boards is, to incorporate members of our city to serve on these boards. But one thing that I was able to find out is we don't have a lot of people in our city who would have the knowledge that you do and would be able to help this commission on this advisory basis. So, like Commissioner Castro said, you will be my one exception.
Okay. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk?
I'm sorry, may I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and I apologize for the wait. Moving on to item E2, I just want to catch this one before we go to lunch.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending St. Philip's School site plan approved under ordinance number 3576 to replace an existing building with a new pre-K building located at 1109 Andalusia Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. All other conditions of approval contained in ordinance number 3576 shall remain in effect, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so anyone who is wishing to speak today should be sworn in by the clerk.
Okay. Those who will be appearing before this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide?
I was about to say good morning, but actually good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm here this afternoon representing St. Philip's Episcopal School and Church. You may recall that we were here a few weeks ago with a request to do a modification to our site plan to demolish an existing building and replace it with a building of almost equal size, the only difference being that a current awning connection was going to be enclosed for the safety of the children. The new structure is to replace the pre-K3 and pre-K4 classrooms. As you know, one of the conditions in between first and second reading was that we meet with the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Toyos. And I want to let you know that we did meet with Mr. and Mrs. Toyos. We had a very successful meeting. We have come to an agreement on the swale, and that is that we will each landscape our own side of the swale. So St. Philip's will landscape the west side of Cordova in front of their house, and the Toyos will landscape theirs. We've agreed that we will match whatever landscaping the Toyos want. And during that meeting, we also discussed that we may have future disagreements if the school should ever decide to expand, and we've agreed that we will disagree, but that we will keep them posted on any plans. We had let them know that there were no short-term or long-term plans for that, but that, to be honest, if something were to happen where the house next door became available, we might be able to buy it, we might not, but that we would let him know and that any process would involve them and we would always keep them posted. We also agreed that when there are special events, and I just let him know of a funeral that's upcoming tomorrow, that there will be extra traffic circulating in the area. And so the Toyos and Mrs. Norma Perez, who is head of school, have exchanged cell phone numbers, so they now have direct access to be able to deal directly with the school should there be
an incident. So we look forward to working with them on their landscaping, and we respectfully ask you to approve it on second reading with the condition modified as we and the Toyos have agreed to.
Yes, Jennifer Garcia, planning official. So just to clarify, the ordinance, draft ordinance in your packet today does not reflect this change. We got that change a little too late after we had uploaded the draft ordinance. So we will make that amendment that the school will improve the swale on the west side, and the owners will improve it on front of their property on the east side.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff or for the applicant? Mr. Clerk, are there any public comment?
Yes, sir. Mr. Waldo and J.C. Toyos.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here again. Good to see you.
It was going to be good morning, but
We thought it was going to be good morning.
I thought we had communication issues.
It will be good.
It happens.
It will be good morning soon.
Sorry, we have to lighten it a little bit. We met with St. Philip's School administrators and with Laura, and we reached an agreement that we would, obviously we're going to incorporate into the ordinance, and I think we're both on the same side. And like she said, we agreed and we disagreed, but we all left happy. So, how do you call it? As my wife tells me every once in a while in Spanish, and I let them know, guerra anunciada no mata soldado. We all know where we stand, you know what I mean?
Right.
And,
But we've
the
agreed to be
future.
respectful in our disagreement, and that we will meet with each other many times before that, having nothing to do with that. But should the time come when that comes, we will,
We're getting
we
past
understand their position, and we will try to persuade them with whatever position there may be, but not in the foreseeable future, and hopefully after my retirement.
We tried to make it after her retirement.
Thank you very much. Thank you for finding a solution.
So basically, we did agree on both sides, the landscaping, and they're going to match us, and everyone's paying for their own side, and we're good with that. And we're all moving along beyond that. Now, we did tell them, and we've spoken with the neighbors, some of our neighbors, and we are on the same page on this, that any future attempt to rezone any single-family homes to institutional zoning or any further expansion of the current campus footprint will be opposed by us and the neighbors that we have spoken to. We are in support of the vision that George Merritt had for this area, especially on Coral Way within the single-family district. And that's what we're going to stay true to in that area. And they know that, we know that, we're good with that.
Good to hear.
Okay.
All right?
Any comments? Anything else?
Well, I think it's a beautiful example of what happens when you take the time to sit down and meet. You guys were at each other's throats practically the last time, and you came to a resolution.
Yeah.
And it just takes a little effort, a little time. It's the beauty of mediation. That's, it's a lot less painful when you can sit down out of the arena, so to speak, and have an off-the-record conversation. So I'm glad you all worked that out, and I hope that more issues in our city are able to be worked out that way. Thank you.
Little miscommunication, but we're beyond that.
Thank you guys for your support.
It always is.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank both sides for having the conversation and for forging a path forward of communication and dialogue, which I think is going to be beneficial to both. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add the fact that the room wasn't full of people must have been a good sign that you all came to an agreement. Appreciate it greatly. It's a good sign.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Russo. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We have a 1 p.m. time certain for lunch. Obviously, we didn't catch that, so we will be back at 2:10.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, welcome back. Moving on to item F1. Update on the Blue Road Bridge. Mr. Manager, I want to try to run through these as quickly as possible. I wanted to see if we had any news, not only on the sidewalk, but also I saw that it was recently maintained. I appreciate that, so thank you. Thank you to the county commissioner for that work. You and I are working on a funding strategy for potentially new projects that are coming online from the county. I wanted to speak with Hermes 1 second, if possible, in regards to this. How are we looking for the sidewalk?
So we're finalizing what we hope is the last comments from the county. The one little hiccup that we have, they're insisting on we extending a guardrail adjacent to the bridges. I'm sorry, I went up the stairs.
No worries. Catch your breath.
Yep.
Is that the 18 inches required by the ADA, or?
No, it's a metal guardrail. The thing is that abutting the bridges.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's doable. The plans show that. It's just going to look a little, we can share the plans for everybody to see.
So what I would like to do, if possible, through the manager, is I don't want to get lost in the minutia here. I know the guardrail is important, it's fine.
Right.
But I really need to get that moving.
Absolutely.
So we can hopefully present it to the county commissioner of the area for funding, as a funding strategy. As we discussed last week in the meeting with the manager. So please, let's move on that. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I had a photo that I wanted to show on Blue Road that I took. Okay. This is why this sidewalk is important. Okay. So this is an individual with a dog and a young child. I took this picture myself. People either go on the street or they go on the grass. This is a person who's able-bodied, but I've seen people who are elderly who don't get on the grass because they're scared of tripping or entangling themselves in one form or another. So that bridge doesn't look like that anymore. It's nice, cleaned up. They worked on it about 2 weeks ago, so I want to say thank you to the county commissioner, Raquel Regalado, and our team here at the city for doing that. Thank you, Hermes. Thank you, Mr. Manager. So this is why this is important. So if you can, through the manager, please get me that information as fast as possible so we can include it in the memo that we talked about.
Yes. Yes, we're working on it.
And then we'll circulate that memo before we send it out to both Commissioner Regalado and Commissioner Cabrera. In reference to the projects that we're talking about as potential funding options with county. So please,
absolutely,
if you could help me on that through the manager, it would be really nice. Okay?
No, not a problem.
Thank you, my friend. Item F2, discussion regarding curb maintenance. Welcome back. How are we looking?
So this item, my understanding that was in relationship, there was a photo that was shared at the time, I believe, was, I think it's a Mercedes or Infiniti dealership in that area.
Yes. So that curb right there, as you can see.
So my understanding is that there's a current code enforcement process involved with this location.
Yes.
The condition of that curb is not really a day-to-day kind of wear and tear. There's clearly some kind of operational feature that's going on that's damaging this curb. And based on a conversation with Douglas from Development Services, the developer that actually came, they tried to apply for a permit, but they applied for the wrong permit. So they reach out to them and they're trying to help them out so they can go ahead and fix that curb.
So this is what I would like to see through the manager.
Sure.
My colleagues have anything they'd like to add, I welcome it. One, there should be a shade tree there of some sort of shade tree. It shouldn't just be a hedge like that. It should be some sort of, an opportunity to put something that potentially will offer a little bit of hedge, of shade. I leave that up to the team. That's been like this for 3 or 4 years. I've been sending this, as the ACM can tell you, you know this, for 3 or 4 years already, and it's only getting worse.
Right.
So I really, this needs to be addressed. This needs to be addressed, just like on the corner of Ponce Leon and Lejeune on the Metro Rail side, where the little parking area is, adjacent to the underline. There's a huge curb that is my understanding. It belongs to the city. It's completely demolished.
Okay.
Destroyed. Okay. So, this is something that's gotta be done. They've been working on this for 4 years. It's a life safety issue. Someone's gonna get hurt there. It's really sunk. And again, it's their responsibility. I don't wanna say fine them. I don't know if we're fining them or not, but it's time that we gotta take it to the next level. And I need you to deal with this with the manager and just figure out a way to, before somebody gets hurt. My biggest fear is that somebody gets hurt there and then later we're like, hey.
Absolutely.
There's 50 emails saying that we should have gotten this fixed a long time ago.
Understood.
All right. Anybody else have anything for this? No.
I do have a question. Is that the north or south side of the Infinity?
That's the south side.
Okay. On
Correct?
the north,
I think it's the north. No, you're right. I believe it's the south side.
The south side. Trust me,
Okay.
I've been doing this for 4 years.
while you're at it, take a look on the north side of the building. There's one tree that almost looks dead. And it might be because it gets shaded too much, or it might be just fine. But since you're going to be in that area and looking at trees, it's a good opportunity.
We can definitely do that.
Anything else?
Not on that one.
Moving on to item F3. Mr. Manager, will you give our team, I put this on because I've been hearing from a lot of the businesses about cleanliness in regards to our downtown and the issue of street sweeping and the amount of garbage and stuff like that. So I went yesterday evening after I had an event to go to, and I walked around, and this is an example of what I'm seeing. So I was going to say this for later, but let's talk about it now. So these are, every day I take pictures and I send them
Correct.
to the team, and the team sends it to you, the manager, code enforcement, and I've been doing this for years, and I asked my colleagues on the commission to do the same thing. This is important. I give them the picture, and I give them the address and location. Do you have any more pictures or no? Yeah, look at this. This is constant. We have an individual that is putting up these signs everywhere in the city. I take them down as much as I see them. I scrape off the the stickers. But again, this is our ponds. I've sent this many times. This needs to be clean, maintained. We've got to put on just like we're doing with the white-way lights. We have to, if we don't have it already, put this on a rotation to make sure this gets cleaned continuously. Keep going. Any more pictures, Mr. Clerk? Is there anything else?
Just us.
That's it? Okay, I have another role that I guess, can we put up the email that I sent from today? We'll do it now since we just did this. The email that I sent to last night. So for further context, I was like about 15, 20 minutes early to my meeting last night in the downtown around 7 o'clock. So I took a stroll and I started walking a few blocks, and I just took pictures of things that, again, need to be corrected. And we're seeing a lot of stickers, a lot of graffiti. This is an email. This is what we do in my office every single day. I take pictures, I send it to Gabby. Gabby uploads them, and we send them. So this is example. This is a thing that I've been talking to Kevin Kinney for a long time. You've been battling it. You fix it, they come back. You fix it, they come back. And I know that a lot of them are going to be updating them with new actual housing. New machines and new housing. But I'm just bringing it to your attention because it's just getting pretty bad. Look at this.
Well, what I can commit to is that, with the block-by-block contract, we've got certain areas where these are addressed every day, every morning when people go out. And other locations, it happens with a less frequency.
So this is the area right off Alhambra. My meeting was a block away from here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to see now the amount of stickers that are on the median. By the way, the median on Alhambra is very, very dirty. And a few years ago, the city attorney will tell you, I worked with the New Times. They had not been refurbished in probably for about 10 or 15 years. Mm-hmm. And we got the New Times to come in and repaint all the boxes. And if there are any boxes that are not being used, they should be removed. Like this box is empty constantly. So let's get it out of the way, open up. This is way, I expect this, again, no disrespect, like in Wynwood, but in our city, I don't think this is our look. And this is right on Alhambra. I give the picture with the address. To some, this may be seen as something ridiculous. Vince, why does this matter to you? Why do you spend years and years and years sending these photos every single day? I do this because I think it's important to uphold our brand. And I take the time to do it every single day, 20, 30, 40 photos. I stop the car, I make sure that it gets, that we send it in, and staff does a great job. But I've been recently seeing, it's just, I don't know if we have the resources to really push through and get this done. I mean, that's on the median. That median right there is in really bad shape. It's in really, really, really bad shape.
Yeah, that's the 100 block.
Yeah, that's on Alhambra. The amount of garbage in that median, that's a situation that maybe we need to remove some of those trees and put a low-lying brush, hedge or something that doesn't trap so much garbage. It's a lot.
Yeah.
If you keep going to the next one.
Do we have any cameras on those streets to see who's doing this graffiti?
I don't know.
I think the hedges are there to prevent
I think we do.
people from
We have
jaywalking.
done police reports on occasion, especially, I don't know if you recall the ones that were on the intersections at the crosswalks on the pavement. We did a police report, and we've done those a couple of times.
So this is literally on the other side. That those stickers have been there for years. It's just got to take those off. And you can tell by the condition of the sticker. They're weathered. So for some people may think this is ridiculous. Why does it matter? But, again, this is the way that you lose control of the aesthetic of a city. I take pictures of trees that are missing. For example, on the Colonnade, right across the street, you have like 3 or 4 trees that are missing in front of the parking. Those were sent already. Anything else, Billy?
No, that was the last one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Manager, we've been having conversations about the cleanliness of the downtown and the curbs. Can you tell staff, can you tell the commission the steps that we're taking to see if we can figure out a way to make the curbs even more appealing and clean things up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we do a street sweeping 2 or 3 times a week.
About 3 times a week in some of the main areas.
So what we're looking at it is what days do we do it? Because what I've been in conversation with director is that Friday we need to be prepared for the weekend. Monday we need to be prepared for what happened during the weekend, and then we do Wednesdays to fix it out. So those are the days that we're going to adjust your schedules to do it, and we do it in Ponce de Leon and the Alhambra corridor. And we even have somebody that blows the leaves from between the cars that are diagonally parked so we could catch them on the street sweeper. And again, it's like the graffiti. We go and take it off, and the next day they put them on because it's a challenge for them. And the stickers, the same thing. So we are very active on that, and we are looking at what do we do for next fiscal year to be able to improve the enforcement and the cleanliness on this area.
My issue is that if you look on Ponce, that there's a lot of less stickers and there's a lot of less graffiti, right? But when you go to the outskirts, for example, the area where Bouchon is, the area right there in Alhambra, you see that it's an area which is not getting enough attention. And I understand, obviously, all hands on deck. But I think that this new curb maintenance plan, the different days that we're going to do, I think will make the city look much cleaner. I'm not picking on anybody, but I think that we really have to also talk to the business owners. For example, the Colonnade. I mean, I picked up yesterday an entire garbage bag. I parked there to walk across the street to the meeting I was going to. An entire garbage bag full of garbage. Food, cans, oil cans that are just sitting there. I'm not going to leave it there next to my car. Take that and throw it into the city garbage. They have to be responsible for all that waste, all that food that people are just throwing there on the street. Someone's got to go out there and monitor the area. I don't know if they're doing that.
To that point,
it's a
Mayor,
high traffic area. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, in fact, economic development just reminded all of the businesses downtown that they have a responsibility, and it's something obviously Hermes and I talk about all the time. They're supposed to do the day-to-day stuff. We come in sometimes and we help with the big projects, but picking up the trash and thanks to Belkis and her team, they just sent out a notice to all the downtown businesses reminding them that is their primary responsibility.
Let me correct myself. I said the Colonnade. I'm sorry. It was not the Colonnade. I apologize. They're pretty clean. I'm talking about the other side on Alhambra, the other hotel, where we have the Rotary meetings.
Oh, Hyatt.
The Hyatt, I apologize. The Hyatt is yesterday on that corner, that corner of Alhambra, as you head to Giralda, was in very, very poor condition yesterday. It's a very high traffic area, and I get it, but they gotta take responsibility.
The other thing,
You're missing some trees there. You're missing a lot of different things that are
and the other thing we do notice is at those kind of major entrances into our city, right there off Douglas and Alhambra, yes, we'll clean it up, and the next day the stickers are back.
Don't stop though. We gotta.
I know. We can't give up.
I know.
And I agree with what we talk about this, because according to the city code, the abutting property owners are responsible for litter in front of the properties all the way up to the parking lane. So, even though we come with a street sweeper maybe 2-3 times a week, the day-to-day, that's on the abutting property owners. That's their responsibility. So it's something that we all gotta work together on.
It's also a commitment. Like, for example, you look at Alan Morris's property.
Right.
The amount of care. The Agave project. Certain buildings. You see, there's always a person cleaning in the morning and cleaning at night. They're really working on the sidewalks. For example, 2020 Salcedo, where Bashur is, they're always making sure it's clean and presentable. But I think that we have to send a message to businesses like we did when we started the sidewalk campaign.
Right.
Maybe we got to send another letter to everybody. Listen, remember, you're responsible every 6 months to clean the sidewalks, pressure clean the sidewalks. It's a costly endeavor, but I think it bears fruit at the end of the day because we're putting our best foot forward. Yes, sir.
To that point, maybe there can be a monthly check on all these businesses to make sure that things are clean in front of their property. Or maybe a quarterly check, just to make sure that they know somebody's coming around on a routine basis, making sure they're cleaning, and that might encourage them to take action on a regular basis rather than, they're just, somebody's gonna come around and make sure I pressure clean my sidewalk, and that's all they take care of. Just food for thought.
Anything else?
I agree that we should have a cycle where we're doing it, sort of like a random check.
Right.
It's already legislation, by the way, so at the end of the day.
Well,
so it's just code.
It's already in the books. We'll have a discussion with code enforcement, and, we'll act accordingly.
Kind of like what we're doing with the white-way lights. We're going every 6 months. That's part of the legislation, every 6 months to make sure that they're in good shape.
There you are.
There was one slide that the mayor had in the first presentation, the last one, the slide that had 3 images. The last one was 2 trash cans at the corner on Ponce. I don't know if you can pull that up again.
I know which ones you mean.
There was a recycling bin and a regular bin.
Yeah, and it's dirty on top.
Well, actually, my concern wasn't even that. I had a resident, right, that one. I had a resident drive me through the neighborhood, and he has a lower car. And what he told me is the trash bin that's closest to the street obstructs the view of traffic. So I know we've done a lot about trying to remove those corner parking spaces to improve visibility. Is there anything we can do to maybe move the trash cans that are closest to the street on the intersections that could obstruct the view of traffic?
We will check.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why that can't be done. Looking at the space there, you've got room right beside that blue can between the tree and it.
Well, Hermes won't toot his own horn, but I do know they've actually moved a number of the trash cans already.
Okay.
You just can't do it fast enough, right?
Not fast enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tell me what you need me to do. I mean, I'm going to keep sending you 20, 30 photos a day. I've been doing it for years.
Not a problem.
Tell me how we can work together. Maybe if you want to address it in next year's budget, I'm more than willing to listen. I just want to be able to address the graffiti. I see it growing a little bit, and I don't want to lose focus on who we are. We did a 4 F5. So I've been meeting for some time now with the people from Camilla's house. As you can tell, everybody has decent eyesight, as I lose mine every day. There's more and more homeless people on the street, and it's a big concern. I'd like for the city attorney, well, first off, let's go through the photos, just to give you an idea. We had a meeting last week with all the heads of Camilla's house, and we're finding some of these individuals no longer just, for example, this one right here is an individual who I spoke with, who is not this gentleman. The gentleman's from Texas, but this gentleman here, or at least he said he wants to go back to Texas. Excuse me. This gentleman here was actually in a residential neighborhood. So I had a conversation with him. The issue that we're facing as we'll go along, and I'll kind of give you more information. This is a project that I've been working on for some time. with Camilla's house and several individuals in our community who are very engaged in Camilla's house. One of them being Paul Lowenthal, who I've known for some time. Can you go to the next one? Our hands are tied. Our hands are tied on many fronts, and I'm going to have the city attorney discuss it. And the issues are existing legislation and court rulings, which tie our hands in regards to, where a homeless person can be. And I'm going to be in the process of now. I'm working with the city attorney to really move forward on stricter panhandling legislation that deters, individuals in this community being able to, on the street, ask for money. A lot of these individuals that I've talked to almost every single one of them, are in a situation based on mental health. It's a major factor. By the way, just so you know, this is adjacent to our parking lot. This is in the city, right here.
Right.
Spoke to this nice lady. She was sitting in the bench next door. Not next door, excuse me, across from the hedge. But a lot of these individuals, they're down on their luck based on really mental health. And it's a tough thing to see, because when you go and you speak to them, let's stick on this one for 1 second. When you go and you speak to them and you offer them help. So we have 2 beds at Camilla's house, something that we did a few years ago. We spend, I think it's about $40,000 a year from our budget. I think it's $40,000, right, Mr. Manager? $40,000 a year. And we did that, I think it was about 8 or 9 years ago, where we allocated those funds for Camilla's house to make sure that, go back for a second, to make sure Coral Gables has a place to send individuals. When I say send individuals that want to get help, that want to get rehabilitated in one form or another, that want to get off the streets. Because I truly believe, after working on this project for a long time, they don't want to be on the streets. These are individuals that have incredible hearts, and a lot of them are down and out on their luck for many reasons. But drugs plays plays a hand in it, but a lot of it's mental health. So this is an example of something else that we need to work on. This is an individual that I drove by a few times, and as we drive by on A Street, we never really take a moment to really understand our surroundings, because we're always going from point A to point B, and we're trying to get there as quickly as possible. And this gentleman was in this, I don't want to say abandoned, but somebody owns this property in Coral Gables, but they haven't done something with it probably in a few years. And he was living there. But what I talked to Paul Lowenthal and the team that came to visit us last week was that we need to start putting no trespassing signage on properties. And we need to start telling businesses, put a no trespassing sign, because the police have a tough time dealing with an issue like this. It's an encampment in the city. And Paul was speaking to the city attorney on that front on what we can do to have a little bit more teeth to be able to address this. My goal is not to move this person from the city border to the next city. That doesn't resolve the problem. But the issue is that a lot of these individuals don't want to receive help. You offer them the help and they tell you no. They tell you, just give me money, or, I need some food, but that's not the intent of the conversation, is to get you off the street, So we have 2 fronts here. We have a panhandling law that I'm working on with the city attorney that Paul is helping us draft with the city manager. And then we have also the issue of buildings that are either vacant or are in the process of being built that don't have no trespassing signs. So it kind of makes it difficult for the police to take action. We need to really push that agenda. Can you keep going, Mr. Clerk, please? So this is right here adjacent to Ponce.
Bank of America.
It's one of the banks.
Bank of America, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
That is the property adjacent to Agave. I don't know if it's Bank of America, but it's a building, that's not Bank of America. That's
It's another bank.
it's
Amtrust,
it's
is
where
it?
Mayor Slesnik had his office behind it. I forgot the name of
The
it.
Amtrust building?
I can't remember. Well, it's right there, right? It's
Yeah, we
right
know where it
off
is.
of Ponce.
Starts with an A, I think.
I don't think it's Amaret, but
Amtrust.
I think it's Amtrust.
next one. This is in front of Hillstone. So I didn't take this picture. This was sent to me by a resident who lives a few blocks from me. And, you know, this is a situation that we obviously, my next, besides, I kept the photo for today, but I immediately called Chief Hudak, which was here, and they went to me with the gentleman. But the gentleman, you can't, you offer that person help. You offer that person help. Unless they're inebriated and they're breaking the law, there's not much we can do. And again, what does breaking the law do to benefit this individual? You take them to prison, and they come back out, and the issue still exists. I didn't say problem, I said the issue, because this is an issue. This is an issue where people are in a situation where they don't understand due to their mental health that they have a situation they need to address. So this is just a reoccurring, the person stands up and just moves on, and the issue or problem is never addressed. Next one. Is that it, Mr. Clerk? No. Again, Main and Main. Next one. Okay. Very simple. The reason why I put this on is because we need to bring awareness in the city that we have an issue. We have a problem. We need to confront this. And the issue is, to me, here, look, this is at the post office. We have literally, a person has moved and is there as long as they're allowed to be there. So we need to find an answer, and I want the city attorney to talk a little bit about Pottinger and how our hands are tied on many different fronts. But we need to speak to the county mayor. We need to speak to the state legislature. We need to make homelessness a priority, and I'm going to speak with our team. And I know that we have a great lobbyist who has been at the forefront of the issue of homelessness, but it only continues to grow. Can you tell us a little bit about Pottinger so we can put that on the record?
Yes,
Madam
Mayor.
City Attorney?
The Pottinger Agreement was in place stemming from a lawsuit against the City of Miami. And it was a settlement between the City of Miami in that case. And it was in place for about 20 years or over 20 years. Essentially, it protected the constitutional rights of homeless individuals or individuals experiencing homelessness. And the idea was that there's certain life-sustaining behaviors such as sleeping, having your personal belongings placed on a sidewalk, et cetera, that should not be criminalized because homeless individuals also have constitutional rights. And so there was a lot of police training that was part of the Pottinger Agreement and many actions that could not be taken by the City of Miami due to the Pottinger Agreement. That was lifted, I believe, in 2019, but the principles, remain, and there's so many lawsuits that challenge ordinances and laws throughout the country based on the same constitutional principles. And the idea is that there should be other options that are offered or made available to these individuals that's not criminalizing their behavior, that's just basically being homeless.
So with that being said, it's just a call. It's a call for action. It's a call for action. And if you see situations like the ones that I pointed out to you, with all the individuals, the homeless individuals that we have here, if you see a building that's abandoned, and maybe it's not abandoned, but maybe it's under construction, they're about to start it, or there's a tenant missing, and you see this, what I'm asking you is just to take that little extra moment, maybe stop your car and drive slowly, and to see if you can make contact with somebody. The reason why I say that is because we can invite Camilla's house to try to do an intervention. They come here and they do an actual intervention with that individual and try to get those individuals off the streets. And sometimes they're successful. A lot of times they're not because people don't want to do it because of the mental health issues. But if we don't push forward on that, again, it's like what I told you before. It's the stickers, it's the graffiti, you see a slow deterioration of our quality of life and our standards here in the city. So I'm asking you to engage in both. Engage in helping us identify homeless people in our community that you see, to help them, because there's nothing we can do. We can't remove them, right? That's not the intent. And number two, if you see anything, graffiti, dirtiness, anything, take a picture of it, send it to your staff, and get on a daily email, sending it to code enforcement and to the public works department, and they'll just start doing, a log of this light is broken, this bench is broken, and that is the best way to put things on the record, and then eventually it gets corrected.
Through the mayor. When we were up in Tallahassee, this was one of the topics that we touched, and I believe this is this is something that the governor is pushing forward or he's passionate about. House Bill 1365 and Senate Bill 1530, which would ban counties and municipalities from allowing sleeping and camping on public grounds without a permit. We're not the only ones having this issue, and I think it's being addressed. But yeah, we could be proactive, as the mayor was saying.
And I just want to respond, to the issue. It's not being addressed because the legislation that you're talking about is not going to address a homeless person and whether they're, staying somewhere or panhandling. The issue is that Pottinger and the city attorney will tell you, Pottinger protects their ability and their right. It doesn't go against that ruling. And Madam City Attorney, am I correct? Pottinger protects their ability to do, important life functions, sleeping, eating, resting, getting shade. You can't force somebody to live in a highway. It's not the way that it works. This is more of, what I'm talking about is engaging with Camilla's house and finding ways to really speak to people and say, we need you off the streets. We want to help you. And if you have issues with mental health issues, let's get that person a mental health issue. I think we should be spending resources on getting people as much help as possible, even if it comes out of city coffers for people who are homeless, because at the end of the day, moving them into a jail cell because you catch them defecating, in public or screaming or acting out is not going to resolve the problem. Like the gentleman that I pointed out to you in Hillstone, there's no legislation that's going to resolve that issue. The only way to resolve it is through true mental health treatment.
And I think you're on point on this, Mr. Mayor. I think the legislation actually is being enacted in order to push municipalities to take action. Because what it will allow is for business owners that have homeless camping outside of their establishment to be allowed to sue the city. And I think it is a growing problem. This Saturday, there was a gentleman outside of Abrachi who was trying to shine people's feet. When people approached him to talk, he just walked away. But on Southwest 8th Street and 42nd Avenue, it's a huge issue. We have several panhandlers there, not our neighborhood. But what I've noticed, the ones there are not very aggressive. They kind of just mingle in that area during the day and they disappear at night. The question is, where are they going at night? And as a municipality, what can we do? Every single case of these homeless individuals is different. And I think Camilla's house will always explain that to you. And some do want to seek the treatment. Others just prefer to live the life that they're living because it's really stress-free to them because they have other things that are bothering them. So we currently have 2 or 5 beds at Camilla's house because I thought we had 5. The chief had said 5 before.
He told me that too. He told me.
Thought we had 3.
So
I'm here-
we have
here-
beds at Camilla's
have-
house. I'm not sure how many.
Mr. Manager.
We currently have 4. We currently have 4 beds that we're paying for. One was added. We're trying to find the funding for that now. We originally started the program with 3. We're up to 4 right now. We're trying to find the additional funding for the 5th bed. We do have a usual census of when those are occupied. The downtown unit actually lets us know when we need to either move somebody on or we can actually get them to go to our mats. If not, there's other resources that the officers use to get those resources to those individuals. Our biggest issue that I think the commission is dealing with and that we're dealing with is to just call us. I mean, we have the ability. Some of the pictures that we saw were on private property. Those are issues that the police department code enforcement can address. To Commissioner Castro's comments on what the state legislature is working on, and the Florida police chiefs has been addressing it as well, is we are not going to allow encampments in public areas. Certain cities have allowed encampments to be built on public right-of-ways, and that would actually preempt us. That's what that legislation's about. Our biggest concern is that as soon as somebody sees something that they call us, call the non-emergency number. Calls permitting, we will have officers respond and offer services immediately. I hate to say it, the guy in front of Hillstone, and I remember talking to the mayor about it, he overslept. Apparently when the officer got there, he immediately knew to get up and walk right out of our jurisdiction.
Thank you, Chief. Madam.
If I just may suggest something, maybe we can have a workshop to discuss this issue, invite Camilla's House and maybe other stakeholders in this industry, Chapman Industries, which is also involved in South Dade. But maybe they can provide us with some suggestions on other things that we can potentially do. Obviously reaching out to Camilla's House, having the intervention is one, but maybe there's some other things that we can do. Maybe League of Cities can make some recommendations on best practices that have been applied by other municipalities. Because I think this is not a discussion that we can have in 15 minutes today, because I think it's a large issue, and we're going to have to put our thinking caps on and find a long-term solution.
So in response to that, if I may, Commissioner, I've been working on this issue for a long time. I'm bringing it to your attention, not because, I would love to have a workshop with Chapman and come. I've done all that already. I've met with our lobbyist in Tallahassee, who is the premier, the eminent person when it comes to homelessness, as Naomi can tell you. I've had all these conversations. I've investigated everything with our police chief. The reason why I bring it to your attention is twofold. Number one is the issue of no trespassing signs. That's key. We need to really start pushing that agenda forward so that our police officers have teeth if somebody is in a property that, for example, that one that I showed you on 8th Street doesn't have a no trespassing sign. So when they get there, they're well versed. They said, I can be here. There's nothing stopping me from being here. And the second thing is to really start the idea of getting and pushing forward. I've spoken to our League of Cities, and I've had multiple conversations with them, and they all tell me the same thing, Vince. It goes back to Pottinger, and it goes back to the simple fact that we have our hands tied. What we need to work on is, there's a conversation that needs to be had on the treatment of people who are homeless. And the idea that in the mornings people rise and then they're moved off and shoved away into another area is, to me, it's inhumane. It's something that's happening. It's happening, and instead of dealing with the problem, it's just basically being swept under the rug. So I think it's a mental health issue, and I think that we need to have a conversation with state leaders and make it part of our lobbying efforts to say, we need to find real dollars. I know that Mayor Cava was working on it to build a facility that would hopefully house a lot of these individuals so they can get the help that they need. But the conversation is, to be honest with you, nobody wants to have that in their backyard. It's a tough thing to talk about, and you also have to get these individuals to go to these facilities to get that type of treatment. And some of them don't want to get that treatment. They'd rather be on the street. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So early in my career, I had the opportunity to deal with folks during my internships and so forth that found their way into the jail system because they needed a home. And those people chose to commit crimes in order to get shelter. And then we've had the folks that have lived in our community for decades, some of which have already passed on now. And underlying all that, whether they were Vietnam vets or whoever it is, or the person that was in my front lawn trying to feed the squirrels, a harmless individual, but it was going to be a cold night. And I made this woman aware that we have beds available, and she didn't want it. It is a mental health issue. It gets down to your own personal integrity and pride, and that we need to address it. And to the chief, I called in an encampment behind Publix that completely covered the entire sidewalk. It was a cold night again, and I called it in. I had somewhere else to go, but I said, please send someone out there and offer them a warm bed and a warm meal tonight, and see if we can please get them some shelter, at least for this evening. Time passed, I came back around after my meeting, and the encampment was still there. And you could see they had blankets and layers of blankets. It looked like a tent, but it wasn't a tent. But they did what they could to retain the heat. It was one of the coldest nights that we had here this season. We've had colder. The dollars need to be invested in the mental health. This is not a group of folks that can call up telehealth. This is a group of folks that would probably, and based upon my experience, I'm by no means an expert, be more responsive to someone who has gone through the system, who was just like them, and say, hey, listen, give it a try. It worked for me. Take the first step. Anyone who has a major issue in their life and used to be someone that didn't have these issues before takes with it an enormous sense of pride, because where they came from and where they ended up is a dramatic journey. It's a big fall from where you were to where you end up. And whether it's mental health or drug addiction, whatever the source is, a major tragedy in one's life, post-traumatic stress disorder, there's 1,000 different causes, Vietnam vets. It's a cry for help when they're out there, that they need this help. But it's been something that's been not appropriately dealt with on a state level by funding, and even on a county level by funding. So I do think it's appropriate for us to make this part of our legislative agenda, to try to help move this ball forward, because our voices are needed in Tallahassee and with the county. Let's get mental health professionals and some of those folks out there that have walked the walk, that have done it, that can reach these people the best, because me coming out of my home and stuff is not going to be able to relate to those folks, no matter what words I choose. It's not going to be the same as somebody that actually had walked the walk and made the journey to go from homelessness to something in between. They need that help. They need that bridge to hope. We're not going to be able to save them all, and I realize that. But if we can save more, we know we have a housing problem. We know we have an affordability housing, and that goes nationwide. No matter what state we apply this to, there's a housing affordability problem everywhere that goes beyond housing and also transportation. They go hand in hand. Cost of transportation is high. Insurance, gas, maintenance of vehicles. This is not a city that has readily available transportation on a free basis. So it makes it much more difficult if you're building housing way out west, but you have no way to get to a potential job. You have to have a car, and you can't have that job if you can't get transportation. So I applaud this effort. I hope that we go beyond just talking about it and taking strident action coming forward.
Yes, ma'am.
If we're going to send the message of maybe that trespassing signs could be a possibility, let's make sure that there's no zoning restrictions, and that these signs are allowed, right? I don't know if there is right now. Jennifer's not here, but that's somewhat of a concern.
Commissioner, on that point, just so you understand, and we would have to do an agreement with a private property owner and run that through legal as well. The only real stores that we have, commercial businesses, has been the 7-Eleven chain, where we have an interlocal agreement, if you will, with that chain, that our officers can issue trespass warnings on those property, but that would have to go through the legal process for trespassing as it is on a property after hours. If it's during the day, most of these businesses would have to tell the officer in front of the individual that you're trespassing, you have to move on. So that would be the overnight hours that we could address that and to put those signs up on the private property businesses.
Thank you, Chief.
Why don't we add it to the legislative agenda already?
Yeah, that's the suggestion here. I think we have a consensus here that we need to have this on our legislative agenda. It's a little late this session, but moving forward.
So if I may, Naomi, we'll go through the manager. I think it's getting a little late. Can you do me a favor through the manager?
Or the city attorney, yes.
The city attorney. I just want to be careful. Again, craft up some language in regards to legislative priorities that really encompasses our interest in addressing issues of homelessness, the mental health issue, getting away from just putting a Band-Aid on something that just moves the person on to the next block.
Okay.
Because the idea that someone can tell you hey, I want to live behind a 7-Eleven or a La Carreta or whatever that is on 8th Street, what it used to be. I don't remember what it was. It was like a Carreta or something. That person doesn't want to be there. That person's, obviously would love nothing more than to take a nice warm shower, get a warm meal, and feel the comforts of home, but they're relegated due to either addiction or mental health, or past traumatic incidents that they're in a situation that we need to do something to address it. And that's where Pottinger comes in, and you're the attorney, I'm not. But I just want to see, I want to start pushing in a direction where it seems to me when I talk to all the elected officials, and I'll leave it at this, everybody seems to have their hands tied. We've talked about it. Like, we've talked about the level of frustration. Your hands are tied. Oh, you can't do anything about it. The person, just gets up on those stones there and then just walks away, and it's perfectly fine. I'm talking about arresting them. I'm talking about really finding the room and the necessary resources to address this person. There has to be a way to address it. Our society, as a society, we're a civilized society. We just cannot continue. And the problem is, from the first moment I got into office 11 years ago to the moment today, it's the worst I've ever seen it.
Yes.
The worst I've ever seen it.
Maybe it's not a bad idea to have maybe a social worker engage with them, and they have other resources, and they can pinpoint what the person's going through.
So I'll give you a little bit of information on that. So when you engage with Camilla's house, I recommend that you go and speak to Paul Lowenthal. Camilla's house will tell you that they send a team to engage with this individual. I'll give you an example. I want to be very careful what I say. People have rights. There's a family of individuals that call Coral Gables home. And we have engaged with them through Camilla's house on multiple occasions, to the extent that the commission in the past actually even paid for housing at one point in a hotel. Pat Keon very generously donated that housing years ago for them to stay for a few months. So we've engaged with these individuals and have said, listen, I know you don't want to live out on the streets. Come and let's take you to Camilla's house. And they've denied the assistance. So again, they have social workers that engage, but there has to be more than we can do to really stem the fact that the issue's only growing more and more and more. And by the way, people want to be in Coral Gables. Why? Because people here are really civilized. People here are kind. They're thoughtful. There's a lot of reduced crime. The police officers treat them with respect. There's a level of comfort here. The businesses give them food. It's kind of a situation where they feel comfortable here.
We can definitely work on crafting language for our legislative priority. We're very fortunate because Ron Book is one of our lobbyists, and as you all know, he has been a mainstay in the Homeless Trust. So we'll use his expertise to inform that priority, and I'm assuming this would be for next legislative session.
And what I would like to do with that, with the help of the commission, is I would like to then take that and pass it on to other cities, and then say, listen, let's come together. I know that maybe we're dreaming. Maybe we're being very ambitious, right? Maybe like a lot of things that we've tackled here, like for example, the underline, plastic bags, the largest electric car fleet, all the things that we've done in the city that are big deals. But maybe we are ambitious. Maybe we say, look, these are priorities that we should have tackled the next 5 years to really address homelessness, because the problem is only growing.
There's no problem with dreaming. This is a good dream, so.
And who knows, maybe we can get some funding for it.
Yeah,
maybe we can assist the county mayor. Maybe we can assist the county mayor in her efforts. If we can build a coalition of cities that say, listen, we're in here. We'll match. We'll put a percentage. We'll do something.
I think it's a topic that's ripe for collaboration. I think there are policy implications, and there's a funding request to be added in there as well. So I think it will be a very appropriate addition to the legislative agenda.
This is something 2 months back. I was in Denver, and this is an issue that they are combating right now. And I think their solution here was to provide housing, right? It actually becomes a little more economical to provide housing now than to keep on funding different systems. So maybe that's something to look into, but that's more statewide.
Commissioner, you got something to say? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. F6.
F6 is an update regarding code enforcement matters on 2915 Coconut Grove Drive. This is the house. Well, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, Gus Ceballos. So 2915 Coconut Drive, in terms of updates, as of today, their permit is ready. So they were able to submit some final materials that we were pending. I believe it was at the end of last week. It's been reviewed and has been approved. So they're ready to move forward. The only thing that's pending is they need to make the payment for the permit and get the work done. In terms of code enforcement, as of today, there is no violation, there's no running fines, and there is no lien on the property.
Can you tell us what the permit is? What's the permit for?
For the tarp on the carport.
Okay.
So that's the only pending item. So the original violation that went to code board back in June of last year had a couple of different items. Fence that was in disrepair, there was some trash, there was some tarps. There was an issue with the windows had canopies over them that were also missing the canopy. So the only thing that was on the actual walls was just the frame. Mr. Capote did resolve those relatively quickly. Those items were removed. The only pending item that's been taking, frankly, months is the actual cover to the carport. And that has been approved, and it's just pending payment and the work to be done.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So I guess it's really to put on the record that that property does not have a lien right now. It never really had a lien. There was a confusion.
I can go over the timeline if you prefer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the property went to the code board back in June of last year. As I stated, it was cited for a couple different violations. They were originally given by the board 30 days to comply. They did not achieve compliance in July. August came and went. They made a request to come back in September to the code board request for additional time. They came before the board. The board gave them an additional 38 days retroactive to the June meeting. So they had it originally back until about October 18th or October 20th to comply with everything. On October 18th, their attorney reached out to the city attorney's office and asked for an additional time, frankly, a couple days to finish closing everything out. We granted them an additional 30-day extension. So their date to comply was somewhere around November 20th. They did not achieve compliance by November 20th. The next thing we find out is 2 or 3 months down the line, they reach out to us in regards to a notice of intent to lien. So the issue with that was just that the code enforcement officers, the system basically flags an item once it went to code board back in June, and we had multiple extensions that the city gave the resident and their attorney, and the system simply just didn't flag it. So it popped up on their notice, they filled out notice of intent to lien, and they sent it out. So once they reached out to us, knowing that they've been going back and forth, trying to procure the right material and something that's, amenable to the city, and that'll be appropriate for the location, we did give them an additional extension through February 5th. And we spoke to the attorney again, and they hadn't achieved compliance. We gave them an additional 30 days, kind of a hard stop of March 5th. If they required any other extensions, I didn't feel appropriate to give them any additional extensions since, frankly, the last time they went to the code board was in September. So they had the opportunity, if they wanted to request an additional extension, they'd have to go to the code board. But thankfully, I think they were able to complete all the required work, and we're just pending them to pay for the permit and hopefully install it and close it out in the near future.
Thank you for granting those extensions and
Our pleasure.
sending the message that we're here to work with the community and with our residents. Thank you for the update.
And through the mayor, just about I think it was a year or two ago, I had codified a procedure that informally was done with the city attorney's office, but residents weren't aware of it because it never had been included in the code. And that is, there's this mitigation procedure where you subtract days for a violation. So I'm just taking the opportunity to remind the residents as well that there is a mitigation procedure. You're not going to have running fines during periods that you're proactively seeking a permit where you're trying to solve the problems. There are extensions like this in addition that will stop fines if they exist from running. And, that's just to better inform everyone here as well as the residents viewing that this procedure does exist. Okay, we're here to help.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
Yeah. Just to put on the record, there's no fines, there's no lien, and there's nothing Mr. Capote needs to pay, correct?
Just
And
the
besides
permit.
the permit,
The permit. That's
just
it.
to clear the air.
Where was the statement made that there were fines? I forgot.
The issue was that they.
I just don't remember what was the media outlet that said there was fines. I heard there was some one of them.
I think Channel 10,
It
Channel
was something
7.
that I think I'm not sure which channel it was. They said it, but I got like 3 phone calls and I said, listen, they're not getting fined.
No, like I said, it stemmed from an issue with the system basically not flagging. Code enforcement didn't enter in our extensions. We did them through emails. We were dealing directly with their attorney, and simply our code enforcement system didn't.
It's an honest
reflect
mistake.
that.
It's an honest
Yes.
mistake, but it flew like wildfire. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
Thank you very much. F7, very simple. I just put this on the agenda to kind of, everyone knows, the tragedy that happened in Key Biscayne. We offer our neighbors, Key Biscayne, our condolences on that front. I actually knew the individual who passed away through family. I know I imagine some of you also did. I haven't seen this issue really be a problem in the city at all. I've only seen, for example, maybe sometimes you'll see a bike rider riding on Miracle Mile as an issue. I just wanted to kind of, being in the sunshine, maybe have a conversation if you've seen that be an issue. Madam Vice Mayor.
When I was running, there was a professor that was walking on North Greenway Drive who sadly passed away, and it wasn't an e-bike, it was a regular bicyclist. And it gets down to, respect for the road and respect for the bicyclist being sufficient distance away. If you have a line of people walking on a street and then they suddenly, take a step to the left and you're riding too close to them, yes, you can knock them over. This also happened to me with the golf carts. Entering on a narrow bridge that is for a bike lane and all. It's a young driver on the golf cart. There was no room for me to go around them. So I think it gets down to education, as well as looking at some of the age restrictions going forward on some of these, as they would call in the law, dangerous instrumentalities. I mean, how fast you're riding and how close you're riding to pedestrians is a critical issue. We know that Miracle Mile has been an issue time and time again, and it's very difficult to catch people because they're moving. And by the time I call it in, and by the time the police get it and show up there, we can't identify them. So some solutions there deal with cameras, but e-bike safety is not just unique. The e-bikes is really my message. It's regular bicycles, golf carts, we just need to be much more careful going forward and educating folks on how to respect pedestrians.
Yes, sir.
Just maybe, I don't know if we've ever done a PSA. I know we do PSAs for different issues. I don't know if one has been done on driving around pedestrians and bicycles. Maybe something to consider and send it out through our e-news as an awareness campaign.
That would be consistent with what I'm basically saying. And what are the recommendations? 6 feet away from a pedestrian so you have reactive time. I know that when I see children on bicycles, I steer way around because they're unpredictable. They don't know better. And, the younger the person is, the less aware they are of the consequences of their actions. So it's an important informational campaign that I think that we can take on.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item F8.
F8, last week we had a Sunshine Meeting workshop regarding education, primarily, I think historically the relationship between the city of Coral Gables and our area schools. And we had a great turnout, a lot of parents, a lot of residents attended. It was great because we had a lot of, I think, back and forth ideas, suggestions on how to move forward and strengthen our relationships, our involvement, and our presence in the education of our youngsters in Coral Gables. There are a lot of areas that we touched upon. One had to do with the arts. The other had to do with the city helping promote or inform families about what the opportunities are for education in Coral Gables. quite honestly, I know in the real estate industry, when folks are moving into Coral Gables, they want to know the quality of our schools, the quality of our hospitals, the quality of, what they want to know. And I think education, I think we're all in agreement, is a pillar of our society. And one of the areas I touched upon, and I think we all touched upon because there was a need, was, for example, at Coral Gables Preparatory, they basically cut the funding for music and other arts programs. And we brainstormed about the possibility of the city creating a music program through our community recreation department, whereby it'd be available to not only all residents, but the kids at that school to make up that gap. The other area that was discussed was, again, and I was informed afterwards that we have on our website, the city website, an area, a page or a section having to do with schools and education. The fact that some of the folks that were there didn't know it, I think if we have it, which I was informed we do, we need to find a way to better communicate with the schools and the PTAs and the PTSAs about this opportunity. We can schedule, we can announce their open house for prospective families, large events, community events. That's where I'm headed, and pretty much everybody was there, and I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues to, carry on with the discussion.
Commissioner, you've summed it up fairly well. I mean, I also wanted to put the word art in there because I'm not one of those musically inclined, but I do think that there's a need. We had a great engagement with the Administrative Director-elect, Rodriguez-Diaz, about a number of topics, and I agree that we need to showcase our schools more. Having raised my children through the public school system, as well as myself through the public school system, people just aren't aware of some of the gems that we have here, and some of the ones that carry a reputation from many decades ago have magnet programs now that folks are not aware of. So putting this on the website is one of the steps. Having a table at the literacy fair is another. Having a table at the farmers market and other city events. So when you're bringing the children to the pumpkin patch, for instance, you can also learn about that, because we start planning our educational paths for our children, not just when we move in here, but when they're in the womb, so to speak, in diapers. We start choosing this educational path. And it was, during that time period of my life that I put my daughters through the lottery of getting into West Lab, Carver Middle, and all these educational choices, because I knew it was out there on the landscape there. Ponce has come a long, long way since the days that my girls went to Ponce. And it's something I wasn't aware of, and it probably is something that a lot of folks aren't aware of. So I do think we need to do a lot more outreach through all these different venues. I was pleased that also the 501c3's desire to, do something for Coral Gables Elementary School was well received by the principal, it was well received by the PTA, and it was well received by the assistant director. And they will carry this conversation forward and do the necessary paperwork that has to be done between a school board and a private entity to make this happen in the future. And it'll be just one more resource again, in the physical education field. So I'd love to see both collaborations. Sam Joseph stated it well, that when we're thinking about what we're doing with our open space at these public schools, and it is public school property, there's a housing shortage, but we need to think it out well. We don't want to use up all the field space that we need for sports activities, for housing, if we can better plan our facilities and build it on top of the gymnasium, building it on top of the school facilities, or quiet during the night, and could provide housing for teachers and service personnel and at a reasonable rate. And I think we'll be able to attract better teachers and better personnel in the long run if we make it affordable for them to live in our community. Yep. So I'm fully in support of this. I thought it was a wonderful meeting. It was a long time coming, and I'm looking forward to the next step. So,
Yeah. What we got from that meeting was that there was 2,911 students that reside in Coral Gables. And one of the things I mentioned is that maybe as a city, we could help educate our residents with the programs that are available, because we have magnet schools, we have certain programs that are happening in schools, and residents are sending their kids to other schools not knowing that these resources or programs are available. So as a city, I think that would be not a big step for us to take, but something that would be very impactful. Another thing that I had mentioned there was the mental health of the students and the teachers, and to see if we are well developed in the areas where the children have disabilities, right? And as far as teachers, maybe they can look into, the school board could look into training like applied behavior analysis, ABA, like the basic fundamentals to know how to treat their classroom more effectively in a motivating way. And that's some of the things that I suggested during that meeting. I think that were well received.
I think it's been well summed up. Regarding the city's website, I know that Communications Director Bunting had already been working on that. Part of the discussion was just to try to enhance and add more information on the particular schools and maybe work with the schools. I don't know if we ever got to that point, because that was when I was phasing out of the SCRC. So the folks who were there in the meeting weren't sure what had ended up happening.
Hello, Martha Pantine. As you remember, when you were chair of the SCRC, we did go to committees to discuss the website and how we could incorporate the information that you needed. We did include the information. We did go back to the board to explain. We enhanced the page. We enhanced search, because we realized once we got the website originally, when you put schools, the search wasn't working as well as it could be, so we enhanced the search. We updated the private school contacts. We revised the presentation with pictures for each school. We created forms for schools to submit events. I did go back and did explain to the SCRC that schools could submit events that were community events. The website, when you go into each school, it takes you directly into the school's website, because each school has their own website. And we added more helpful information about school section. We also added school board chair's office contact to the information. As of this year, since we started the submittal form, we have not had any submittals. We are happy for any suggestions as how we can get them to submit. The only time that we did, looking back through our information, was when Coral Gables Prep was turning 100. They did send some information, and we did include that information in October on E-News talking about their centennial. We have looked at ways that maybe we can enhance. Right now, we only have, if you go to schools, it only has a button for the public schools page. We can put a button for private schools, and we can also do a button for events to make it even higher priority. And I think, that would maybe help. But we are really open to suggestions as how we can get them to forward us the information. I know that, there are events, like for private schools. I know like St. Teresa has a festival, things of that nature. We're very, very ready, willing, and able to include. We just need the information.
I was, in our discussion at that meeting, we talked, I sort of volunteered staff. It'd be good to have a liaison. I mean, everybody's has a lot on their plates, but a liaison that regularly connects either with the school itself or the PTAs to sort of try to draw announcements and news our way. I mentioned Gabby that works with all of us, who's helping me in Code Mania. She's the point person for, I think we have 8 schools this year. So she has practice in reaching out and communicating with the school, something like that, just to be able to draw news or event information to our website. Because I think, unfortunately, like you sort of hinted, we haven't gotten a lot from the schools, but if we have somebody there, once a month just making a call, do you have anything we could do?
When we've discussed this, some schools say that some of their events, they don't even put it on their marquees because they actually want to keep them within their school community. So, sometimes there is that. But, as I said, and, with your guidance, we are happy to try to enhance this in any way possible. And I don't have school-age children, but for people that I know, they said, well, we have a constant communications with their websites. And today I think parents, everything, they deal directly with the websites. But, any program that we can help promote, we're happy to do so.
Appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstanding in the community of things we don't get credit for, which we do. And I want to make those clear so everybody understands that we are taking steps, we are doing our part. It's just times have changed. Like you said, people get their information from WhatsApp or a tech group, parents, teacher. But no, I appreciate it very much. And I think it's just a constant effort to let more folks out there know that we are participating, we are,
And as you look at the school's page, if there's any suggestions that you have for us, please let us know.
My follow-up on, thank you, Marta, is we need to have follow-up. And I'm thinking that perhaps through the our school relations committee and through perhaps a liaison, we can schedule something, not every month, but maybe every other month or every 3 months, a follow-up meeting to further move the ball down the field, including a music program, things like that. I don't want it to a year later and we're still in the same place. So I don't know if you all are interested in at least supporting the concept of having, 4 times a year, a meeting with those groups so that we can better navigate, the relationship forward as collectively.
I would support that.
Yeah, no, that meetings always help.
Yeah.
You break down the barriers and the misunderstandings when you get everybody in the room, and we can have a comprehensive discussion. So I'm always in favor of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Mr. Sam Joseph, yes, sir. I apologize.
Mr. Sam Joseph is on Zoom and he has requested to speak on this item.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing me to speak on this issue. I first want to say a heartfelt thank you to the commission for hosting the workshop the last week. It really was a fantastic event. We had representation from 8 different PTSAs at our 11 serving public schools. But I think for me, the conversation was better because it really was a general conversation around the educational landscape of the city and not really focusing just on one segment of schools. It's really about all schools and how do we really achieve the city brilliant moniker that we're looking to get to. And I think that meeting was the very first step to getting there. And I appreciate all the leadership that were in attendance and very attentive to the issues and very thoughtful in the way you engage the subject matter. I will just say there wasn't an issue with communication around that meeting because that room would have been overflowed had there been more public information that meeting was happening. It wasn't, I know for a few of the even commissioners that were in the room, they had very late notification about this meeting and its purposes. So we do have to get better at our communication with the community around important topics like this. And it's not just for families with children that attend either public or private or charter schools in our area. Remember that because our schools are tied through ad valorem property taxes, it's in all of our interests, every single resident, all 50,000 of us, to be interested in making sure that we have the absolute best educational landscape, not just in Miami-Dade County, not just in Florida, but in the nation. Because as those schools do well, our bank accounts do well, our property values do well. And I assure you that if we communicate better about the upcoming town hall meetings, which I think were a great proposition, to get everyone in the room to talk about what do you see as your city brilliant, and what do you want us to do to help get to that place, you will see a lot more people in the room than you think would attend, and a lot of them not having physical students attending those facilities. So there was, although a notice was put out for the meeting, there was no agenda put out, and that notice was very, very lightly held. We need to be publicizing this on every platform that we have, apps, city websites, and also all of our other public meetings, because there are many, many interested folks in this topic and subject matter, and a lot of great opinions that I think could come from this. But thank you, SCRC. Thank you, Commission. It really was a very fruitful meeting, and I look forward to seeing the great things that come out of just the start that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Anything else for the good of the order on this item? Thank you. Okay, then we can move on. Thank you. Moving on to F9.
Mayor, F9 is a resolution of the City Commission adopting a maintenance schedule for the city's Whiteway lights. Mayor, if I may, I'm very pleased that presenting this item will be our legal intern. He's a second-year law student at FIU, and he's been doing a great job interning with our office. So I'll let him present.
Before you get started, the city attorney was adamant about waiting till 1 o'clock. And I said, just remind me, because we may, but I said, you know what, we may blow by it, so you'll be fine.
I made sure to get here early to make sure that I could do this, so.
Before you start about before you deal with the resolution, and I know you've been working hard, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Gomez. As the City Attorney stated, I am a legal intern working here for the City Attorney's Office. I'm a second-year law student at the FIU College of Law, and I'm currently loving my role here.
Were you born in Miami?
No, I was actually born in New Jersey, but I've grown up here all my life.
Parents?
Parents are also from New Jersey, but moved when I was young.
Very nice. Well, we're blessed to have you here, and the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. So, under the guidance of the Deputy City Attorney, I actually had the opportunity to draft this resolution that sits before you, so I will be presenting it before the board today. This is a resolution of the City Commission adopting a maintenance schedule for the city's Whiteway lights. The Whiteway lights installed on University Drive between Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Bird Road, and those lights installed along Riviera Drive from University Drive to Anastasia Avenue will undergo inspection twice yearly, and further, will be washed, cleaned, and generally touched up as needed in accordance with recommendations from conservators and the city staff. Commissioners, the Public Works staff, along with the Deputy City Attorney, are available to answer any and all questions.
I'd like to make sure and just amend that resolution if possible with the assistance of my colleagues to make sure that once the report is finalized, once a year, it doesn't have to be every 6 months, that once a year that report is shared obviously with the commission. Via email, whichever way you'd like. It can be disseminated through the manager, it can be disseminated at a commission meeting, but I think it'd be important, and then we could potentially even share that report. Well, it'll be a public record, but maybe you want to share with Historic Preservation, the board, Historic Preservation Board. I also founded about a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago, another board which was for monuments and entrance features and all kinds of stuff. Maybe we could share with that board. Again, I think it's something important to get as much input and eyes and ears that people are seeing that we are actually, making sure that we're protecting that multi-million-dollar investment. What do you think about that?
Sounds good, Mr. Mayor. I'll make sure to conduct with my city attorney team.
So it's a landmarks advisory board.
Thank you.
Yeah. I get it mixed up with landscape and all the other ones at LAB acronym. And I just wanted to commend you on your presentation. For a second-year law student, you're doing fantastic.
Perfect. Great job. Hermes, Mr. Diaz, I apologize. Is there anything you'd like to add? I know we're outshined by the 2L, but you know, is there anything that you want?
I couldn't have said it any better. So I think.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
There you go, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Before we move on, this is something that we've been working on for the last 5 years, and I want to give credit where credit is due. Carelia Carbonell, amazing. She did a wonderful job. Continued efforts in regards to historic preservation, and she's the one that's been one of the strongest advocates, along with the entire department, all the employees, our historic preservation team, but she's been a real vocal voice in regards to the Whiteway Lights. Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to item F10.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to engage an executive search firm for search relating to city manager position.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Well, I asked to co-sponsor this because it was something I spoke about. You know, I do believe in a proper succession plan. It was something that I was definitely in favor of. And I've heard a lot from residents as well, and they do concur that we need to do a professional search. We need background checks. The suggestions have been made to first look locally, because at least locally, people are familiar with Miami-Dade County nuances, that we have to deal with the county, that we have to deal with the state, we have to deal with Durham, we have to deal with all these different disciplines in South Dade to deal with. And I also think that we need, we had a speaker come here today also suggest that we have, an independent committee. But like everything, you have to have those that are qualified. For our departments to be able to move smoothly going forward, I do think that our department heads do need to ascertain if this person has the requisite knowledge and experience to be able to, work on the budget and work on all the various things that come through at that breakneck pace that our former ACM had highlighted. So I do think we need to get going as quickly as possible for the benefit of our community, so we don't have any further delays moving forward, and that we do so in a comprehensive way. Because a methodology where you just, someone's leaving somewhere, you might inherit somebody else's problems. And I've seen enough, I have enough experience in life to know that what things look like on the outside may not be what's really going on. So we need to have those probing questions asked of any candidate, along with the background checks, to make sure we're not inheriting someone else's problems. And this is not directed at any particular persons whose names have come up. This is really just to make sure that we get the best for our city going forward, and that we don't have any further delays.
So as the co-sponsor of this item, I think I agree wholeheartedly with you. I just wanted to add a few points. I think that having spoken to a lot of the staff, having met one of the staff from, an employee who was from all walks of life, along with residents and business owners, they've all been very clear that, the clear opportunity here is to use an executive search firm. We want to hear from staff and see what staff's opinion is moving forward. We want it to be independent. We want to make sure that it's something that, again, does an in-depth, thorough background check on the individuals that are being considered. That doesn't preclude anybody from joining the process, submitting their names, from the commission saying, I'm interested in this person, in a very, you can do it in a discreet way. You can speak with the ACM, with the current city manager. You can speak to one of the professionals, whatever way that you think is appropriate. Because again, we also have individuals who, one of the things that I've heard is that people want to be careful because a lot of people are employed. And when you're employed currently, you may have an interest in this position, but you also want to be as careful and thoughtful
in regards to your current employer. You don't want to rock the boat. And that is something that I heard of in the last two searches that I was involved in, where people said, listen, I'm interested, but I just want to make sure that the process is very, very thoughtful and that it takes into account a person's current employment if there is interest. I have a feeling that we'll have people who are interested in this position. I just think that to draw the most people and to send a strong message that it's an even playing field, I think using an executive search firm is something they'll tell people, listen, we're going to cast a wide net, and everybody has a fair shot at this job. We're just looking for the best person to serve this community. Commissioner?
Have a few remarks. I've also been approached by many residents, and there are some concerns in the community. I have to start by thanking our interim city manager who stepped up to the plate, and things haven't skipped a beat. So appreciate the service you've given us. Regardless of the time or what you're doing, you've answered the calls, and I appreciate that. Last commission meeting, this commission voted to begin discussions with a preferred candidate to potentially make that person our next city manager. But we had a problem. The next day, an anonymous text was sent out disparaging that candidate. Who sent it? You're big on transparency. Would you like to share it with us?
Are you saying that I sent it?
I'm not saying. I'm asking.
You're looking at me.
Well, it's a rhetorical question. I think we all know where it came from.
If anything, you're accusing me. Again, I did not send that text message. And as a person who knows you, as a person who knows you very well, and it's a continued chipping at my integrity and who I am. What we have here, Commissioner, is a great opportunity. Leave the games behind and move on to find somebody.
But you're interrupting me, as you said, you're not supposed to, right?
You accuse me of writing.
I asked you a question.
I have to answer when you accuse me.
I also think it'd be important for residents to know the message you sent to the candidate. Through a mutual friend, you said if he took the job, you would, and I quote, make his life a living hell. That is...
Again, let me just, if you're making that statement, I did not make that statement. What I said was very clear, and I've said it to everybody. The best way to do this is to use a national search firm and go in a way that it's transparent and it's an open process where everybody can have a bite of the apple, and it's the best candidate for the city. You can continue to blame me for somebody not coming here, but at the end of the day, it was their decision not to come here.
I'm going to continue with my remarks.
Perfect, please.
You've been censured for less.
If I may, I can confirm that a message with those wordings was communicated.
I didn't say that.
Patterns.
You've been censured for less than that, but your hatred clearly makes it impossible for you to think rationally sometimes. You think that lobbing threats and trying to intimidate people into doing what you want makes you a strong mayor. It doesn't. The city's charter states you're equal to the other four of us who have been elected to this body. And no matter how many times you ignore our presence, you disparage us when you lose a vote, or lie about us, it will not change the fact that you are here to serve alongside us as equals. However, you weren't the only one who disparaged this candidate. The vice mayor stated here on the record that the candidate had been fired and that's why he was seeking this job. Nothing can be further from the truth. He's still working for Miami-Dade County, and people are very happy that he is there trying to address the issues at the airport.
So I'll respond to your accusation. I can only repeat what I am told. I heard that, he wasn't leaving as well during our break. A lot of things are heard. I also received a message from Commissioner Cabrera expressing displeasure in the manner in which certain members of this commission, and they know who they are, went around the county's back directly trying to negotiate away one of their employees. So we can continue on with this gamemanship if you wish, or we can get to the matter at hand, which is we need to find a qualified candidate for this position. Grandstanding like this does not move our city forward. It's embarrassing for our city. It may make you feel good. It may make you feel important. It may make you think that you're doing a wonderful thing for your constituency, but you're doing exactly the opposite for our constituency. So the question remains, how do you want to proceed going forward?
Can I continue with my statement?
I'm asking you a question.
So
and you're asking me a question. You made an accusation against me that is utterly false. There was a lot of things that happened during that commission meeting with utterly false statements. And for you to come in here and accuse me of making a false statement based upon something that I was told and merely truthfully reporting to you all is a shame for this community. It's very, very disparaging. And I would like to move forward with a search rather than you playing this game of trying to make one person look more important, or how many times you want to get in front of a camera and preach to the community that you're supposed to be the savior here trying to save things. Do you want to search for a new manager, or do you want to waste time with this?
I want to finish my remarks, and your answer
right
will be heard in a few seconds. This behavior is a clear sign that we need a manager who can deal with threats, lies, and intimidation tactics and is unfazed by them. Over the last few months, I've come up with a list of qualities I believe a manager would need to have. These include respect. We don't want to interrupt your call.
Go ahead, Commissioner. There was an error. I pressed the wrong button. I apologize.
Those include respect for others, the ability to handle crisis situations, the ability to lead by example, would faithfully follow the charter, code, procedures, and directives of this commission, and who has no ties to the special interests or developers who seek to control City Hall, as evidenced here last meeting. As luck would have it, I had someone reach out to me with an interest in the position who meets these requirements. This individual has served in leadership roles from the local level to the state level to the federal level. This individual also has the knowledge and ability to address the number one concern our residents have today. Is there public corruption in Coral Gables? This is the pressing concern that we must take to the forefront as this commission. In the 10 months I've been here, I've had many concerns myself with the information I've been provided by brave members of staff and the community who have shared very concerning stories of their experiences with our city's government. We must look into these concerns and ensure our city is clean of impropriety and corruption, and that our processes are being faithfully followed. The candidate I'm bringing to you for your consideration today is a graduate of Coral Gables Senior High School. He's an alumni of Miami-Dade College, where he has been enshrined into their Hall of Fame. His career has taken him through many key roles in leadership, including 8 years as the special agent in charge of the Miami Regional Operations Center for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, 2 years as deputy director of the South Florida Money Laundering Strike Force of the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, and for 4.5 years, he served under 2 U.S. presidents as U.S. Marshal of the 6th largest U.S. Marshal Service district in the country, the Southern District of Florida. This gentleman commands respect because he gives respect. He commands hard work because he puts in hard work. He believes a solution to a problem can most of the time be found in being faithful to the ordained process. A man dedicated to service and to his family. Someone who can lead this city as we end our first centennial and ensure the clean start of our second. With that, I would make a motion for this commission to name Amos Rojas Jr. Coral Gables' next city manager. I've asked Mr. Rojas to accompany us today to introduce himself and answer any questions the commission may have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name?
Amos Rojas Jr.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. With that being said, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Just to respect the process, the way that this works. You can do this for discussion if you'd like, please.
I prefer the normal process. A background check needs to be run.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. I don't want to get later say that I give you fair treatment. I give you more treatment than they do. So I want to be very fair to everybody.
Sure,
okay,
that's
we have a
fine.
motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor. We're not going to vote on it. We're just going to have a discussion. Can I have a second?
I'm
Or
not-
just a no? There's not, and it just dies. Okay.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Discussion.
And I feel that a U.S. Marshal, really, what background are you going to do? I mean, that I think sufficient background as it is. But that I'll second that.
Okay. So with that being said, Vice Mayor, I apologize. I just want to be fair. That's it. Because then they say I'm not fair.
Okay, so I'm familiar with the job that a U.S. Marshal does, and it's a very different job than being a city manager. And I've dealt with the U.S. Marshal Service because I have done asset collection, asset sales, those types of things with the U.S. Marshal Service. So it goes beyond custody issues. It goes more into asset sales as well. It's a very different job, extremely different job than being a city manager. Without having a resume, without having an opportunity to sit down and speak to this individual on an in-depth level, this sounds no different than what happened the last meeting around. This is not a thoughtful process. This is not a process where we have input from the community, which we had a speaker come here, Mr. Wells came here and asked for that as well. It's a surprise. And why should it be that way when we should be more considerate about the process that we're doing? What experience and background and education does this individual have in finance? What education, background, and experience does this person have with public works? With all the different disciplines that we have coming into it. I'm fine. It's wonderful. It's a pleasure to meet him. But I'd like to be able to sit down with him in my office, have an interview, get to know you. I'm very familiar with the criminal justice system. I'm very familiar with the asset forfeiture issues, et cetera. But to make a decision without having an opportunity to be able to speak with you on a one-to-one basis and throw you into the mix of this, I don't think is the right way to do this. I think, my preference is, if I was standing in your shoes, to have the opportunity to speak to every single member of this commission, get to know us, make sure that you're comfortable with the position, and don't regret making a move somewhere down the line. So that's my preference. Love to have you. Once we have this conversation, once we go over the various different issues that are presented in a city government, that is drastically different than the federal government. I'm familiar with both, and they're different worlds. So that's my comments on this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Menendez, do you have anything like that?
I'm just listening for now.
Okay, I don't have anything. I just want to make sure that you guys are done. Or do you have anything else to say before I say? You have something? Go ahead.
No. Thank you for coming. Actually, what a surprise. I've never met you, but I was looking you up and I saw that the picture that I was looking at was the person coming in through the door. So what a surprise. I don't know if you caught this, but I seconded that motion. I'll put on the record, I've never spoken to you. I've never met you. I'm looking here at your LinkedIn. And it's very impressive. Retired FDLE Special Agent in Charge, Miami Regional Operations Center, South Florida Money Laundering, and Deputy Director. Very impressive, all qualities that I would like the new city manager to possess and to have, especially given the circumstances that I believe that we are in.
So just to...
Are you done?
Oh, just to answer a couple of the questions that the Vice Mayor brought up. Regarding the background check, Mr. Amos, I believe, still has an active top secret security clearance?
That's fine. Again, I just said I'd prefer to have a face-to-face meeting with you than an interview in the middle of a meeting.
My friend, if I may, just with all due respect, we've never met. This has never been done before in this fashion. I've never even shaken your hand. You're probably a wonderful individual who's competent, who's capable, and can do a great job. But we have a commission meeting that the intent, as a reasonable person who's held the amazing positions that you've held, you understand that there's a process. When you were hired for your job, I'll give you an example. When you were hired for your job, there was an interview process, correct? There was an interview process, correct, sir? Yes, sir. And there was multiple people that were considered. And there was a process that, again, was publicized, and people were able to engage in that position, and people were able to say, I'm interested in that position, and throw their hat into the ring. All I'm saying is, again, we don't have the votes. I don't have the votes. This is a standard 3-2 vote, as it's been for the last few months, and it's perfectly fine. This is the way it's going to be, and it's fine. But all I'm saying is what I told previous people who consider this position, which I met with another gentleman who was also being considered for this position, and I took him to breakfast. And I said, the best way to move forward as a community to build consensus around the city manager is not for having one person pick the city manager. It's for it to be done by an outside agency, and I request and I ask you to please put your name into the mix. Get involved. You know, give us all your credentials, give us your resume. But to come here today as a person of your caliber, you know that you're going to be dealing with 5 different people. You're going to be dealing with a city with over 1,000 employees. It's a completely different scenario than what you've been in. And the best way, in my opinion, to be the recipient of city manager is to having gone through a rigorous process. It's not only about background checks, it's about a rigorous process where the entire commission, and we come together and we make a decision based on a person's credentials. Not assigned a person who walks in the door, because I don't think you've ever gotten a job like that, because I've never gotten a job like that in my life, walking in. So I'm just giving you the utmost respect, and I'm just saying that this is of course.
And by the way, I'm sorry, through the mayor, there's a motion and there's a second. Therefore, it allows public comment, and I would consider him as public comment to be able to come up and express or answer questions.
Commissioner, I'm not denying him that.
Commissioner,
I'm not denying. What I'm saying is there's a process, and I would love nothing more than to not taint the process for you to potentially get involved. One second, sir. One second. For you not to taint the process of getting involved as a potential candidate for city manager with an outside firm that comes in, which is the way it's always been done, and I think the most appropriate way that it's been done.
And rather than going to the prepared speech that I had, let me just say this. I'm not a politician. Your process is your process. I'm interested in the position because I believe that I can add value to the city of Coral Gables. How this process works, it's really up to you. So what I hear you saying, Mr. Mayor, is, you're interested in the job, but we're going to do something else. That's your right. I'm just here saying that I'm interested. I can do the job. I think I'm the right person for the position at this time. But again, not being a politician, I leave that up to the elected officials.
Thank you very much.
And I would love to meet individually with all of you.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, when you say tainting the process, you did that when you threatened our last candidate.
I did not threaten
You
anybody.
did, sir. Two of us have heard it. Two of us have heard it.
Commissioner, I did
Two of us
not.
have heard it. And by the way, I know from personal
Commissioner,
experience, that's how you operate.
Commissioner, just
Let
like
me finish.
Hold on, no, because you're stating that I made it.
You
that I made
did.
it stop for a second. Commissioner, I've worked with you for years. I've known every trick, every email you sent, every way that you can look. You're saying that I do things that you do. You're saying that you're threatened, but you never put one police, one, as a gentleman in law enforcement knows, if there's a threat, then there has to be a police report. Not one police report was done. So my point is, let's handle the gentleman here you brought before. I think that's the least we can show the respect that he deserves, okay? My point was very simple. I was just trying to move forward to make sure that when I said taint, was that you did not stand up here, make a statement, and then if we go a different route, to go through a standard process where you bring on an outside consulting firm to basically grab as many resumes as possible of qualified people to consider them, that nobody could come and say, hey, he got preferential treatment because he came before the commission or something like that. It's not about tainting the process. It's about, I wanted to make sure you were on an equal playing field of everybody to be considered. But at the end of the day, like I said before, the votes are the votes, and you said it's our process. You said you wanted to recognize the vice mayor. I have nothing else to say.
No, I wanted to answer the vice mayor's concerns. So the first one was on the background check. The second was South Florida connections. This individual has been working in South Florida for several decades through Miami-Dade County, South Miami, the FDLE. He handled our southern region. As a U.S. Marshal, he handled the southern region. He's worked with our police chief before on multi-agency issues. He's the one who headed up the 9/11 terrorist task force for the state of Florida. He's the one that created the blue alert for police officers, similar to the Amber Alert. This is somebody who's been dedicated to this community and has gotten a lot of things done in management roles for over 30 years. So you say he's not qualified to be the manager, which was your third point.
No, I didn't say that he's not qualified. We need to evaluate, okay? And I'm totally familiar with the entire criminal system because I've worked in it for 37 years. And I'm telling you, it's different working here. And I'd like to have a conversation with you to make sure that you're best equipped going forward. Because making a decision here without having an opportunity to speak to you, I'm happy to sit down and try to educate you on some areas that you would be beyond what you would deal with in FDLE, beyond what you deal with in U.S. Marshal's Office. And I've dealt with HSI, ATF, CBP, TTB. I've dealt with all the federal agencies, and I've been all the way around the country on various litigation matters, both civil and criminal, Court of International Trade. We all bring with us different education background and experience. But I think to have the trust of the community, if a process is used where it's a normal process, there's an application procedure, you get interviewed. Like I said in the last meeting last week, I don't know if you had an opportunity to listen to that presentation. It would be last meeting.
This is the first time I sign in to listen to any city commissioner.
Okay, so, it'd be beneficial for you to listen to that, because what I said is I wanted a normal succession plan, that I had conversations with our then city manager, who was 68 years old, that we needed to have a succession plan. I wanted him to be able to bring somebody in, get him onboarded, whether it's a 6-month, a year, to where we're comfortable. So someone's just not thrown into the rapids dealing with issues you've never dealt with and never had to deal with working in the positions that you did. There's so many layers of process. DERM, EPA, other types of issues. This is not the place to do an interview.
I can't argue with what you're saying. What I can tell you is this. I've always, my experience, surround myself with professional folks that know to do the job. I don't need to be an engineer to know that I can select a good engineer that gives good advice, and I listen to the advice, and then I make the final decision. I'm a consensus builder. I don't make decisions on the fly. The days of hurricane disasters and deploying state resources to different areas, sheriffs yelling, hey, I need more people, and I don't have the people, those days are gone. I have now the luxury of being able to look at a problem, listen to the experts, because I am not an expert. I couldn't tell you the traffic pattern and flow of the traffic coming through Dade County. What's the transient population or the work population in the Gables? How is that affecting the flow of traffic? But what I do know is reach out to the individuals that have the information and put that information to work. And then at the end of the day, as I understand it, in this form of government, you're my boss. You come to me and you ask me to do things, and we'll get things done. That's one thing I always do. I get things done. One way or the other, we'll get it done. But if you're asking for, for me to be an engineer or a waste management, professional, that's not me. You got the wrong person. If you're looking for someone that's going to take a city, the departments that fall under the manager's purview, and focus their attention on the importance of what needs to be done for the city of Coral Gables, basically making sure everybody is rowing, heading in the same direction, and the oars are turning at the same rate. That I can do for you, or I can do for the city. I'll be very honest with you. I was not looking for a job. I'm happy where I was, but friends of ours called and said, hey, you are perfect for this position. Of course, they're biased because they're personal friends of mine. So, and would you be interested in it? And here I am. I'm fine either way. Again, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. This is your process. However you all want to do it. I'm just a candidate.
No, I understand, and I'd love to sit down and interview as a candidate. With all due respect, you can be a great manager. I've been a trial lawyer on major cases, 3-4 months in trial. You don't become able to try that case in the first week. You have to have time to get onboarded, and that's part of the process that needs to be done. Plus, you want the trust of the community. Okay? This commission may not be here tomorrow. You need the trust of the community that know that you got hired through a process that they had an opportunity to look at as well, because they don't know you, okay? And I know you're highly respected, and I'm highly respected in my field too. But I still have to go through an interview process for every single client that I work for, okay? And they have to have an opportunity to do that, not just picked out of a hat. And that's essentially what this is. It's the first time I've heard your name. I don't have your resume, okay?
I'm sorry that's the case. That's the first time you've heard my name.
So, no, listen, I've litigated in multiple states throughout the United States, including the local venue, okay? From New York to California to Washington State, and Texas, et cetera, and so on. So I deal with a lot of different departments and a lot of different agencies, but a thoughtful process should be used here. Why? You want the trust of the people. You don't want just the trust of this commission. You want the trust of the people moving forward. Because tomorrow, someone might say, well, geez, they just picked a name out of a hat and that commissioner's gone, so now, you know, you start to experience.
Some may say that, but I don't think I'll have any issues not only earning the respect of the community, earning the respect of the commission and of the members of the city of Coral Gables. I don't see that as a problem.
May I ask you a question?
That's never been my...
May I ask you a question, sir? Just, where's your current employment now?
I was retired. I retired from the Marshal Service in 2018. I was sitting, I'll be honest with you, sitting comfortably up in my vacation home in North Carolina, having a glass of wine, looking at the mountain, when my friends started calling me and saying, hey, this opportunity is coming up. I think you can do a good job. And I prayed on it. I looked at it, and I said, you know what? I'm going to put my name in the hat, just like I did with the Marshal Service when a friend of mine called me and said, hey, put your name in the hat. And I was able to be appointed U.S. Marshal.
So let's talk about that, because I don't want to reiterate what the Vice Mayor said. Putting your name in the hat for consideration. I think that's the best thing that you can do for the city.
I have, but the decision of how you...
I get it, I understand, but I'm just telling you, the reason why when you're invited to come here and we have this type of discussion, it's the shock and awe treatment of we want to get an upper hand on everybody and not give anybody any opportunity to even have a discussion on items. It's we want to spring something on somebody. That's not the way that I would handle the employment of my manager. When you're talking about somebody who is going to be running over 1,000 employees, who's going to be dealing with a budget of over $200 million, who's going to be dealing with major issues across the board, I'm not saying you're not qualified. Probably you're super qualified for the job. But we, as the 5 people up here, have a responsibility to 51,000 residents in this community. That I'm not going to go out there. I have a lot of people who I could bring here right now who are very qualified for the job. Maybe not as qualified as you. Again, let's just say you're the most qualified guy I ever met for the position. But I'm all telling them, you need to go through a process, because I'm not going to have anybody. First, I won't get them through the commission because I don't have the votes. They would never entertain hiring somebody that I bring, no matter how qualified they are. And that's the first problem that we have. Bringing somebody that one commissioner prefers over another is where, again, I think the system breaks down and it doesn't show the level of transparency and the level of open process. You bring an outside entity to handle the process, you put your, like you said, your name in the hat, and I think it's an opportunity to be selected. But again, it is what it is. We're moving forward.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know if,
Well, again,
as a commission,
It's also up to you.
yeah.
sorry?
It's also up to you.
I've never, by the way, I'm the second one in this commission. I think that maybe the third. I don't want to speak for Commissioner. I've never met you.
That's what I said.
I've never heard of you. But again, I haven't looked at your resume because I don't have my computer in front of me, and I want to see you with my better eyes. So Commissioner Menendez wanted to say something, so moving forward.
So it's great to have a Cavalier there.
Thank you.
Last gentleman was a Columbus Explorer, so now we have a Cavalier. A question for the city clerk, because lately, not this commission meeting, I hear it all the time that it's always a 3-2 vote, 3-2 vote, 3-2 vote. What percentage, more or less, since the last election of 2023, have we voted 5-0, roughly?
Commissioner, the last time I did this exercise was in January, and it was not counting the consent agenda, it was right under 90%.
90% we vote 5-0. I think there's a misperception in the community that even though we debate, we disagree, when it comes down to it, 90% of the time we vote 5-0. And the clerk just made it clear. The other part is, I remember getting phone calls some years ago when a new manager was being sought. And remember there was Kathy Swanson and there was Peter Iglesias. And obviously I wasn't a commissioner, but I don't believe they were a result of a national search. They were selected a different way. So my understanding is...
That's not the case.
No?
No, it's not the case. There was a process. There was a process that we went through. And by the way, I don't want to interrupt you, so...
No. That wasn't no, my point is, and in terms of, I think we all agreed that at the very least, the gentleman has more than qualifications for the city's needs. And, it's interesting because the comparison, I'm an attorney, the vice mayor is an attorney, and, if attorneys can serve as commissioners, then the U.S. Marshal for the Southern District, I think, can be a city manager. One thing doesn't exclude a person from being able to do something additional and do it well. So I think that argument, to me, is inconsistent. Again, I'm still listening, but I just wanted to make those comments early on.
So I'm going to add a few more.
So I'd like to answer, just if I may, I'd like to respond to the commissioner. When I say the majority of the votes, I'm talking about major votes. Simple resolutions and things like that. But when you talk about issues like, for example, annexation, when you talk about issues like November elections, you talk about salary increases, you talk about simple things that should be no-brainers like going through a process, it's usually 3-2. It's usually 3-2 in regards to those major items that are kind of litmus test items here in the city. I apologize, Vice Mayor.
No need to apologize. The analogy of being an attorney to being a commissioner is totally different than being a city manager as far as the background and experience. And one of the things that I've taken away from other experts that I've worked with, and I've worked with a wide variety of experts in federal court, is I'm one of the few attorneys out there that understand financial statements, balance statements, and know how to litigate those matters, and that's why I was in the Court of International Trade as well, dealing with, what is the gross margin on products and so forth. They would always select me in the case to argue the financial figures because we all have different backgrounds and experiences. But I'm going to read to you so that you understand the context of where we're coming from here. Quote from County Commissioner Cabrera that I was authorized to read into the record. Commissioner Cabrera says he's spoken to Director Cutie and he stated that all he agreed to was have a conversation, and that Commissioner Cabrera finds it very unprofessional to publicly disclose a private conversation regarding potential employment, that means employment here, while the person is still employed by another employer. The reason I bring this up to you is that the process was broken at the last meeting with a particular commissioner bringing a name out of a hat. This is not a normal process. I think that you would come in with greater acceptance from the community if you went through a normal process, whether it be a nationwide search or a local search, but there's more than one name in the hat. Because anytime you have one name in a hat, and we went through that back when our city manager was Ms. Swanson. There was one name in a hat and Mayor, I think you know these facts better than I do because I was busy with kids and trials at the time. One name in a hat to be moved up or brought in as a second chief of police. There wasn't a normal process done. They skipped some of the interview process. And skipping those processes automatically creates a shadow or distrust around the name. I'm not saying that you're a person that can be distrusted. You have an impeccable career, and I don't want to taint it. And I'm suggesting you don't want to have it tainted by an improper process as well. We have another city commission meeting coming up in the beginning of April. I'd love to sit down with you. I'd love to have a great conversation. But I'd also like to see one more name in the hat so that you come in with a deliberative process where you come out as being the best between the candidates. And you step in here with that integrity and you can lead the employees because the employees will have utmost respect for you if you go through that type of process as opposed to an ad hoc process that's being done here today. So that's my respectful suggestions to you.
I've never been opposed to a good fight and a good competition. So, but I leave that up to you all.
I want to respond, if I may, something that the Vice Mayor said, in particular, talking about one of our county commissioners. I too spoke to that county commissioner, and the county commissioner expressed their surprise and frustration with how the name of the candidate came up. But that county commissioner also spoke glowingly of that candidate. And that county commissioner told me that they were ready to write a letter of recommendation for that candidate if that candidate was ready to move forward. So it's two sides to the entire story.
But if I may, I want to add
process.
something. I want to add something to that. While Mr. Gutierrez is incredibly competent and revered, let's also not lie to ourselves. That the way that it was presented was flawed because I received a phone call from Mayor Cava in my office in front of staff where, excuse me, sir, where she was not very happy with the way that things played out. So, and you can have that conversation with her, and I put it on the record because she told me to say that. So we're not debating whether the gentleman was competent or not, or whether he had done an extremely well job in public life. That's not the question. The question was whether the way it was presented, and that's what I think we have an issue also here. But at the end of the day, like I told you, Commissioner Menendez says 90% of the time we vote 5-0. Yes, but when you talk about issues, for example, adding to that list the firing of the city manager, the termination of the city manager, on issues that are true litmus tests here in the city, we don't vote 5-0. We vote 3-2. And the best way for you to start here in the city is with the entire support of the commission by throwing your name into the ring and having a discussion through a thorough process and being able to sit down with every single commissioner and also meeting with other people. What if there's potentially somebody that's more qualified than yourself for this position? I want to take this opportunity not to just to name you, but look at every other candidate that's possibly out there that's interested in this position. That's my opinion.
I say we take advantage and we get to know you right now in the most transparent manner. This is recorded. Everybody's listening. Everybody's hearing. So I'll ask you some questions, and please stop me, Raquel, if those are questions I'm not allowed to ask. Okay? Number one, welcome to Coral Gables. But do you live here in Florida? Do you live in Coral Gables? Do you live somewhere else?
Excuse me, I could never afford to live in Coral Gables. This is true, to be honest with you. But I did go to Coral Gables High School, grew up in the Shenandoah area. went to school here, started my law enforcement career in South Miami Police Department, next door neighbors, and basically worked my way up. Did 25 years Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Started out as a narcotics agent, worked all the way up to special agent in charge of the South, Miami Regional Operations Center, which basically encompasses Palm Beach to Key West, the largest FDLE office in the state. I was co-chair of the Homeland Security Task Force. I was also home chair of the Coast Guard Homeland Security Task Force Southeast, co-chair of that committee. After I retired from FDLE, the state attorney's office, Kathy Rundle called and asked if I would be her deputy director of the task force, and I accepted that challenge. I did that until my appointment to the U.S. Marshals Service. So that's my law. I went to the University of Alabama. I graduated from the University of Alabama in Huntsville. I was a police officer, actually police director there for a while, and then came back home.
Do you live in North Carolina right now?
No. I live in Miami. That's
Okay,
just
I thought
vacation.
that was my concern.
We live in Miami.
Okay. Am I allowed to ask any family questions? No, right?
Go ahead. May I just?
What's that?
May I interject?
I mean, if we're going to vote him in, if we are, I think the most information we can have of you, the better it is.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm married. I have 3 kids, all 3 daughters. I have 5 grandkids, and my oldest daughter is a Miami-Dade detective. My middle daughter is a nurse practitioner at Miami Children's Hospital. My youngest daughter lives in North Carolina, a student, and my wife is also in law enforcement. So our whole family is law enforcement. Basically, our philosophy has always been faith, family, and service to the community. And that's what I did. That's what my kids did. That's what my kids do. You asked what I was doing now. When I'm not in North Carolina, I'm my grandkids' Uber driver. I drive them to Columbus. I drive them to Lourdes. I drive them to wherever they need to go. That's my job.
Beautiful. And I don't know if anybody else has more questions. If we want to look at this as an interview process right here, more transparently.
The questions would be quite extensive, and I think we'll be here for the next 3 hours if we continue on this course.
I mean, it's an important decision, so as long as it takes.
So if I may, and becoming city manager is no tall order, okay? I mean, it's a huge commitment. There is a whole list of items that are terms in your agreement with your contract. If for some reason you're voted in today as manager, you have all the leverage in regards to your pay, your salary, your terms, all that kind of stuff. What I'm going to be asking for is we have a first and a second is for the sake of the city, and if you're interested in this job, let's go the professional route. I think asking you questions about you I'm asking you to please take because obviously one of the commissioners wants to keep pushing forward. This is not the right way to do things. It's not we don't do things like this in the private sector. I don't walk into my office in the private sector and then have my business partner, basically having just hired somebody. We make sure we have a conversation, we take it through a process, we do a background check, we try to find the most qualified person for that position, especially a position which is, again, not a remedial position or an entry-level position. It's a position that is the top position in an organization. You hire that through a process that is ironclad, that ensures that we have gone through and taken and dotted every I and crossed every T. So I've said that about 10 times.
I'm not sure. You lost me on the contract part.
I'm just being very clear with you. I think that you should, in my opinion, you should advise Commissioner Fernandez. Is it, let's go. If you're serious about this job, my advice to you is to go through a process, not to just come up here and say, I want the job, I have the votes, and I'm moving forward without, again, having a real in-depth knowledge. I'm not saying that you can't pick up that knowledge over a certain amount of time. You're probably a brilliant man who can probably pick it up faster than anybody else, but it takes time. You know, there's a lot of moving parts here, and I think that the best thing to do.
I don't argue with the moving parts. I don't argue with the fact that there's going to be a learning curve, and for me, probably a big learning curve when it comes to some of the issues, like union negotiations or some of the other things that are going on. But I'm sort of you keep repeating, if you really want the job, if you really want to be professional, and I take exception to those two things. I do want the job. If not, I wouldn't be standing here. And I am trying to be professional. But if the commission wants to do something different, I'm fine by it. I'm here to volunteer my services. Don't want my services? No problem.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I would love to sit down and talk to all of you, honestly.
I mean, it's not to say that you're not qualified. It's just, what I'm saying is, if you're going to be the person managing 1,000 employees, in order for them to feel confident in you, in the directions that you give them, they will be much more able to do so if you do the normal hiring process.
Understood.
That's my point.
Through the manager. I think that a lot of the things the mayor is saying are pretty accurate, but given the circumstances that we're in, I do not trust that he's not going to sabotage this opportunity. So I am still seconding his motion, given the past history of what's happened.
So we have 5 people on this, and I know that this city manager is not going to sabotage the process. I know that I'm going to sit down and spend the respective time with you and bring you up to date on as much things as possible. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And make some respectful suggestions on how to get up to speed the fastest. But I think an informed decision by you, knowing more about our city, would be helpful to you going forward. And being that you've gone through more of a process, your ability to lead will be enhanced if you go through that process, as opposed to a 3-2 vote because you didn't go through the process.
Understood.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Is there any other further comments on the record?
No.
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak. Maria Cruz.
Please come forward.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. First, let me apologize. I am here as a member of this community who has serious concerns about the way things are going. And I felt offended by some of the comments that were made. I'm trying to hold myself because if this was an ideal situation, like we had 3 commissioners back, we had a search. Did any of the employees meet the person? No. As a matter of fact, the person was hired, lasted 1 day, and then had to be let go because something didn't come up in the interview. Now, I'm sorry, but what we're trying to do here is the same thing that happened with Mr. Coutier. You know what? Let's paint it so bad that the gentleman will say, you know what? I don't need this. Take me out of the discussion. No, this is the best city to work. Our residents, our taxpayers will embrace anyone that comes here to do a good job. What I heard, remember, I listened carefully because I'm a retired educator. I heard somebody say to you, I do not know everything, but I'm willing to have the experts guide me. You have an assistant city manager, well, an interim city manager now, who was an assistant city manager, who is an expert that I'm sure would be very happy to be the resources for this gentleman if we were to make him the new city manager. I believe that, I'm sorry for those of you that are not happy with how this is being handled. There was no other way to handle it. Because you know what? As much as we like to say there were no threats, there were no bullying, I'm sorry. I got the text messages. I got the phone calls. Other people have text messages. Other people got text. You know what? I didn't send them. No, but my Pat did, or my friend did it. You know, enough is enough. This is what is called, let's move on, let's do it, and support this gentleman. And I'm sorry, if I hear anybody else say, well, you know, if you were to take it, you need to, because you know what, that's how the conversation began before. If you take it, since I didn't select you, since my friends didn't choose you, you know, we're going to make your life hard. Well, I want you to know, sir, that if you're selected, you will have the residents, the taxpayers of Coral Gables behind you, because we want the city to go back to what it was before, the best.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we need any further discussion? Are we ready to move forward?
Let's move forward.
Yes, what?
Sorry, Mayor. Some clarification. Is this merely a motion to appoint without terms or an effective date?
Again, this is the way the business is being handled. This is what is requested by the commission, and this is where we're going to move forward.
Do you think we can have a 5-minute break to discuss something?
I can do whatever the commission
And
directs.
this is to negotiate with somebody and bring somebody up to speed takes more than 5 minutes. This is not the way that things are done. Do we have the votes before we should just take the vote. Let's see if we have the votes. If we have the votes, then obviously we move forward. Mr. Clerk.
I'm sorry.
Let's get a vote.
Commissioner Fernandez, can you please repeat your motion, sir?
The motion was to appoint Amos Rojas Jr. as Coral Gables city manager.
Thank you, sir. Will a member of the commission be appointed to negotiate on behalf of the commission?
I actually have provided Mr. Rojas with the current salary structure, and as far as I'm concerned, he has agreed to continue on the same contract structure as the prior city manager.
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay.
What about an effective date?
Effective tomorrow.
So you're suggesting a one-vote resolution as opposed to a first and a second?
And no national search, just picking this gentleman, and then that's where we're moving
So
forward.
I have not seen the terms that may have been provided to him.
Same ones that the interim city manager signed.
So that resolution was specific to the interim city manager position because there's some nuances associated with that, given that he was the deputy city manager and given that it was only for 3 months. So those details would have to be worked out.
All right, and just to
Commissioner,
clarify.
Commissioner, just really quick.
everything-
Typically, the way we do it is we do a resolution appointing the gentleman, and then a second one agreeing to the terms of employment.
So the first motion is to appoint him as city manager effective tomorrow.
Okay, and nothing on the agenda to notify the residents so they can provide public input or have an independent search committee? That was just.
If there was a fair playing field where people weren't threatened, weren't being intimidated, we could follow the routine process. But what we've seen here over the last 2 weeks is that threats and intimidation are the course of action by an anonymous PAC and by individuals on this dais. Right here, right now, this gentleman got a threat from you and a threat from you.
Didn't get a threat from me. I just told him what my choice would be to be a.
Can we stop?
I mean, that's just insulting.
Stop.
Thank you.
Stop, excuse
You're
me.
insulting.
Excuse me. Sir, please join us. With your background in law enforcement, I would like a clear answer, please. Do you feel threatened by myself or the vice mayor? Anything we told you today?
No, there's nothing that
I'm
you have
asking-
said.
I'm just asking a simple
There's
question.
nothing that you have said that has caused any fear of threat. I just took exception to the to the issue of do I really want the job and the professional side of it. That's the only exception I have, but no, absolutely not.
My point about the professional side was coming into the position with over 1,000 employees and how the process was handled. That's the only thing that I meant. So you don't feel threatened.
It's going to be difficult.
So let me explain to you. So you don't feel threatened. I just want to put it on the record because that is being used over and over and over again. It's even made publications and the threats and the whole thing. It's being used as an opportunity to push forward. Okay. So okay.
It'll make me want to change my mind.
I'm just saying. You don't feel threatened. Okay. All right. So we have a motion. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez, would you want to take 5 minutes to speak to the city attorney to make sure that the terms that he had are going to be the same terms this city manager is going to have?
Just a thought. Last time with the interim city manager, Alberto, he was approved, and then you all came back with agreement at the end of the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Can you try to do that? To see if you can do that?
Certainly, we'll do whatever the commission directs. Certainly, we can do that.
All right. So there is no vote then.
Can I make a
Oh, there is a vote.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm sorry, maybe I'm out of place addressing the commission, but let me make suggestions because I like compromise and I like consensus. How about I work as a city manager under contract till after the election, because you have an election coming up in April, that's a year from now. And in the meantime, or during that time, close to the election, before the election, you all decide to do a national search, do whatever you want to do, and I'm on my way.
Mr. Mayor, can I just address?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we cannot do a contract because the city manager position serves at the will and at the pleasure of the commission. So at any time, the city commission can decide to terminate that appointment.
Understood.
If I may interrupt, and I apologize for if I did. You've done an amazing job presenting yourself. I too apologize that sort of things have sort of mushroomed into a mushroom cloud. But my understanding is there's a motion second to appoint, and then the second part would be to instruct the city attorney to sit down with the candidate and come up with an agreement by the end of the meeting like we did with Alberto, if that's possible. But I think there are 2 steps, right? Appoint and then the contract.
So there doesn't have to be 2 steps. It has been done like that sometimes in the past. There doesn't have to be, but we can certainly do it in the 2-step fashion. I do, kind of suggest to the commission that you do think about the effective date. I don't know if Mr. Amos is ready to just jump in tomorrow as well, but just think about that and possibly a transition. Also, I think what he was suggesting was maybe we can describe it as an interim city manager, position or longer term. That's something else that I think he was trying to offer as his, as he described it, a compromise. But certainly we can do it in 1 step or 2 steps, but if we do it in the 1 step, we should have all the terms in there.
I'm comfortable with 2 steps. So if the will of the commission is to appoint, get it out of the way. That's the way I look at it.
Okay.
Commissioner Menendez?
Statement first. The city of Coral Gables is adrift in a cesspool of public corruption, and I'm here to help navigate our beloved city out of the muck and to safe harbor. So I vote yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
In order to have the integrity of this individual be unquestioned, a normal process is necessary. And classifying a cesspool of corruption is not an accurate statement as to what's going on with our current employees. To do so disparages their integrity and starts off the tenure of any person that's voted in here at a very high incline, dealing with individuals that have been now disparaged by this commission. A normal process is necessary in order to have the trust of the employees. A normal process is necessary to have the trust of the residents. And I've asked for a normal process to be done repeatedly. The residents have asked for that. Public comment this morning, which, sorry you were not here for, also asked for that. It's been consistent and uniform. So, based upon those reasons, my vote is no.
Commissioner Castro?
I would normally ask for us to go through the normal process of hiring, especially with my background in psychological HR matters, but I have to override whatever I'm thinking due to the circumstances that we are traveling through or facing. And I am not gonna jeopardize this opportunity, which I think he's an overqualified candidate. So yes, my answer is yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Considering what we're dealing with in Coral Gables and what we saw over the last 2 weeks, it is unfortunate we couldn't follow a different process. But, you know, there's a God up there, and sometimes he puts the right people in our paths. This is a man who has extensive experience in leadership and can navigate our city, as I said before, into the next centennial, ensuring that it is a clean city. So it is my honor to cast the deciding vote yes.
Mayor Lago?
Again, the decision has been made. All I can tell you is congratulations. I wish you the best of luck. I look forward to working with you on behalf of the residents and the business community. My vote will be no, based on the simple process that I had just met you not even an hour ago. And I think that the residents deserved an opportunity, and the business community deserved an opportunity to be able to meet you, to have a conversation, to see who you are and what you stand for. I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to working with you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item F1.
Do we need to make a motion on the contract?
So we would, I need time to meet with Mr. Rojas and sit down.
To instruct you to.
Certainly. I mean, I think if there's a direction is there, I have no problem. I think the direction was given.
I'll make a motion to instruct the city attorney to negotiate an agreement.
So I don't negotiate. So typically the mayor's the one who negotiates.
To work, to establish a contract for our new
With
city manager.
the compensation that was set forth in the interim city manager's resolution.
Correct.
Okay. What about the effective date?
When would
Do you want me to discuss it with him and then come back with something?
I'm sure he has some thoughts, I would imagine.
No, I'm ready to go right now. What time is it? I'm ready to go.
All right.
Tomorrow, next week, it's really whatever I would suggest, depending on the pay cycle as it falls for the city. It's probably a lot easier to come in at the beginning of a cycle than it is to mess that up. So, I mean, I'll come in for free until the cycle comes in.
So how about we discuss that one-on-one whenever we take a recess? Okay, and then the other issue that I can discuss later will be also the interim city manager and what he will do.
Yes. Okay. Excuse me. Moving on to item F11.
F11 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to work with city staff to design and implement green and white bicycle lane markings for bicycle lanes throughout the city.
We have a photo, City Clerk, that we can bring up. You have that available?
I have a photo.
Should be. You should have the photo. No? So no one provided it to you? Okay.
Oh, my apologies. I guess
Not a problem. It's pretty simple.
But we got the direction. We know what you're looking for.
I know, but I'm trying to communicate it to the rest of the folks here. We spoke about having uniform color. I did speak with South Miami's mayor because we'd like to have a cohesive color so drivers can identify with the color going from South Miami to Coral Gables to Miami-Dade County, and South Miami's mayor suggested, and it made sense that it coordinate in with the colors that the underline is using for their bike lanes. if you go on Biltmore Way, Anastasia, any of these shared road markings, Ponce, they're not very visible. Yeah, a post, yeah, well, the wheels are a little bigger.
Just a general concept.
General concept. There's a postage stamp, the background color is green. Okay, if you got my last newsletter, there is a picture of it in there. So if you got my newsletter, you got the picture, and I'm only referring to the postage stamp itself. So, does everybody know what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I thank you for
Okay.
bringing that up.
Yeah, because we're going to be repaving some roads. I wanted to get this moving
Yeah.
so that we put that kind of contrast in for the share the road symbols going forward. Because we have them on South Alhambra, we have them in front of the Biltmore Hotel, we have them on Riviera, we have them elsewhere. But they're so difficult to see for drivers, and that they don't understand that bicycles are allowed to be on the road.
Vice Mayor, my apologies. Billy's going to be bringing something up.
Okay, well,
Sorry about
that
that.
would be more for the public now at this point, since everybody here knows what we're talking about. Does anybody have any comments? Do you want to discuss this some more?
Give me a second. If cable TV could share my screen on Zoom, please.
Mr. Joseph, you want to talk about bike lanes? Okay, so you see the patches. Well, there we go. That's the idea. It creates contrast, because when you have the light gray asphalt, the white just doesn't show up anymore.
This is better.
Is that electric, or
This is an e-bike.
It's an e-bike. That's going to present a problem, though.
How we doing? What else is going on?
Now, I'd like to move it. Anybody want to second
So
it?
I guess the question would be, are we going to implement this after we do the repaving of the roads, or what's the plan?
Anytime we repaint. When we're repainting lines or repainting bicycle symbols, when we're doing the repaving, we need to have direction going forward. And at a certain point, our directors can say when we're able to do additional improvements on the roads. But I'd like to have a color scheme going.
No, absolutely. And I think the first opportunity, we're working on the South Alhambra bike lane project, so that was the first one where we implemented. And then we will take a look at the other areas where we have channels around the city and maybe come up with a plan to eventually replace them with something similar to that. So.
Yeah, I mean, we may not need to repave, Anastasia. So
Right.
while you have the paint and equipment out, you can do the same thing.
No, we
Some kind
can
of
we can
machine.
definitely look into that. But for sure, we'll incorporate that into a South Alhambra bike lane project,
Mhm.
and we'll put together a plan about tackling the rest of the ones where we have that existing condition already.
All right, so I
Absolutely.
didn't put in a specific color other than green, and you guys can figure out what shade of green that is that match.
I think the colors are pretty standard, set by the manual of, I'm sorry?
The MUTCD.
The MUTCD. So we have to follow it's a pretty standard color. I don't know that we have too many options.
No, it's fine. I moved it. Any seconds?
Right.
Want to move forward on?
I'll second.
Yes?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F12.
F12 is a resolution of the City Commission in support of the one-way conversion of Benicia Terrace between Columbus and Granada Boulevards to facilitate construction of facilitate construction of pedestrian facilities for improved pedestrian safety.
So I sponsored this item, and I've been working on this with our team across from me because we had a public meeting there probably about a year and change ago.
We actually have a couple of slides where that's detailed.
How long it's been. And this has been something that was brought to my attention by several residents who live in this area, and it's a great opportunity potentially to finally get some sidewalks in a very, very tight area without having to cut down any trees. So this is something that, again, is a long time coming, and the residents are really behind, so it could be something really special. We just need to move forward with a resolution of support so the county can take the next step and do what we need to be able to make this a one-way street.
I think it's a wonderful idea, Mayor. I'd be happy to move it. Any comments or thoughts from anyone?
I do. I've actually had a lot of complaints over the last 24 hours about this from residents in the area because they didn't know that this was the option the city was going with. The thought at that meeting, and I was at that meeting, was we were going to try to find different options and see what would actually work. But I don't think we ever went back to the neighbors to figure out a solution. So what I found is that the county requires the consensus of the neighbors in the area or a resolution by the commission. What I would like to see is maybe another community meeting where we can present this to the residents in the area. Because of the amount of traffic that you have cutting through there, the traffic study that I saw was done only takes into account Venetian Trail and Venetian Terrace, but that traffic also affects Mariana and the streets to the south, because about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic starts getting backed up on Granada and Southwest 8th Street, blocking Mariana and sometimes coming all the way up to Venetia. So if you now make that a one-way street, one way or the other, traffic is going to have to find another way to get through to the north, either direction, to the east and to the west.
We're more than happy to follow the will of the commission as to have another public meeting, put it to a ballot.
I mean, I've been working on this for some time now. All I've heard is positive things from the residents, from staff. I mean, again, have you heard negative things from the residents in regards to this?
We haven't really heard since that meeting. We went ahead and got to work on it, so.
I mean, all I've heard is positive things that people say, we need to do something about traffic, and we need a sidewalk, and the only way to really address the issue of traffic and the issue of sidewalks is to make it one way, because you can't encroach on somebody's property, both to the north and to the south. There's no room. There's no room to make a lane, another lane, or potentially make it even wider. It just doesn't work. This is one of the most treacherous areas in the city because of how tight it is on the road. But if it's not the will of the commission, it's perfectly fine. I'm trying to find options to address issues that we're facing as a community here in regards to pedestrian accessibility. There's no sidewalks there. I don't want to cut those trees down.
Right.
You know, the other option is we cut those trees down and we're good.
Correct. So the issue is that the swell's too narrow.
Yeah.
And you don't have sufficient space to have the minimum clearance. So the only alternative would be to remove the trees, pull the sidewalk in the back. You could potentially plant like skinny palms in whatever space you have left, but that would be about the bulk of it. The thought process behind turning one way is that will allow us to reduce the pavement width, which then will allow us to do a little bit of a more
A bigger swale.
right, with a bigger swell, you could find a way around it. But you know, we're here to listen to the will of the commission, and whatever direction you want to give us, we'll proceed with.
The issue here is that our hands are tied, but I mean, again, if we don't have 3 votes for it, then we move on.
So, Mayor, I'm going to make this suggestion, because, I mean, like I said before, when we had other contentious items here, and I tried to urge people to get around a table on March 20th. If you educate folks and we weigh out the options, whether it be through a mediation process with the folks on Giralda, we end up with a better result, because everybody understands what the options are. Everybody understands what the restrictions are, how narrow, you know, we sometimes wish for things that are not possible. And if they understand the impossibility of doing anything else here, there's some hard choices that have to be made. I don't think anybody in that area wants to see palm trees as opposed to shade trees. The area needs more shade trees throughout it, because you have a very special condition there. You have septic tanks all over the place. People want these trees, but they're restricted from having the trees because they have septic tanks. This is extremely narrow.
If I may add something to it, visited site over a dozen times. As you know, on the south side, you can't go onto that green area because that is where you have the trash pits. That is where people have their trash pits. They have some of them are even entering from the rear there. So it's basically impossible. There's no way of putting a sidewalk on the south. Say, oh, just put the sidewalk on the other side. You can't. Then you would get rid of everybody's trash pits. And when you mention that to them, obviously certain people have no issues with that, but certain people do. So we're trying to find a kind of an opportunity to make it more pedestrian friendly and safer. And this is the only real way that we could do it, making it one way and saving the trees at the same time, not taking away people's trash pits, adding a sidewalk, and making it one way will make it a lot safer.
How much time would it take to notice a sunshine meeting for the residents in the evening when they can attend, when they're not in school, when they're not,
That would be a question for
Yeah.
the
clerk.
So Commissioner, we tried to do everything 7 to 10 days prior to the meeting. It's not a matter, if the commission decides that they want to do it tomorrow, we can.
No, that's not the point. The point is to be able to get the information
Correct.
to the residents, give them adequate time to make plans, accordingly, or have someone from their family attend or attend via Zoom so that they receive the information so that when it does go in, and I've done this traffic calming type of meetings, we're never going to come up with a consensus completely. There's always going to be an outlier that says, oh my God, the traffic is all going to be on my street. And it doesn't necessarily happen that way. The traffic will have to have a learning curve. It is going to be a different flow, but it's still the same number of cars that transect our community. And the idea here is for public safety, after all. We want a sidewalk. And it never was supposed to really be a two-way street to begin with. It just got kind of by default made into a two-way street, which was really a one-way street. So we're trying to restore the condition.
I was told it was a canal at one point.
I don't think it was a canal. It just doesn't have the appearance there that it was a canal.
The reason that there is a larger impact, some of those roads only have access either to Granada or to Venetia.
Right.
On both sides.
Yeah, you have
On
that
the
area.
Venetian Trail side and on the Venetian Terrace side.
Right, I know, and there's an area where there's a triangular piece that comes through.
Correct.
You have a dog park between one side of Venetia Street or Terrace. I don't remember which one's on the north side or the south side, but the effect is the same. One is too narrow to accommodate two-way traffic, so it would be best served as a one-way traffic. In the traffic study, I know that we discussed, would bear out whether it would be best to make it going east-west or west-east. And you have a large tree at the end of Granada that obstructs the visibility, which further hampers our ability to make a choice. Then, I noticed the arrows were going west because that tree creates a visibility triangle issue. But I think if people are informed, and I would really love to move this forward for a vote today, but I think if people are informed, they would understand the vote. Okay, so we can put it, can we get a meeting done between now and the next commission meeting?
I may not be here, but I welcome it to happen without me.
We have 3 weeks.
I understand.
That's what it is. Moving on.
I know the issue.
But we move forward.
The point is to inform.
The commission can handle it. Moving on.
We'll like some direction as to what's the extent of the area that you would like to have included in this sunshine meeting.
Again, just so the city knows, this is an item that I'm also working on to get it funded by the county, which is an opportunity to not take money out of the coffers. So we'll move on. We'll defer it. I'll defer to the next commission meeting.
I think he needs direction though as to.
I would say the two Venetia terraces would be the most impacted.
Venetia Terrace?
Venetia, whatever it is, one's with the same name. One's terrace, one's court or street, I don't remember.
And any streets that connect there.
That are coming
From the
north
north
from
to
Venetia
8th
Terrace
Street?
that
Columbus?
don't have access to 8th Street.
Let's go through the
potentially.
chair. Let's try to, so everybody comes, so we're collegial. So let's just do it over the next 3 weeks, whatever you deem appropriate, along with the commission schedule. You don't have to worry about me. Make it about them. I may not be here, so just make sure that we can get that meeting done before the next commission meeting, and it accommodates the residents. I want to make sure there's more residents than commission. We can always tape it, people can watch it later, or whatever that may be.
Okay, through the chair, back to your question, I would say Columbus, I think, is where the triangle is.
Yes.
So I guess that's where the largest level of impact would be, and all the streets that end on Venetia, which
From
are
the
the
north,
ones north
I think.
and south.
Okay.
Because the south ones also only connect to Venetia. So a lot of those people use that road to go west in the morning. They're going to have to. It's going to impact their pattern every day.
Well, so you have two parallel streets. You have Venetia Terrace, you have Venetia Avenue, and they're both connected at Columbus and Granada. So the ones that would definitely be impacted by this, in our opinion, would be the ones that are north of Venetia Terrace because the streets are closed at 8th Street. The ones south that are connecting to Venetia Avenue, which is the street that's running parallel to Venetia Terrace, those don't seem to be like they would be as impacted as the others, but if you want them included in the meeting, we can definitely include them.
I'd like to hear your recommendation. We're not even looking at a map. Can you, when you go back to office, make a recommendation?
Can cable TV put them up, back up?
It's a little hard to see.
Okay, so
Sorry.
the area that's highlighted in orange is Venetia Terrace. The one that's running parallel to it south of there is Venetia Avenue. So our recommendation, if
So what she's mentioning is that from the north, you have the streets that dead end of Venetia Terra. From the south, Venetia
There's other
Avenue is
ways to
still there. So we could do both, but definitely the streets to the north will be the ones that are the most impacted.
because they have to come down.
Right?
Right.
They don't have a choice. If you're driving north, you can always make a right or left on Venetia Avenue, and that's not going to change.
Follow your recommendation.
Thank you very much. Okay.
All right. So we work with the city clerks to.
Perfect.
All right.
I appreciate that. We have
you.
three items. Clerk, just to confirm, 2.2, G1, and H1, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Let's take a 10-minute break, and then, I'm sorry, did I miss you? I apologize. Are you waiting, which one are you waiting for? I apologize. You mind if I take a 5-minute break for the bathroom? You know what? I can wait. We'll handle H1. Perfect. Moving on. Oh, okay, I thought you were upset about it. Then we'll take a 5-minute break to go to the bathroom. Thank you.
No.
we back, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, at the request of the manager, we'll be deferring G1, so the new manager can address this issue at the next commission meeting.
So, Mr. Mayor, while the manager is deferring G1, Agenda Item 2.2, which was related, it's a resolution that was adopted by the Retirement Board asking the City Commission to waive the residency requirement for the city manager's appointment. While the manager has deferred his appointment, we have had a vacancy on the city manager's seat since last July on that seat, and we haven't had anyone apply to it.
So, I mean, what I think maybe we should do is also defer that item also.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the last item on the agenda.
Mayor, H1 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed non-binding straw ballot question to be held on August 20th, 2024, providing for submission of a non-binding straw ballot question to the electors related to the possible annexation of Little Gables, providing for requisite ballot language, providing for procedure for balloting, providing for notice, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
How are you?
How are you? Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Naomi Levy-Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Late last year, the Commission passed Resolution 2023-366, directing staff to place a straw ballot question on the August primary ballot. This resolution proposes the language for that question, authorizes the clerk to take all necessary steps to work with the Elections Department to make sure the question is on the ballot, and sets forth the other required steps for a special election.
Okay. Quick question, if I may. I'd like to have the zoning director please join us. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for being here. One of the concerns that I have that we haven't talked about really in depth is the issue of SB 102 in this area. I know it's ever evolving discussion at the state level. Can you give us I just want to put this in the record so we have it on the record, and it's something that's important. The current zoning, county, whether if it was annexed and it became the Gables, what would be the effects in regards to, let's say, workforce housing, density, intensity? Just can you give us a quick, brief rundown in regards to how SB 102 could have a positive or a negative effect on that area?
Well, so as currently in the state statute, it would be within 1 mile. It affects the height, the density, and the use of a property. So all the commercial properties that are on H Street would be impacted and be able to, if the property owner was interested, be able to utilize the live local to be able to change the height as far as 1 mile of the property as currently drafted and adopted in the state statutes and the Live Local Act, and the highest density within the jurisdiction of the county, or in our case, in the city.
But if it became part of the city of Coral Gables, it would be 1 mile, adjacent to that property, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't, the county would have no jurisdiction, any of the buildings in the county within 1 mile would not play into that project, or it would?
Correct. No, so if it was annexed in the city, it would be city jurisdiction, not the county.
So that's one of the reasons why I think it's important to really consider annexation, because obviously now with SB 102, if we were able to annex this piece of property, I think that it's something beneficial. We would control our destiny in regards to zoning. If not, you look at a 1 mile radius in regards to SB 102, and if it's a county, not only could you have workforce housing there, but you could also have a pretty significantly large project. Again, I don't know the exact numbers, the height, the width, I'd have to study that, but I bet that the city of Coral Gables has more rigorous standards that would in turn limit the height or size or impact on the project. Just wanted to put that on the record so that my colleagues can think about that in the near future. And just as SB 102 continues to evolve, it's an opportunity to potentially protect our borders, along with the crime issues and a few different things that I think are important to address. Are there any questions from the commission?
No questions, but really some comments. As the last vote on this, I indicated that I wasn't ready at this time because really I really wanted to hear from the folks that live in the Little Gables and have their vote take place first. It seemed premature to be expending the funds on hearing from Coral Gables residents, and we don't even know whether the folks in Little Gables really want this. So that was my comment on that. But be that as it may, and the vote has been taken to do this ballot, Commissioner Menendez, I think this does provide the opportunity to do what you wanted to do back in September and hear from the residents on other issues without spending an additional dollar, and be able to save our city some money to be able to utilize it on other projects or in salary increases that have been, needed for a long time for some of our folks that work the hardest in the general employees or in other contracts that are still pending. And we always have the issues of, capital improvement projects such as sidewalks and street repavings and many other things that we can use the additional money from. So, I'm asking you at this time to consider, because it's not going to cost us an additional dollar, to include, the survey essentially that you wanted to do back in September to get the view of the residents on whether or not they wanted to move the vote to November. This would not pose the same problems that the other type of surveys did, because no one would be subject to the FOIA requests for their identity on which person voted this way or which person voted that way. This would be a great opportunity to hear from everybody.
Yeah, I do. For the language that's on the ballot, through the manager and with the support of the commission, I would like for there to be how much it's going to cost the residents. Because when you're just asking this question, it's not really giving the full picture of that it's going to come out of their taxes.
So we are confined in the number of words that we can utilize for both the title and for the question. It's 15 words for the title, it's 75 words for the question. So of course, this language is up for discussion. If you want to modify it, that's the will of the commission, will proceed accordingly. We're currently at 52 words. So logistically, I'm not sure how we include that type of information and stay within the 75, and then what exactly, it's really different.
We could put in a 5-year term, or in a 5-year term, it's going to cost the city this much.
So everything we currently have is an estimate.
Okay, it's estimated then, but
And it's also dependent on the property values of the Little Gables properties at the time of annexation. That determines what comes out of the city's coffers, right? And what's not kind of underwritten by their property taxes.
So we could write that it's an estimate, but we need to put out the information of what it's going to cost the residents.
So I'm happy to rework the language. I would need the finance director to propose something as to what kind of estimate to include. I think it's hard to quantify in such a small amount of words.
May I make a suggestion?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but they already had an estimate and they went over with us the numbers.
In a full PowerPoint presentation.
So the same numbers you presented to us, you could present to the residents.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So as Naomi was saying, it is just an estimate. It's based on a lot of different factors, assuming that certain things would happen in year 1 and year 2 of that 5-year timeframe, that the schedule that we presented in the individual meetings. And so it would be very difficult so giving just that number, I don't know that it's not self-explanatory just to give a number, right? I think it would be very almost misleading. I don't know.
But this language right here is misleading, because if I were to read this right here, I would say, absolutely, sign it over. It's not going to cost anything. But we're not being completely transparent with, it's going to cost us something.
No, yes. I mean, absolutely. When we went over the numbers, we saw that there was a proposed loss in the first year. And then in every year thereafter, there was a lesser loss. So the first year always has the largest loss because you have to make an initial investment. So yes, but as to the actual language, I don't know that you can explain it with the limited amount of characters that we are.
You could put an estimated amount within the first 5 years.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Because having voted on a number of county proposals for ordinance changes and different ballot items that I've been doing since I was registered to vote and when I was 18, and now I'm 63 years old. I've seen a lot more of these types of things. And what the educated voter does is you do research. Now, we could make a reference where they could learn the information from, but there's too much information to learn. It would be improper, I think, to put a solitary figure in there without more of a comprehensive discussion, which you're never going to be able to fit on any ballot item. And I typically would go through and research the impact of anything, whether it the county had various things where they were taking away rights to do one thing or another, and you wanted to know what the impact on businesses were doing to make an intelligent choice on that item. So I think if you want to put a reference to places where people can obtain that information, that's one thing. And that information can be housed there. But to put just a single figure on there, based upon an estimate on whatever economic conditions are at a certain point in time, would not be enough information for voters to be able to make that choice. We rely upon voters to educate themselves, just like when they vote for individuals on this commission. You have a yes or no on whether you want a name. And if you haven't done your research, you need to do your research, and people need to do the research on this item in order to be able to understand what the costs and benefits are on everything that they do, whether it be a charter item, whether it be any other item. They need to know what the costs and benefits are.
If I may, so maybe the option is we mail to the residents a very simple brochure explaining what is the purpose of the annexation and what the cost is. Is that even a possibility?
We're not allowed to
I
do
think
that
would
per
be
state law.
violating state statute if we did that.
Can we make a cross-reference to where they can find more information? I'm sure the
Website.
Miami Herald will publish stuff as well.
I think,
A website would be fine.
so I think we'd have to research whether we can put something like that on a ballot question. So we'd have to, I think maybe,
We can come back. We
Come
can
back.
research it and come back. We definitely can post information on our website. I don't think, and we currently have a lot of information
Right.
posted on our website.
I think your microphone's off.
When this discussion came up months ago, there were presentations. I mean, it's just basically maybe getting that and doing like an like shrink it down a little bit so we won't have to go through all that and make it accessible on the website. And I think that's a way to get there.
so like Naomi mentioned, there is a lot of information already accessible on the website. I think the issue we're going to look at is to what extent we can reference a website on a ballot question.
If that's the direction of the commission.
Well, we could put it out in e-news. We have garbage bills coming,
Sending
Right.
just to put
direct
things in
people looking-
perspective, there was a recent change in state statute that preempts the city from sending out information on a question that's going to come up on a referendum. So because annexation will eventually come up on a referendum, and even now a straw ballot question is arguably a question that's on a ballot, right? We're not able to send information to people on that question. We can post information. We can have it available at meetings.
You can post it, and I think we are not allowed, if I remember the conversation, we're not allowed to do it either, city or elected send out, but let's say other groups, individuals want to share whatever we post, they can.
Yes.
That would be up to them, yeah.
Have you guys read the ballot question?
Yes.
I can read it in. I can read it out loud if you want.
Just making sure everybody saw it. And you presented numbers to me, and I think you presented to the whole commission, and that's what I based my decision on, some of my decision on. So I don't understand why you wouldn't be able to present the same number.
No. So just to be clear, I'm just saying that it's difficult in a one sentence to explain what it would cost. That's all I was trying to say. The presentation, the study that was done by George Duyos and Associates, we had hired a consultant he's the one that did the interviews with the departments, and he did all that. And we came up with a number. And so that number, like for the 5 years, it was $5.9 million would be the loss or the theoretical cost to the residents for that 5-year period. And so to just say that the cost to the residents over a 5-year period would be $5.9 million, I don't know that that's gives enough of an explanation, because it is it would have to say estimated cost based on certain information, because this was information, property tax information that we had at that point in time. And so all I'm trying to say is that it is really an estimate. And that's it. I mean, but yes, we did this study and these are the numbers that we came up with.
But I think that point would show the person reading that it's going to cost us something that it's not free. And that's the whole point that's the whole point that I'm making here.
Understood.
That I feel that the reader will say yes because they don't understand it's going to cost them something, right?
So my related question, we've all voted on a whole bunch of ballot kind of questions in our lifetime. Could we find out if maybe a county ballot question or other cities have had a basic question like this, not annexation, but where there's a dollar or something in the language? I don't recall ever seeing it, but if it's out there, it'd be good to know. I mean,
Sure.
I don't mean you to tell me right now on the spot. You know.
We can certainly research that. What we're trying to convey is there isn't an issue with just putting a flat number in the question, but we feel that there is probably an issue with that number being fully accurate without an explanation of the assumptions that led us to that number. So to just say that number in a vacuum, we believe there is a risk that that could be misleading a little bit.
Even if you put estimated?
I think it goes beyond estimated. It's an estimate based on assumptions.
Different assumptions, yes. It's not very straightforward, and that was my only point, that it needs explanation, I think.
I can also look at reworking this language to make it more clear that there are costs involved with annexation, maybe without saying a specific number. If your concern is just making sure people understand this is not just an administrative process. There are, costs involved.
I personally would like that because I think if anyone is intrigued, then they will ask questions. It's all about asking questions and getting answers to your questions. So if you do something and, a related costs or a cost associated with it, I think that at least, like you said, it's not like, there's more to it.
Right. And then we can post the numbers with the assumptions that were made, maybe on the website, so that they can find the information readily available, because
I could agree
it's
with
just, it's a little more thorough, I think.
That makes sense.
So we'll bring it back. So we'll work on something to include some, language that suggests or indicates that there are costs, and we'll bring it back.
Okay, thank you very
Your
much.
approval.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work, I appreciate that. Madam City Attorney, the last item on the commission is a resolution of the City Commission appointing Amos Rojas Jr. as the city manager of the City of Coral Gables and approving a salary and benefits package.
Mayor, I know that.
I'm sorry, I
she's been here all
apologize.
day.
I didn't know, excuse me.
No.
Priority, your priority.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I apologize about that. Mr. Clerk?
May I?
Yeah, I just want to make sure he has your card.
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The floor is yours. Take whatever time you need.
Good evening.
It's appropriate.
The last sentence of this resolution, H1, says, "The City Commission shall retain the authority to decide whether to proceed with annexation, notwithstanding the results of the special election." Here's my question. Does that mean that if a majority of Coral Gables voters does not wish to spend the $23.6 million on annexation and vote no, saying they are against it, that their majority vote does not count? It's a question.
I guess that's for the city attorney.
Good question.
I think it
Well,
is.
anybody going to answer it?
Mayor,
Shall I
Moving
continue?
forward.
Okay. A previous presentation by your city showed that it will cost the Coral Gables taxpayers $23.6 million over the first 5 years. I am under the impression that the residents of Coral Gables would much rather have the $23.6 million spent on their many overlooked needs. It is no secret that I am vehemently opposed to the annexation of Little Gables. Many of us simply cannot afford to live in Coral Gables. It is no secret that Little Gables was never meant to be Coral Gables. Little Gables does not have the winding boulevards, lush green treescapes, and uniform architecture that is the advertised promise of Coral Gables. And make no mistake, I am not just here for myself. I am here for my many, many neighbors that could not attend most of these meetings. I speak for them as well. Why would I sit here all day? I am here because una mujer tiene que hacer lo que tiene que hacer. You just spoke about homelessness. You must know that annexation will create homelessness for many residents of the trailer park. I encourage you to think about what you just said and back off your urge to annex Little Gables. You just said you need to make homelessness a priority. You have the opportunity to not exacerbate the problem. Please take that opportunity. You also just spoke of music in the public schools. I've been playing the guitar for 60 years, and it is the great joy of my life. One of the Oscar short documentary presentations is called The Last Repair Shop. I saw it at the fabulous Gables Cinema, and everyone can view it on YouTube. It's about the absolute necessity of music programs in public schools. I watched it twice. I'm a lifelong Miami resident. My father was a police detective. My mother was a mighty nurse and may have cared for you or someone you know at the Jackson Memorial Hospital Pediatric Outpatient Clinic or the cardiac ward at Mercy Hospital. I was raised to be in service of my community, and I am a good neighbor. In closing, I would like to say the following. Dear Coral Gables residents, when the August 20th election is held, please vote no regarding annexation of Little Gables. If you need a ride to the polls, I'll be happy to give you a ride. Remember that the $23.6 million of your hard-earned tax dollars would be much better spent on your city services for you and the vital repairs that are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney.
So yes, Mayor, this is a non-binding straw ballot question. Ultimately, it will be up to the commission to decide whether to move forward. And indeed, if you are going to move forward, the resolution or there should be a public hearing that would ultimately require a resolution to file the application with Miami-Dade County. So it's not binding either way. In other words, this question is not binding either way.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on.
That was the answer.
I said that it is not binding either way, because if the commission were to decide to move forward with the process, regardless of the results of this ballot question, there would have to be a public hearing and a resolution of this commission before they determine to file the application with Miami-Dade County. So this was at the direction of the commission, is something to kind of gather input or see where the residents are on this issue, but it's not binding. They're using it as guidance, essentially.
Yes.
It would be up to the commission.
Yes.
Right, and the mayor, and if a huge majority say yes, it still would have to go through the county commission, and the county commission would still have to approve it, correct me if I'm wrong, for Little Gables residents to vote.
Correct, but even if there's a big majority in favor as a result of this question, we would still need to have a public hearing where this commission would need to make the determination whether to file the application. And then it would go through the county hearing, the county process, including hearings.
It would be one of many factors we would consider.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and I apologize for the wait. Moving on to the final business at hand, the resolution that you just gave us.
Mayor, do you want me to read it in? Or the deputy city attorney can kind of go through the highlights it.
Certainly, you all have before you. I'm going to apologize for the two copies. The first one had a bit of a typo. Here's a copy for you as well. This is a resolution of the City Commission appointing Amos Rojas Jr. as City Manager of the City of Coral Gables and approving a salary and benefits package. It's set forth with very similar, if not identical, terms to that of the interim City Manager, as was previously discussed on this dais. There are a few details that are a little bit different given the more permanent nature of this appointment versus the interim appointment. Those are all spelled out in the resolution. Happy to answer any questions.
And it's the appointment would be effective effective tomorrow.
Yes.
Perfect. Will I have a motion?
Motion.
You want to move it? I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
For the reasons previously stated, and it's not about you, I'm just going to say no. But I'll enjoy sitting down and working with you and try to help you on board as quickly as possible.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago. As I said before, congratulations. I look forward to working with you. And my vote is no. Have a wonderful day. Madam Vice Mayor, let's close the meeting out. Do you have any items that you'd like to discuss or anything of importance?
Well, I asked for staff to bring up a couple of things. Which one do you want to bring up first? Sanctuary of the Arts is having a,
He says he doesn't have any.
I asked Gabby to give it to you, so we can put it up on screen, 2 items, music at Bright, you know,
does cable TV have anything to put up?
you guys have it? A Woman's Voice is going to be occurring March 7th through 10th. And I wanted to make you all aware of it. You can purchase tickets, you can attend, but it has a quite a reflective, that's music at McBride, I'll get to that one in a minute, historical references on how women have been treated over the decades and the changes that have made over time. And the purpose of this meeting, there you go, Sanctuary of the Arts, print's very small, Friday, March 8th is when it's happening, and this is to encourage women, and Saturday, March 9th, and Sunday, March 10th, to help, there, much better, now I can read it. Anyway, to help young women and all women aspire to move forward and improve themselves over time, understand where we've come from, understand the prejudices that have existed in the past. I had some initial thoughts in advertising that came through to me on this, and if you realize that back in time, if some of you are old enough to realize, the advertising that occurred in the media and television, you know, you had pictures with a woman over the man's lap getting spanked to keep your woman in shape and in place and things of that nature. We need to also encourage women to run for office. It takes a lot more to encourage a woman to run for office than it does for a man. A man will take it on a first or second suggestion. Woman, you'll have to be asking 7, 8, 9, 10 times before they'll step up to the plate and do that. So hope you all will attend. Men are invited too. It's a learning experience for all of us, but it's really to help inspire women to step up. And the second thing was, again, a reminder about the music on McBride Plaza. And if we can bring that back up so folks can that watch this later on. Our next date will be March the 7th. And then we'll have one last performance on March 21st at McBride Plaza, 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. That's a Thursday at 150 Miracle Mile. Look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Commissioner Castro?
Number one, congratulations, new city manager. Okay. No, I'm not done. And another thing is, thank God that we got this accomplished now, because I foresee other things coming, but I want to go ahead and put in as an example, while we were having this discussion, the text message that I received. Can you please put that on the screen, the city clerk?
If cable TV could share my screen.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if everybody could read it. I cannot read it from this far. There we go. So these are the things, and I'm sorry to put you out there, Commissioner Menendez, but I think the residents need to know what is happening. That when we make decisions like this, it's not because we just want to make it, we're not educated and we're not. It's because this is constantly happening in this city. And I hope that everybody that was watching out there understands, at least for me, why I made this decision so rapidly. This is part of it. And I'm sorry you have to go through this, because now it seems like they're trying to attack you in specific. I guess their strategy has changed.
I know, it's horrible. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah, I know, it's a bad thing. Moving on, Commissioner.
No, I want to thank Commissioner Castro for bringing to light what I think we've all experienced. And for those of you who think that that's your neighbor across the street sending out the text, that's money. Those are organizations, those are groups with money, with self-interest, and they're trying to poison the way you see and think and experience your local government. I just, I want to be aware that because of social media, because of technology's development, it's not, I think what Vice Mayor Anderson was saying back in the day, TV commercials. Now you're bombarded from all sides. And 9 out of 10 times, it's as reliable as the National Enquirer's when they said Elvis was kidnapped by aliens. So be wary, be on your toes, and don't lose faith. I also want to congratulate our new city manager. Welcome to the city of Coral Gables. And I don't have a poster, but I think we have a commission meeting after it. So on Sunday, March 10th at the Miracle Theater at 5 p.m., we're showing the movie E.T. by Steven Spielberg, a classic movie, at the Miracle Theater Sunday, March 10th. And I think through the Actors Playhouse, you can access tickets. It's a great family movie. Thank you.
Commissioner?
City Manager Amos Rojas, I look forward to working with you. Thank you for stepping up to the plate and starting your leadership of the city tomorrow. Mr. Interim City Manager, you have been a true gentleman. You have done a phenomenal job in these 2 weeks. And I hope you'll stay on board to help City Manager Rojas in the leadership of the city. And to all the staff that's still here, still watching, the action taken today is to help you continue to work for our residents and ensure that our residents are a priority. Many of you have had concerns. Many of you have brought them to our attention. Please continue to do so. We're here to work with you on behalf of the residents of the city of Coral Gables. And our doors, my door, and my colleagues' doors are always going to be open. And we all need to work together. We all need to pull the city of Coral Gables forward, ensuring that our processes are being followed and ensuring that there is no doubt going forward that the city of Coral Gables is functioning properly. And to those sending those anonymous text messages, I don't know what you're trying to gain, but it's time that you look inside yourselves and see that the damage that you're causing is not to the people that you're attacking on those text messages, it's to yourselves. So with that, I wish you all a great couple of weeks.
In closing, I'd like to thank the ACM. It's been a true privilege to work with you. You've been the consummate leader. You're a gentleman as always. You have an outstanding demeanor and presence, and I just want to say thank you for your service and always putting the city first. Talking about employees, we planned about 3 weeks ago to have light bites with the employees. We'll be doing it here. That's coming up this week before I go out of town, and I'm looking forward to as many of the employees showing up. You don't need to RSVP. If you want RSVP, perfect. The whole point is to be able to come and get together and have a nice little breakfast together and to say thank you for all your hard work. As always, for 11 years, I've been doing open office hours. It's been a true privilege. I continue to do it every Friday. I ask everyone to please join us this Friday, whoever would like to join us, residents, employees, business owners, anybody from the community who has a great idea or just has a concern. So thank you all. God bless and have a wonderful, wonderful week.